Hello and welcome to the European Challenger Series Summer Split. My name is Aaron Medic Chamberlain and we are here for week 5, the final week, the conclusion of all of our games. Some challengers fighting for that crown today. Giants are locked in at first place, but 3 teams are looking to secure the playoff spots behind them. I am joined by Kieran Excoundrel Low and Jack Jaws Right, and that's my hand. Just in case you were wondering. I've realised there's a very stark contrast between this half of the desk and that half of the desk, just in purely aesthetics more than anything else.
More handsome this side of the desk. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that's exactly exactly what I was going for. Also, you've rolled up your sleeves, and I can't do that because my forearms are too big for this shirt. Just a bit of a disgrace.
I think we'll leave that discussion where it is.
You know what we should discuss? We should discuss the standings. Giants, as we said, are in first place at the moment. They have locked that in for themselves. They will be the first seed coming into playoffs. Schalke, Team RB, and Wyndham Reign finish out those playoff spots, but that could all change today as Origin and Paris Saint-Germain are looking to try and get themselves a win.
Yeah, and like you said, there is a lot up for contention right now with all these teams. We've got a lot of spaces open, we've got a lot of things that can jig about, and more importantly, could be a lot of tiebreakers as well. We are looking at a situation where we could have a 3-way tie, we could have a 2-way tie. I think we'll discuss those as results come in. It's not worth speculating right now.
I think there's just as a point, if there's a 2-way tie, that will be played today. There will only be 1 extra game. If there's a 3-way tie, those games will be played on Wednesday. So make sure that you have your Wednesday evening free so that you can watch some tiebreakers. Let's talk about the matches for today, as you said, Excoundrel. First up, Wyndham Reign playing against Paris Saint-Germain. Then Schalke take on Giants. And to finish it off, it's Origin taking on Team RB. Any matches to watch for you today, Jaws?
I mean, they're
apart from all of them.
Yeah, exactly. They're all really important, but I mean, Giant Schalke has to be the kind of key matchup for today. 2 extremely well-rounded teams, and both in first and second place. You know, Giants maybe want to take it a little easier. I doubt it because they're such, try-hard team at the moment. They're undefeated thus far. But I think one of the big ones to look at, in all honesty, PSG versus Wyndham Reign. PSG want to secure at least 1 win in the Challenger Series this split.
I think going at the other end of the stick there, Jaws, mentioning the Schalke and Giants matchup, Giants are going to want the perfect season, and if Schalke get just 1 point from this series, they're secured second spot. So if Schalke at least get a draw, they get second spot here. And obviously they want to put pressure on that Giants roster at the top, and Giants looking for the perfect season.
And yeah, it was Schalke who got the first ever perfect season in Challenger Series last split, so they kind of want to take that away from Giants as well. Be like, no, that's our crown. Only we're allowed to take the perfect season. Or they may realize it's cursed and say, Giants, take the perfect season. You're going to lose in playoffs.
Poison chalice.
Exactly,
Poison chalice.
the poison chalice. It's definitely going to be an interesting match. But first up is Wyndham Reign up against Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain, they're out. They cannot get through to playoffs. They've been disqualified, relegated from the Challenger Series, and it's really a fall from grace for them as a team when they came in with this 1-year plan of making it to LCS.
Yeah, that 1-year plan, and you look at the roster on paper at the start of the season, you're going, wow, there's some really nice names on here, a lot of names that have been around for a while, and you've got to think that backing and that knowledge from Yellowstar to formulate such a well-rounded team would go fairly well, but unfortunately it hasn't. They haven't actually secured a single game this season, and one thing that's kind of contradictory to them not securing a game is their stats aren't looking that bad either, just on paper compared to some of the other teams, but not securing that win. Maybe the year plan isn't really long enough for them in esports. You know, you can say a year, but realistically, it's normally about 12 weeks of just play time. Yeah. So maybe just going back to the drawing board might help them.
I mean, but Schalke came in at the same time as PSG, and Schalke have had...
Schalke were in the LCS beforehand.
Yeah,
so they have had a bit more time to develop.
But, to come from the Challengers, they've had success in the Challenger Series. They've been, at least proactive. And PSG, I mean, they had a pretty good turnaround last season. They didn't quite find the same kind of turnaround this time round. They did try and make substitutes to make that happen, didn't find those effects. Just feel like they've been really lackluster in executing mid-game strategy, because their laning phase hasn't been that bad. Kure has been able to influence lanes, but when it gets to the mid-game, they just look lost. They don't really know what they want to achieve, and they can never really close games out.
The only stat that really matters is the Nexus is destroyed at the end of the day, and they haven't been able to destroy any Nexuses throughout the entirety of this Challenger Series. On the other side of the rift today, it is Wind and Rain, a team that have come up through the Challenger Series qualifiers, looking to perhaps make their way towards LCS as well. It would be basically a Cinderella story for them, because no one expected them to win in CSQ, no one's expected them to do well in CS, and now they're looking like they're going to make playoffs.
You hit the nail on the head there, Medic. What really we saw was a team coming in through CSQ where we were on the broadcast team. We were talking about Wyndham Reign as a roster. We were in Group A. We were saying, no way. I mean, we've never heard of them. I don't think there's any way they're going to make it through here. This is a team that's likely going to be at the bottom end of the table. No, they went through as top. They lost their entire roster, their CSQ winning roster. They lost to Origin as they went into the European Challenger Series, they were saying, oh, what can they do? What can they pull out of the bag? They pulled out a roster that is really strong. They've got lots of good individual talent there. We talked about Larson before. He has been this sort of prodigy mid laner who's come in and performed really well for the team. I think this could be a situation where Wind and Rain make it through to those playoffs. And, I mean, what a rise for that organization and team.
Yeah, I mean, they only need a draw in this match versus PSG to kind of make it to playoffs. So looking at PSG's kind of how their history is kind of laid out before them, WinR isn't going to exactly find this too hard, I want to say, to put it lightly. But yeah, I think Larson is a kind of a big name on that team thus far. But I mean, you look at old hats like Woolite coming in as well. He's really like resurging back up, and I think this is the meta for him as well. There's a lot of like heavy carry champions at the bottom lane. You've got Twitch, Cogmore. I mean, Callista's coming back in as well. It's a really good time for him to show us what it's made of.
We are still on patch 7.13. Just want to make sure everyone knows that we're not on the broken 7.14 patch yet. Dustblade isn't here. We're not going to see Singe. We're not going to see too many of those really powerful picks with the Bramble Vest that we have been seeing in solo queue over the last couple of weeks. We've got a couple of minutes before we get into picks and bans. I just want to talk about these potential tiebreakers again.
Sure.
At the end of the day. It's possibly a three-way tie between Schalke, RB, and Wind and Rain. They would all be sitting on 8 points if results go as expected. So if RB beat Origin, Wind and Rain beat PSG, and Schalke lose to Giants. Coming into that, it then ends up being a three-way round robin. And basically, each team plays the other team once. Who do we think is going to take second seed out of that? Who do you think is going to be the best of those three teams?
I would like to think RB. Oh, so no. I'd like to think Schalke out of those three teams would be the team that would take the first seed. I'd like to then think that it would be RB followed by Wind and Rain. I think Wind and Rain potentially are the lower of the four teams that we have at the top end of the table right now. Even though they are a very talented roster, RB are fantastic, Schalke are fantastic, and we've seen, obviously, Giants way out at the top. So I would personally, I know my rankings haven't been much to live by in the Challenger
Giants are going
Series.
to be last.
But I'd like to think it would go Schalke, RB, WinR, and that would be the way that tiebreaker would end up. But, you know, when it comes down to these tiebreaker situations, which are best of ones, by the way, it's pretty cliche, but anything can happen in best of ones. You know, you can pull out a tactic that catches your opponent by surprise. You could just get a really good laning phase. Small decisions that impact the game can snowball, and best of ones can really sort of be anyone's game at the end of the day.
Bring out the Heimerdinger mid.
Yeah.
Works out really well in that sort of best of one. Jaws,
Yeah.
any expectations if those tiebreakers happen?
Honestly, I think the same. I think Schalke, RB, then WinR in that kind of order. But I would argue WinR, if they show up on the day, can take games off Schalke. Absolutely. I mean, Thal hasn't been the biggest standout performer like we thought he would be, but still a very consistent player. Mujin has just shown up, I think, week after week, improving slightly, you know, steadily. And I really do think RB do have the chance to take that.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Mujin, for me, has been one of the major factors for Schalke.
For RB, yeah.
RB,
yeah.
It's also been a major factor against Schalke as well, helping RB win the game against them, of course. It's going to be an interesting one. Before that, we have Paris Saint-Germain facing up against WinR. Of course, the teams have to win to be able to get there, and WinR do need to beat PSG. Yeah. Is it as cut and dry as we're making it? Is it an easy 2-0 for them, or is there a possibility that PSG upset here?
Well, yeah, like I think there is a possibility, yes, because PSG's early game is actually fairly clean when it comes down to it. The only thing they do struggle with, and we've seen it week after week, is their late game. But WinR, the opposite way around. Their early game, not so hot. I mean, you look at some of the stats like first turret take, 13% for WinR, the lowest we've had in CSQ. And then you have PSG, who do fairly well and then kind of lose it, and WinR kind of just take the game in the late, and they go, okay, so we're just going to fight. We use our team comp effectively, and we use our team comp because we know our team win condition. Sorry, that's the better way to put it. That we know our win condition, and PSG kind of toppling. So if PSG can win it out in the early and just force WinR to then make mid-game decisions that they haven't shown that they can make, then I think PSG can take it. But WinR, if they get to late, they're gonna take a 2-0, I think.
I personally think that this is going to be 2-0 WinR. If PSG can't take a game off Origin's roster, they can't take a game off WinR's roster.
All right, so we're doing predictions even before we get through picks and bans. We'll go through them again after we've got the pick and ban out, which is just about to come up on our screens, just to see if you guys change your minds. Still on 7:13, as we said, Wind and Rain on the blue, PSG on the red for the final time in the Challenger Series this year. PSG will have to fight through the Challenger Series qualifier tournament once again if they want to face up in 2018. Gragas ban, Thresh ban, and a Twitch ban here from Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah, no real surprises. That Thresh being taken off the board as well. I mean, Twitch targeting Woolite, I think that's going to be, well, like I mentioned before, is the biggest kind of contender you've got to put up within that bottom lane. Nardius, Woolite, that's going to be the match to take.
PSG's drafts has always been surprising for me because they always do sort of target ban on their first rotation and often can leave up things that they aren't quite aware of leaving up. Although I actually got to say, Wind and Rain interests me that they have been making the bans here. I imagine PSG probably have to ban Caitlyn at this point unless they want to give that over as first pick to Woolite. They banned the Gragas, I think, because Kirei has shown that he does like to favour that champion in the jungle, so he's just trying to reduce Kirei's impact in the game.
It's odd to see a Zac ban on the blue side.
That's
though.
what I was
Something
thinking.
we really don't see that commonly. It does lead towards the Caitlyn ban, as you say, but then Wind and Rain can go for either the Elise or the Caitlyn pick here now with Galio getting taken away by PSG.
Dan just plays Nunu now, right? You get the Caitlyn for Woolite, you just go Nunu for Dan, which he has shown he's very comfortable on when he gets that particular champion. Kirei's going to get arguably one of the strongest junglers left.
I think the strongest jungler.
Yeah.
First pick-worthy jungler, apart from the Zac, of course, just very commonly picked here. And we will have the Ashe as well for Nadia. So good pick already coming out from this PSG lineup, but there's the Nunu.
Instantly.
Xgander with the predictions.
But it's not hard to predict when the only success Wind and Rain has had is when Dan's been on Nunu. And I think, Dan has shown that he's struggled to impact the game with things that require sort of intense levels of mechanics. And that sounds really bad, but realistically, when he's been on Kha'Zix and he's been on Elise, he hasn't had the impact when he could just literally walk into a lane and throw snowballs at people at a point and click. This is a Wind and Rain draft in a nutshell. I mean, this has been what they've won with every single time. Larson gets his Corki, which he's been monstrous with. Wind and Rain looking pretty confident already.
Yeah, the Corki pickup here, you're just going, okay, cool, full siege. You just stand at the turret, Corki pokes the rockets, Caitlyn sets up trap line, and Nunu sits there, blood boils, and then it's just like, okay, we just take the turret. I actually really like the early Talia pickup. They did hover it, but actually locking in the Renekton instead. Talia, one of the safest mid laners now coming into it, and can make a lot of cross-map plays, and they've got so much pick potential if they do manage to pick it up. I can't imagine that's going to get left uncontested here as we enter the second ban phase.
It is a problem we've seen from Paris Saint-Germain, though. When Blanc has a champion that can split push easily, he tends to do that when we get into the mid-game and not influence the game at all. So maybe they're saying we need something more that needs to group, that has to group up, that has to make plays together to actually force us to make plays in the mid-game.
So we've got a mismatch between first draft phase here. We've got a mid lane pick for Wind and Rain, and you've got a top lane pick here for PSG. I would have expected PSG to potentially pick a support and then ban out the remaining support pool, but now you're probably going to see literally banning out each other's remaining champion pools at this point. You're going to see maybe 2 bans in top lane for PSG.
Probably Gnar ban for PSG.
Yeah, and you're probably going to see 2 mid lane bans here for Wind and Rain, just because of the way that these picks have gone in the first phase.
I mean, you've got to target that top pool. I think the Shen takeaway here from PSG is incredibly smart. They want to work with pick. They got Ashe, they got Elise, and you can see what Wind and Rain are going, okay, you got a lot of pick, let's not have LeBlanc on the table, so taking that one away is going to be really big. JWoww actually gets his Jace band away here.
Not only Shen being so good against the competition, but JWoww plays a lot of Shen. I mean, JWoww has played so much Shen during I think it must be his most played champion during the Challenger Series, and well, the Talia gets banned away from Blanc there. And again, like we said, this is very typical when it comes to the draft phase. You have Cassiopeia locked in already for Blanc.
Man,
so deep intake of breath from me and Jaws. Firstly, Cassiopeia at this point, when you've still got support and top left open for Wind and Rain, is quite brave, in all honesty, although you know you're not going to get banned picked out too much by the Nunu Corki. I also think leaving your support for last pick is a little bit interesting as well. It's an odd decision to me because you could have had mid lane counter here.
It doesn't impact the game that much, right? So the supports are what I like to think about supports. They are very malleable.
Exactly.
They fit into so many compositions. They offer certain things that can work in many different forms. The benefit of red side draft is that you get a counter pick, right? So
I guess if you're going for something like a Blitzcrank, though, that is kind of a counter pick. It's got enough influence in the game that you can say, we'll wait for last. If we think Blitzcrank works well here, we'll pick it. Otherwise, we'll go for something like the Tahm Kench just to keep ourselves a little bit safer.
I really like the Cassiopeia pickup, though.
I like it as a pick.
Yeah.
I just don't like it at that point in the draft.
One of the reasons why you pick Cassiopeia into Corki is because you can actually sustain burst rather than someone like an Orianna, for example, who has the Q dissonance, then you auto for the Thunderlords proc, then back off. Corki will just walk at you and auto attack you with Gatling gun. Cassiopeia, you poison them, Twin Fang, you just keep walking towards him. So it's one of the only other champions that can just match damage with Corki. So I really like the pickup, and saving that support counter pick I think is the right move for PSG because again we focused on Woolite and Nardius being a key matchup there. Keeping Nadia safe, with the Lulu is pretty big in that matchup with Caitlyn.
I think you can keep him safe without keeping the support last pick.
Yeah.
You take Tarkench or Lulu earlier on. What are Wyndham Main going to take to mess you up there?
Yeah.
Thresh is already off the cards. It's very difficult to actually win out that lane more than you can already do with
and a Caitlyn Braum is not exactly like a lane that's going to engage on you every single second. If it was a Thresh Kalista, I'd be thinking maybe it's safe, sane to maybe keep something down there to keep your AD carry safe. But in this matchup, Caitlyn's just really going to want to farm for the most part. I mean, Braum is pretty good at protecting Caitlyn against engages from the Ashe, and you've got obviously Braum has got so much utility here in preventing those hard engages. But Caitlyn's going to want, for the most part, to farm and shove lane and then get towards the turret as quickly as possible.
Before we get into the game, though, let's talk through predictions once again. Is it still going to be a 2-0 for both of you for Wyndham Main?
I mean, I really like Blank on this Cassiopeia, and I think a fantastic control mage player, but their pick potential is so strong. And again, if they can get ahead in the early game, which they're quite good at doing, maybe War crumbles late because PSG have such an advantage.
What's your prediction, though?
1-1.
1-1 now. Okay.
I just think War have been given comfort again. I mean, you've got Caitlyn, she's oppressive. You've got Dan on Nunu. You've got very comfortable pickups here for War, and I am going to stick with my guns, 2-0 War.
Yeah, I'll go 2-0 War as well.
All right.
I don't see PSG winning this one, but I have to wait and see. Let's come back to composition slightly, though. We talked a lot about that bot lane matchup specifically. Compositionally, what are these two teams trying to do? Wyndham Main first.
I mean, Joel touched on it earlier. It's a very siege-heavy composition. You're going to want to get towards turrets. You've got Corki to provide space, and one of the best things you can do when sieging turrets is provide space. Caitlyn traps do that naturally with a Caitlyn trap line. It provides an area where the enemy can't get to, and if you block off that area of space with Corki bombs, with Corki rockets, it's a great way for Caitlyn to just walk up to a turret with Nunu and Blood Boil and siege it. So they've got a really good way of sort of starting and keeping a siege going there for War.
PSG, on the other hand?
I mean, they got to look for this counter siege, and they've done it perfectly in this pick potential. You have J4 for the flanks. He's going to naturally lose the lane against Renekton, but making sure you can maybe get J4 in a position where he can jump on the backline and then go for the all-in engage. Cassiopeia, I think, is going to be really key in this matchup. That Miasma is going to stop a lot of the disengage potential they do have. If she gets on top of Caitlyn, she is going to die. Same with Corki. So again, it really does, I think, rely on the top lane actually getting not bullied as much on the J4 and making sure he can be an impact.
The other way around.
Playing for
Yeah, he is.
Wyndham Main.
That's my bad.
So is that all about top still? Is it still about the Renekton?
Yeah. So if Renekton can push J4 so far behind that he's not going to make an impact on the fights, yes, I think PSG have a good chance. Make sure you use that Ashe arrow on cooldown. We know Corki has got that cleanse, so that's going to be a really big key for him. We do see a lot of... You just don't take cleanse every single game if there's an Elise, like regardless if they got an Ashe. But having that Ashe as well, there's going to be 2-3 forms of CC in that mid lane, and it's going to be very hard for him to play.
I personally think with PSG, they need to capitalize post 6 with the Ashe. I think they have lacked mid-game decision making. I think they've been afraid to pull the trigger in certain situations, been afraid to go for tower dives. Can't afford to do that. You're going to get outscaled personally in this competition. You're going to get out.
Have to find out if they're going to. We're going to get onto Summoner's Rift, guys. It's Paris Saint-Germain taking on Wyndham Main. To start us off, Jaws and Excoundrel.
Thank you very much. First game of the day, PSG. Are they going to be able to secure that first win on the board, Excoundrel? That's what I say on everybody's lips, but I predicted a 1-1. You said 2-0.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see if that does come to fruition.
I just think PSG need to be very decisive in the mid game here. Yes, Cassiopeia scales, excellently, but to be honest, Corki and Caitlyn are going to outrange her for a lot. And you've got so much CC for the Cassiopeia to have to work with as well. JWoww can lock her down, Dan can run up to her, Braum can knock her up. I do think that the War composition, the later and later this goes, are going to have more effective ways of team fighting and more effective ways of finding fights around turrets and sieging turrets. Do think the top lane is important though. JWoww doesn't want to get too far behind here.
No, he does not. He's going to end up spotting out Keyray here with Sartorius on the side. So they're maybe just getting some deep vision down. Now it's going to be fairly important for them to track Dan, not necessarily because he's got a lot of gank potential, just because he's going to be able to dominate Elise in the jungle if she goes for some of these ganks. She can steal camps away from Elise, so that's going to be important to keep track of on the minimap. But let's touch on this mid lane again, because you've got Larson on this Corki picking up the cleanse, and then you've got Blanc with the Ghost on this Cassiopeia. It's going to be a real head-to-head, and I think Cassiopeia into the Corki is very good, yes, but Keyray, he's going to be the man of the hour when it comes to just making this mid lane a living hell for Larson.
So Larson, like you said, quite aptly, especially pre-6, is going to find it tough to trade into Blanc, because if Blanc can literally walk at Corki, and all Corki really has to trade in the early game is going to be his Phosphorus Bomb. So if Blanc can get through the Phosphorus Bomb, he will out-damage Corki on a one-to-one basis. He just runs at him, like you said, spams the Twin Fangs, and Corki can't really respond. So you can actually force Valkyries out of Corki very early on in the laning phase. Once Valkyrie's forced, that gives you a good opportunity for Corey to come in and try and fight a gank. So yeah, I think a lot of this will come down to how far and how much Blank can pressure the mid lane. Level 1, though, you don't expect Blank's going to do much.
No, not at all. He has to hit that level 2 mark, which he has got. So now come start trading with Larson. You see there, that's all he needs to do. Just walk towards Larson, keep trading in. How much damage he's already done. It doesn't really matter about the mana expenditure. Larson's so low, you trade health bar for mana bar in that instance. He's blown his potion already. Blank's still going to be sitting on 2 potions. It's a really bad lane for Larson already.
Exactly. We literally just talked about how Cassiopeia plays into the Corki, and you had a perfect illustration there. Corki cannot do anything. If poison lands on him and Twin Fangs start to churn down, Corki is in a world of hurt, and Larson just cannot trade. You only have Phosphorus Bomb to trade in the early game, and even then it has to scale up. And like you said,
looking for a little gank here. That's going to be the Miasma straight into the Cocoon, but it's going to get cleansed away. Does use that Valkyrie for the distance as well. Already blowing that cleanse, and we are 3 minutes into the game. JWoww in a lot of trouble. Sartorius forces the flash. Doesn't flash after him, which is the most important thing. So JWoww losing a summoner.
He didn't have the empowered Kulmameek there. If he had the empowered Kulmameek, it might have been a kill, but unfortunately in that situation, knew that he probably wasn't going to have enough damage, especially with just a Doran shield to start with, to actually blow the JWoww up, as I say, blow the J4 up there. Actually, every laning phase is struggling for War at this point in time. PSG got a good pressure on Woolite in the bot lane. He's struggling against Nadius. You can see small CS differences opening up. Larson already burning his cleanse. JWoww having to burn his flash. I mean, suddenly that laning phase that you talked about from PSG is starting to show itself in this game.
I mean, Larson, though, can have a very easy time using his build path. Can go Hex Drinker, no worries, because he's going to come up against the Elise.
He will go Hex Drinker.
Yeah, exactly. So picking up that Null Magic Mantle is going to be very beneficial to him, but yeah, still having that cleanse down is very important, which means Blank can do what he wants in this lane. He has full control. You might not think because he's got one summoner down that he has full control, but he does. That Miasma is going to be such a powerful tool. Noxious Blast, Twin Fangs, yeah, see you later, health bar. That's, yeah, it's going to disappear pretty quickly. Picking up the tier first back as well for Blank's pretty big. Let's have a look at the bottom lane for PSG. Fly actually taking the Ignite in this matchup.
Yeah, that's obviously, he just wants to use the range advantage that they have, consistently put pressure on the Braum, consistently put pressure on the Caitlyn. Again, it might have been a pick that was good for the laning phase here against Woolite, you know, but then, you know, Caitlyn can stay very, very safe. It's not exactly a massive kill lane, you would have thought. Only, I think that Ignite will come into effect, especially post-6, where they maybe get ganks with Corey, but I find it interesting that usually you take Ignite to pressure a pre-6. You know, you want to try and get a lot of pressure in the laning phase, you want to be looking to engage as much as possible, but you know, I don't think he's going to end up using this Ignite unless a gank happens or post-6.
Sartorius just bullying JWoww underneath his turret now. Dan has found Kirei. Cocoon does land. Sartorius actually finding him as well. Repel onto Dan. Dan has got the flash. He does flash over the wall in time. You see Blank there popping the ghost. Tried to come round for 3-piece, but PSG now proxying JWoww. He's under his turret. Blank's been spotted as well. Very, very, very bad position here for JWoww. War in the early game getting bullied, but it's kind of what we expected.
Cly's made his way up here as well. This is all on putting pressure on JWoww. He's going to have to make some fancy moves happen without flash, which I just don't think is possible. Big dive.
I think he's dead here. Flag and drag onto Kirei. There's the venomous bites, but the Kulmameek does pick up the kill. Sartorius with first blood.
Man, early lane rotation as well from Woolite and AOD because the wave was getting frozen at the bot lane because of that roam from Cly. Nadius was freezing the bot lane up. And then they made an early rotation here. They're going to take JWoww out of that matchup. They're going to consistently, potentially, pull him away from the Renekton. And, I mean, this is a great aggressive start from PSG, something that we just haven't seen enough of from them throughout the challenges. If PSG had played like this against every opposition, we might have seen a different PSG entirely.
War now rotating their bottom lane up to the top side to catch that wave. Now JWoww wandering towards the bottom side now. So enacting a lane swap here, but Cly is going to be able to sniff that out, and Nadius is going to go to top as well. Now that dragon is going to be very important, and you can kind of see why they've done that. With Dan not having that pressure of the bottom lane, now in the bottom lane, AD carry and support, now having it towards the top side, it's going to be a little bit harder for him to contest this Drake.
Well, I actually like what PSG are doing here. You know that Dan's not going to have a huge impact in the laning phase because he's a Nunu. So they are essentially saying, okay, let's put as much pressure in lanes as we can, especially like that top lane you said earlier is going to be a big matchup for JWoww because it is a tough laning phase for the J4. And PSG have said, okay, let's really utilize the fact we've got lane-dominant matchups here. Renekton is a lane-dominant matchup. Cassiopeia versus Corki is a lane-dominant matchup. And we saw Nadius and Klai having really good pressure 2v2 versus Woolite and AOD. And Kirai is just able to supplement that. They have to turn it into something tangible, though, Jaws. It's all good and well saying, yeah, we got first blood in the top lane. Woo, boys, let's go, PSG. But they need to actually turn that into something. And you can see War consistently rotating their bot lane away. We often see this when you do want to try and alleviate the laning phase for one of your lanes. This time it's actually alleviating the laning phase for both War bot lane and War's top lane, and Lars is just holding his own in mid. I find that really interesting because they really don't want to leave J4 in a matchup versus Renekton, but the early swap from Renekton means he'll get to the top lane first, and they might actually end up having to make another swap soon.
Yeah, he's got his boots, so he's a little bit quicker. Has got that phage for the bullying potential. JWoww only having that double longsword, Ruby Crystal, with the cloth as well, so he sustains a little bit more damage against Sartorius. But right now, Sartorius with complete control of the lane. Like you mentioned a second ago, CS advantages coming across the board for PSG. But again, it's kind of what we expected and what we said pre-Champion Select was PSG, they have got nice, clean early game.
Yeah.
But War in the later stages might be able to topple PSG because PSG's lates have looked a bit shaky. It's actually a Dark Seal, by the way, for Kirai. So...
Wow.
You know, really showing that he wants to make something. He's actually trying to make something in the bottom lane. Arrow from Woolite is going to miss. He does dodge it with the flash. Kirai is going to use that repel to get out of there. Teleport is going to get followed through. JWoww, he does have Catechism, but Kirai, can he get over the wall? He does manage to find the flash. Could be a hard flash to land, but when it happens, it looks beautiful. JWoww now just going to have to slink his way back to the top lane for that teleport.
Yeah, the teleport I think was necessary. I don't know whether he had to go through the channel because the flash from Woolite basically already disengaged that from War, but I mean, he went through it and just put pressure back on that bot lane. He will lose a lot of pressure in the top lane, though. A matchup that he has already been losing, now is heading towards double CS for Sartorius. He's getting towards that level. JWoww really not having a good time here. But the distraction in bot lane and the pressure that was created has allowed Dan to now set up for this Mountain Drake, which should be an easy take for him. And that's great for a composition that relies on siege as well. Anything extra that you can do to put pressure on neutral objectives like towers is going to be fantastic for War. Easy secure for them following the pressure generated after that dive.
There's your one-year plan maybe coming into act for PSG. It's not, like I mentioned a bit earlier, it's not the year in esports.
It wasn't a one-year plan to get into LCS, it was a one-year plan to start playing good.
Start playing well, that's one way to put it, but I was going to say this 1 year in esports isn't really 1 year, it's 12 weeks-ish and or thereabout of play. So maybe needing to go back to the drawing board.
It's interesting you say that because not everything in esports is just playing the games. There is a huge amount of preparatory work that goes into scrims, huge amount of preparatory work that goes into team building and team practice. So, you know, it has been 12 weeks of games, of competitive games, but it really has been a year of hard work for the PSG roster, I think.
It's been a little bit rough, but like I mentioned, maybe going back to the drawing board and seeing what you can do next time. I mean, Yellow Star, he's going to want to keep going at it. Resilient, I can imagine. Speaking of resilience, JWoww up at the top lane struggling a little bit, has got Dan to kind of supplement his wave clear with the Blood Boil. Kirai actually made his way up to the top side as well, looking for another dive, knowing that JWoww didn't have teleport. Doesn't have the Cataclysm available, but Nadius using that arrow on cooldown is something we mentioned earlier, and he's been doing just that.
So any amount of time you feel before PSG finally crack that first tower blood. They've got both bot lane and top lane to do it in. Looks like Kirai is making his way. He will get spotted out by a ward. Ward ping's coming down quite heavily, and that means that Woolite and AOD are fully aware of this. Larson making a roam here, and pings will come out. So because of the movements of Larson, I believe PSG know that they are spotted in the enemy jungle here as Dan makes his way down as well. He's hanging around though, Kirai. He is hanging around. I
mean, package is available to Corki. Kirai is going to walk over that ward. We'll take an ace in the hole. That will make him just at least pop a potion, even though they are refillable, so it wasn't too big of a loss. Now, Larson, what is he going to do with his package? Normally you see first package used either being extremely effective or just like that, where you use it back in the lane just to get a little bit of distance between you and Blanc.
I've actually very rarely seen packages used super effectively early on anymore. It used to be the case with Corki that they were really used to roam early on, but you haven't seen many opportunities of that in the Challenger Series specifically. You often find that they use it to get back to lane quickly when they've picked it up, and then they just end up using it to just either clear a wave or just back off from something. So, yeah, I'd like to see packages used the same way as first Tower Blood is likely going down here.
Yeah. It's 11 minutes and 40 seconds. There goes the arrow. It does miss Woolite. Kuro's going to be here. Dan as well. But the Cocoon does end up landing. That could just be another kill for PSG. It is. Cly ends up picking up the second on the board. 11 minutes in, and we've already got that first turret down. PSG's early game really coming on.
It's just, I curse teams, I think. I just curse teams. Every time I say they're going to do well, they don't. It's been mounting though, Jaws. That move from PSG, they have won almost every laning phase, maybe apart from the mid lane, which has been very even between Larssen and Blanc. I think Larssen is one of the stalwarts for War. He's been incredible in terms of his ability to play into bad matchups as well. And now post-6, he's going to have an easier time of it, as well as having that Hex Drinker. But bot lane and top lane lost pretty hard. You know, trades were going in favor of Nadius and Cly every time. Obviously, JWoww has been dumpstered in this top lane, probably through a little bit of a misplay in the early game, but then through no fault of his own, he has been targeted, which is a really good move from PSG. And that forced those major lane swaps to come out from War, and that did stall out their ability to farm up, and obviously then it was a war of attrition for PSG. Took that first turret through attrition.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the pre-game. If they do manage to get this J4 behind at any point, it's going to be very hard for him to actually influence the team fights in any meaningful way, because he won't have the tankiness that he needs. He jumps in with a Cataclysm. He's going to get deleted by someone like Blanc, someone like Nadius, even Kiro with the damage. There goes another turret from PSG. Nice rotation from them. Blanc taking a lot of punishment from Larssen in the mid lane now, as JWoww does end up rotating there. No well, there is a teleport for JWoww, but no teleport earlier on just meant, like you said, losing so much farm and just so much experience. Now with that second turret going down, PSG, they're really starting to come online. Sartorius, he's just shrugging off Woolite and AOD right now.
Got Elise making his way down to the bot lane, but this is the Blood Bowl and Caitlyn. It can get some work done. Correa's moving in here. I do think he has to be careful. He does have the Dominus available. I don't think they'll dive him, though, because it is fairly scary to dive a Renekton. And you can see already PSG have responded to the massive amount of manpower in the bot lane by shoving this mid lane in with a great rotation. PSG playing off their early game dominance. And 3 towers on the trot, and War just looked lost.
14 minutes, 3 turrets for PSG. You are wrong. They do look very lost right now.
What's happened to PSG? Like,
I turned it up a notch.
Yeah, in the game that didn't count.
Unfortunately.
If they'd done this earlier, this is an entirely different PSG squad. I mean, they won laning phase hard. They got so much work done to those towers through attrition that 3 early quick rotations in the bot lane has resulted in 3 early quick towers for PSG, and they've netted themselves a 4,000 gold lead to boot. The only thing that isn't sitting on a cherry on top of the cake is that a Mountain Drake, which obviously Dan managed to secure earlier. So, I mean, War are definitely on the back foot here. PSG need to continue this momentum, but this is where it gets hard, Jaws. This is the point where it gets hard. Tier 2 towers can become a little bit harder for you to rotate around. Tier 2 towers often a little bit more easily defended. It's now going to be up to PSG to maybe not catch War off guard so much as try and force these fights with the gold advantage that they have. You've got item spikes coming out. You've got Rod of Ages finished. You've got Static Shiv finished. These could be really big item spikes that you play around with the Ash Arrow.
I mean, we always say they kind of get lost in the later stages. Their decision-making isn't all quite there. We'll see if they are able to translate that. They are going to start the Rift Herald in from PSG. Maybe they take a little bit of time to get going, you know. You could compare them to early G2. Take a little bit of time to find their groove. But right now, PSG, they're looking really good against the middle-of-the-pack team War, who've looked actually quite dominant, even against some of the harder oppositions like Schalke. They haven't been bled out completely. War now, they are 3 turrets down. They have still got that Mountain Drake to their name, which is very important, like you alluded to. Their scaling composition, that is very good at sieging.
So there is one way to help you siege turrets, and that is taking Rift Herald, like we just saw there. So Harriet might get released on one of these tier 2 towers at some point. The problem is that, you know, you need to, especially for a tier 2 tower, you can't just release Rift Herald and expect her to do the work. You've got to really play around that. You've got to find a situation where you try and find an engage.
JWoww's been found though, goes from Blanc, flag and drag on top of him. He is going to get away with the flash. Larssen here, but the arrow from downtown from Willow is going to find him. Miasma's going to stick you in place, and Blanc picks up the kill. Larssen used that package to get to safety, but nice use of the arrow by Nadius yet again.
And they should be able to get Ocean Drake for free here. It seems like it's the only feasible objective. They could rotate to the lane that is pushing in towards the bot and use the Rift Herald. Remember, it is on a timer. They do have to use it at some point here. Looks like that's what they're going to do, releasing Rift Herald towards that bot lane tier 2. They have a small window of time where JWoww will not be here, and the wave pushing in means it should be an easy push onto this tier 2 turret for them.
Fantastic use of the Rift Herald. It's going to crash into that turret. It's going to get smited by Dan. It was Nunu. It's fairly easy to take that Rift Herald, but still getting a large chunk of damage is extremely important to them. It's very hard for them to siege up against Woolite, so even chunking it that much is going to help them in the later game.
A little bit of damage there, but obviously not a huge amount there for PSG, because obviously the wave clear of Corki is so good. What they do get is they are going to get this Ocean Drake, which is probably not going to get contested. And this is an issue now for War. They have a late game scaling Caitlyn and Corki that's going to scale up throughout the game, and they are suddenly very far behind at 17 minutes. 5,000 gold, almost the tune for PSG. And again, JWoww has been battered. He's really been the punching bag of the PSG lineup, taking everything, taking all the hits left, right, and center. He's struggling to finish an item at this point in time, still sitting on just a couple of ingredients for those tier 3 items, and also sitting around 2,000 or so gold behind his counterpart. This has been a tough laning phase for JWoww, and I think PSG really done a really good job of exploiting that.
Oh, he's very hard to itemize with into something like a Renekton. You want to go Black Cleaver, and that's what he's building towards now, but you need that Tiamat. You don't have any inherent wave clear apart from your Q, which is on a fairly low cooldown, which you can't really make use of. Ooh. Nice Cocoon now onto Larson. Does actually blow the cleanse instantly. So, Nadius, I'm looking at the ultimates, and I'm like, okay, cool. There's 3 ultimates there, can actually stun you up and pin you down. So Larson's going to have to play a little bit more careful now.
Barons are going to be up in 2 minutes. Now, PSG will want to try and push their advantages in the lane. They want to try and get some turrets here and there where they can. Ash Arrow off cooldown again, like you said, really good to play around that. But if worst comes to worst, they can force War to come to them by going to Baron and getting vision control of it and just essentially baiting that area over the map out. And that could be a good thing. They've caught War off guard here. They're going to start shoving in, but Caitlyn with that static shift finish now does have an element of wave clear.
Nice Cocoon, but Miasma is going to stop AOD from walking forwards. It's about 2/3 of that turret disappearing right in front of your very eyes, right in front of War's eyes. They're not going to be too happy. 2 turrets, very, very vulnerable now to Sartorius just sitting in one of those lanes, split pushing.
I mean, they need Larson to clear these waves. He is the main form of wave clear, and every time PSG is getting the jump again, this should be another good shove. It might be War trying to force the issue with JWoww, but I don't think they are far enough or even close enough in terms of gold values to fight PSG 5-on-5 at this point, especially with how beefy that Renekton is. He's an incredibly tough target to break through at level 12 with that Black Cleaver finished. You also have to look at the vision control that PSG have started to exert. They have complete control between the mid lane and the top lane tier 2 on War's side, because the blue side jungle for War is lit up with those red wards. That means they can make safe and easy rotations between the the mid lane and top lane tier 2s. That's why they are sort of catching them, and that's why Blank...
Oh, Blank looking for Woolite. Flash! Miasma. Blank is just going to chase him down. Those twin fangs are just going to pierce his heart, and he's going to go back to base.
And that was exactly because of the vision control exerted in that blue side jungle. It allowed Blank to get the jump onto Caitlyn there. Nothing more that you can say about it, that Woolite just caught off guard, because again, that blue side jungle is now PSG territory. Forget blue, the PSG logo. They painted there. I was going to say red side jungle.
No, yeah. Oh, Fly might be in a little trouble. Flag and drag on top of him. Larson is going to come through as well with the damage, but Dan secures the first kill for War. Petrifying Gaze, extremely devastating tool from Blanc. Did channel it as well, did the Faker. You channel it just before. Flashes forward. See you later. Cassiopeia's really excite me.
Ask Jaws anything about Korean level play and he'll tell you. This is
Forte.
This is Forte.
Dopa just reached rank 1, by the way.
Great.
There you go, that's my fact of the day. Just throw that
fact of the day. Potentially the best player in the world confirms his position.
It's rank 1. Well, PSG confirming maybe a 1-1, like I predicted. You guys said 2-0 for War, but War kind of falling apart.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I mean, it has been a considerable amount of time since PSG have been able to force something, as what a great sidestep from Woolite. Doesn't get hit by the arrow, but I am worried for PSG in the sense that they need to consistently be looking to do things on the map, because they do have a composition that might struggle when Woolite gets towards his 4 to 5 items, when Larson scales up, and that's why I think vision control of this Baron area is super important. I think PSG need to bring War to them, fight them when they are ahead. You've got the Infinity Edge finish for Ashe. That is a massive item spike that you can play around. Banshee's Veil is there now for Blanc. You've got big item spikes to work with right now, and PSG need to bring War out of their turtle shell.
Yeah. On the topic of Larson, every single item he picks up is a big power spike for him. Just so many good items for Corki right now. You can see why he's played so much. He's got the Triforce BF sword as well, and he has got Hex Drinker. He's doing a fair bit of damage, and package could or could not be used in an offensive way. More often than not, going to be used very defensively. But him just being in the front line behind JWoww and Dan is going to be more than enough for him. And even AOD, obviously, on that brawl. It's going to be now for them to stem the bleeding. Sartorius is going to want to look to take this top or bottom tier turret. PSG starting up that Dragon, but getting that pure vision control, like you were mentioning a minute ago, has just been their #1 priority right now.
Nadius does have his arrow up in around 5 to 10 seconds, so if they make that move again and War come to face check, because they can't really do anything but face check in that situation, they will be on the receiving end of an Ash arrow, and that's why PSG are going to start back and move it, start it up again, because they want to draw War to them and use that Ash arrow to find an engage. It's going to go down very quickly here. I'd love to get a look on that Baron's health, because it looks like it's going down pretty quickly.
Pretty, oh, yeah. Well, Nadius and Blunk, yeah, they're just going to be able to take that one away without too much contention. That Cocoon almost landed on AOD. They are going to kite away. Nice Glacial Fissure to make sure any members of PSG could not jump onto War. Not without JWoww being there. And now, War, they have lost the Baron, but still, they have got opportunities to come back in the game. They just need to be able to use their sieging and anti-siege composition.
And this is, that right there was a perfect example of how good vision control can win you games. The pace at which War felt comfortable to move towards the Baron pit because they had literally no vision control of it was very slow, and that meant that it was so quick to go down because Kirei, you know, he's got a bit of penetration in his build. Ash takes Barons very quickly. Cassiopeia is the queen of neutral objective taking like Baron and Dragon. She just shreds through them with the poison and the twin fangs. That was pure examples of how good vision control can win you games, because War couldn't face check, because they knew the engage potential from PSG was too strong. If they face checked and PSG were not doing Baron, and then they just used a Cassiopeia ultimate and an Ash ultimate, they died, lost the team fight, and they lost Baron and turrets. So that was beautiful from PSG. They had to force the issue, and doing Baron was forcing the issue, Jaws.
They're making their pick composition work. 3 stacks on that Dark Seal. We've got a tracker on it. Kirei picking that one up on one of his first backs. Maybe a bit bold from him, but it's working out thus far. There was a Mountain Drake secured by PSG, so they now have got 2 Dragons. And now Blanc just split pushing. Hasn't got teleport, but still, just being able to chuck down this turret is going to be extremely important.
I love what PSG are doing here, because they knew that they had lane pressure in terms of lane shove, and they've been winning the Jarvan-Renekton matchup, you know, quite considerably. Kirei has to be a little careful here. We'll get away with the Blast Cone. But what Baron does, it's like twisting the knife. If you were already wounded, Baron buff twists the knife because it accentuates the loss of pressure that you have in lanes tenfold. And you can see here, War are just bleeding turrets because they were already bleeding turrets. Wait a second, here we go.
Blank might be a little bit caught out. Still has Petrifying Gaze, catches Larson, does use that cleanse, but Stan still chasing after him. Teleport is going to come down from a Sartorius. Nadius sends the arrow down, but doesn't find the target. Sartorius does follow that teleport through, and now PSG going on the aggression, but they are just going to decide to back off. Blowing Larson's cleanse was pretty big, and now they have priority over in that mid lane as well.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to shove this lane, and they've had such good minion wave control because War have been unable to push any further than about halfway through their jungle. So they have been unable to put these minion waves, putting pressure on naturally onto the PSG side of the lanes. And now we are looking at almost 7,000 gold in the lead here, or just over 7,000 gold in the lead here. PSG have been able to consistently apply pressure from the mid game, and this is just the PSG that we have not yet seen. We have not seen anything like this from PSG previous, and I mean, this could really upset the balance of things.
Another turret falls without a mere contestation from War. That miasma, something we only just briefly touched on from Blanc, is just stopping AOD walking up to these turrets. Forget the Caitlyn traps, you can put them down, but if you can't step up even next to it when miasma's down near it, it's so hard for them to clear the way, because what wave clear do they have?
But more importantly, it's also stopping Woolite getting up, it's stopping Larson getting up. Larson, although Phosphorus Bomb is got pretty good range, you could put Miasma behind the turret and he will have to commit really hard to get that Phosphorus Bomb down, which is a major form of his wave clear, you know, besides those rockets. So I think they're doing a great job. I mean, what they have been doing is just using the split push pressure that they've had. You know, you've had the ability for Sartorius to beat JWoww through the majority of this game. Renekton has not yet fallen off. He's still beating him and shoving lanes out. He's still beating him on a 1v1 basis. And then they just sent Blanc down to the side lane because they knew that he could shove waves quickly. And with Baron buff, that's an incredible facet to have with your team. You just shove the wave really quickly. And even if you aren't particularly good at pushing turrets yourself, like a Cassiopeia, the Baron buff wave does it for you. And then Larsen's not going to be able to clear a Baron buff wave the same way that he would be able to clear a non-Baron buff wave. So it's just an easy way of getting pressure onto turrets by splitting your focus up.
Storms are coming, and the Storm has got PSG's letters just in the clouds. But this is the stage of the game where their decision-making really comes through and shows its shining light, right? And it's something they have struggled with, but they seem like a brand new team. They really do. Where has this team been throughout the whole of CS? I don't know, but I'm really enjoying watching their macro level play. They don't have to take these fights, and they're aware of that.
This has been clean from PSG as well. It has been one of the cleanest games that I have seen all Challenger Series, let alone from PSG. And that's a big thing to say. They have barely given up anything as Sartorius jumps in. That might be a little bit too deep.
2v2, yeah, he does. Does use that flash, has got the dominance, but Nardius is going to come through, and he still has the arrow on the board. Clyde does land the cocoon on AOD. That's a 3-man cataclysm, but War just getting scattered. Black is going to come through with the ghost. All the protection in the world from Clyde. They lose a member out of all of that, and they couldn't even take down Sartorius.
And Sartorius was the key factor there. I call this the distraction theory. Sartorius stands in the front of the lineup, and he is so impending and so sort of, I want to say dominant, but dominance would be far too of a pun. He's so dominant there that you can't avoid him. You can't avoid dealing damage to him because he is a threat in his own right. He has a stun, he has big damage coming up from the Colmamique. And with that front line there, Ash and Blanc are untouched, and JWoww, who is supposed to be the person that puts pressure on the back line of the PSG lineup, is not tanky enough. As you can see, he's literally sitting on Mercury Treads, and I think that's Fist of Jarum.
Jarum's Fist.
Yeah, Jarum's Fist. He's literally sitting on Mercury Treads and Jarum's Fist as his tanky items right now. Black Cleaver kind of half tanky, but not really. He gets shredded in seconds against this PSG backline. He cannot pressure the PSG backline. Neither really can Dan. So you just have Sartorius tanking damage from Larsen and Woolite, and the front line of War gets absolutely decimated by PSG because they have that item advantage, they have the damage advantage, and they have the protection from Sartorius. The back line then gets exposed and War are forced to retreat, and then they have nothing left. And you saw it in that fight. I think the top lane matchup was really key, George. I think you hit the nail on the head.
Absolutely. You get JWoww behind, he jumps in, he gets one shot, and then the rest of War just kind of laid bare and say, okay, we got Dan, maybe. Oh, looking for a cataclysm. That's a 3-man. 2 members flash out, though. They're going to jump straight onto Clyde. Will they find another kill? He does use the repel. Dan's going to come in with the absolute zero. Here we go. Woolite's coming online. Double kill for him. Nardius.
Where does his health go?
Well, Woolite just took it out with a couple of clean headshots. Sartorius is off to the side. Couldn't even make the teleport play in. War now turning the handle, turning the, I don't know, the faucet, like you said a minute ago. They're going to be able to take this next turret without too much contention because they don't have Clyde and Nardius for that wave clear.
What a time to make a play as well, because Nardius is down, the Engager's gone, Kirea's gone, he's got the smite, Baron has just come up, and this is a Nunu, Caitlyn, Corki. They should be very quickly able to pressure this, although you do have to respect the fact that Blanc is one of the better defensive mages for a Baron fight because she has got so much zonal control with that miasma and the poison. War look very reluctant to commit to this fight, and I think it's probably the right decision given how powerful Blanc is, just having finished that Void Staff as well.
Yeah, he's sitting on 4 completed items to 2 of Larsen right now. Does have 2 components, but he's sat on that BF sword and the Hex Drinker for a fair amount of time.
It's only about 1,000 gold between these two. Larsen, again, has been one of the shining aspects of the War composition, ahead in CS still hitting item spikes at relevant times as the Mountain Drake just gets deposited in PSG's back pocket. Only been 3 Drakes down this game. War have picked up 1. Oh, 4 even.
4. That's the 4th one. So that was triple Mountain as well. That was... Oh, if you're War and you're looking at that and you're going, oh, our siege
we could have had that. Yeah, we could have
totally had that. Can you imagine? Caitlyn 2 hitting turrets.
And if you thought that
not to be.
If you thought that Baron went down, let's just talk about this again. This was just a surprising engage. I mean, they just caught PSG out. They caught it into a 45. I mean, Woolite just untouched.
Woolite's positioning.
But then again, this is the difference that the PSG lineup has without their tank. They don't actually have a tank.
Oh, they're going to go for another engage, though. That's going to be a beautiful hour onto Woolite. He's going to use that cleanse away. Nardius gets picked off. It was a cataclysm used onto Blanc, but still kiting on this Cassiopeia, healing up. Sartorius has entered the fray, though. Gets knocked up not once, but twice. And now they're going to jump on AOD. He's the next casualty of War. Kirei secures the kill, is repelled in midair, and now Woolite wants to get the damage down. Dan, using that blood boil on him, makes him a very scary target. So PSG, happy with the 2-for-1 trade, end up backing off.
You see the difference in these fights when War engage without Sartorius being there. There is no one to protect them and soak damage from Larsen and Woolite when Sartorius is off to the side. And I think They've just picked up a kill. I mean, is this PSG just coming apart at the seams when it mattered the most?
I told you, and we mentioned it before, their late game decision-making just hasn't really been there. So clean in the early, but now War just picking them apart at the seams. Sartorius off to the side. Kirei just can't make his way into the Baron pit. That'll be a Baron going over to War.
I mean, you talked about it. The late game decision-making of PSG has been fairly lackluster throughout their performances. We were praising them so much. Their mid-game macro was good, their laning phase was good, and then it came to when it really mattered, the end-game decision-making to close out a game, and they split their team up. The only person that matters realistically in being the deciding factor in these PSG team fights has been Sartorius there to soak damage. And Sartorius wasn't there to soak damage in both of the times that JWoww has forced the engages. And do you know what I really like about War? They are decisive in the late game when it matters. Sartorius not there, doesn't have teleport, engage, because we can just burn through them with this Caitlyn and this Corki. And they did. And as soon as Sartorius came back into the fight, Jaws, suddenly they had to disengage because he's this tanky monster that they can't get through.
I don't think that with that teleport he's going to be much use, right? I mean,
it's too late, right? Teleport's too late. Teleport is too late because the burst damage from Larssen and Woolite is just too strong. And everybody on PSG's side of things that isn't a Renekton, everything that isn't a Renekton is going to get blown up by Caitlyn and blown up by Courtly. Even Kirei, who I think made the right decision at the start to go so aggressive with this build. He's now reconsidered and said, okay, I do actually need to survive here in these team fights because I am also getting blown up. So without Sartorius there, I think that we got to the point where PSG can no longer afford to split push. Because if they split push and War pull the trigger with the JWoww engage, the teleport's too late. You've already lost the fight by the teleport's channeled.
That is the big trigger. It is JWoww. He literally pulls it, bam, just cataclysms. Even onto one person, they still make one pick off. You have all the follow-up in the world. Dan to even just throw down his ultimate and say, you want to step in that circle? That's fine. Because we're going to do a lot of damage to you. There's no way you can actually make it to our backline. And now Woolite and Larssen are pretty much free to do just even basic attacks. Larssen's shredding them with his Gatling gun as well. And now PSG, they aren't anywhere near behind in terms of gold, but now the pressure has just been relieved slightly from War.
I guess the question you ask Kirei is, did he need to go as aggressive as having this Leandri's Torment? I think it's a very standard build for Elise, don't get me wrong. But when you have a Cassiopeia and an Ashe who is ahead, do you need to invest that much into being an offensive member of the team? Or can you do something similar to Dan, go a more of a defensive Elise build and be used for peeling with the Cocoon, be used for a bit more of CC or bot, and you always have that percentage damage built into your kit, right? Because if you look at War now, that's a Locket the Iron Solarian, Knight's Vow picked up for Dan. Woolite is a very, very safe member of the team. Gargoyle's Stone Point now finished for JWoww. We are suddenly getting to the point where this is a very, very convincing front line for War, which about 5 minutes ago it was not. And that was when PSG were having success.
I mean, even Larssen now has picked up the Infinity Edge. So getting those 3 items under his belt, picked up an extra Zeal as well. He's doing a lot of damage. And like I said, Corki, every single item he finds and picks up is a massive power spike for him. And that AoE damage as well from War is pretty spectacular. I mean, JWoww jumps in with the Catechism. I mean, Woolite with the Q, yeah, can do AoE damage, but Larssen comes in with a big Phosphorus Bomb on whoever that is. Gatling guns forward. It's just so much potential for them to pick off one target. And PSG's composition was built around making picks, and now they can't find them. War fighting them 5-on-5 and going, okay, come at us.
This is a really nuanced point, but PSG can no longer afford to split push because of the need to have an instantaneous front line. Remember the engage from JWoww is instantaneous. It is an EQ combo that is a much shorter range than the Ashe Arrow. It happens and forces the engage in an instant. The Ashe Arrow often takes a little bit of time to follow up on it. We're talking a matter of seconds here, but when you compare that to a channel of a teleport, JWoww probably has time to teleport to a fight if an engage happens. We just talked about it, we don't think Sartorius does, because it's an instantaneous engage from J4. It's not that instantaneous from Ashe because the arrow has travel time, you have to follow up on the arrow, that gives time for teleports. All of a suddenly it's falling apart at the seams for PSG.
They just lost 2 turrets, the second tier in the bottom lane. Oh, Cocoon does land onto Woolite. There's the miasma. Sartorius is around to the side. Has popped that Dominus, goes straight in, but just gets flagged and dragged. Dan pops the ultimate as well. Dominus isn't going to be enough to save, and he jumps straight in the Cataclysm, who's done 4 people up. PSG aren't going to fall down just yet, though. They are still kiting back No casualties of war, but look at those blinking health bars on PSG. Just forces them to retreat.
Look at the summoners. Every single flash was used in that fight. Every single summoner, apart from the Ignite, Teleport, and Smite, was used in that fight for PSG, and they escaped with their bare lives. Look at War flash up on AOD, flash up on Woolite, flash up on Larson, and flash up on Dan. They did not feel pressured enough to have to use their emergency escape buttons. PSG did. This is the late game prowess of the War composition coming into full effect. Sartorius has started to fall off as a tank. Penetration is coming through for Caitlyn. Suddenly the armor is meaning less and less. I think PSG lost their time slot. They've checked out. War have taken over.
War just execute their comp fairly easily. It's an easy comp to execute, right? You set up at turrets, you put traps down, you wait until PSG make a move and then jump on them. JWoww's done a fantastic job of engaging, being this big engagement. He jumps in, pops gargoyles and goes, okay, so try and kill me now. You saw Sartorius jump in, pop his gargoyles and Dominus and then go, oh, I'm in amongst 5 people. I'm pretty dead right now.
Let's be fair though. JWoww did get a great EQ combo onto Renekton, trying to find a flank there. So this is a big quick take. This is with double Elder Dragon. I don't know if this is going to go down.
Come out on Dan. It is going to go over to PSG. Sartorius has popped Dominus on the sidelines. Can they make an entrance into this fight? War, there's a lot of disengage. They still have that Glacial Fissure to their name. They do just disengage from this one. PSG maybe looking for a little something here. Cocoon does go out. Sartorius is going to come round once more. That Dominus, look how big that guy is with the Gargoyle Stoneplay, but just can't make anything happen. Even Blanc with a Miasma just can't find the footing in to these fights.
Yeah, that was maybe War disrespecting the amount of damage a double Mountain Drake does to an Elder Dragon team. But again, it is a shorter buff to play around with than the Baron. And again, they have to force the issue to be able to use this Elder Dragon. And remember, the wave clear is now incredible from War because you've got that ability for Caitlyn to just snipe from range. She clears things so quickly with the Rapid Fire Cannon and Static Shiv. You've got Larson, who's getting up there towards his late game build. He'll clear things with the Static Shiv Rapid Fire Cannon build very quickly. And you have to force now for PSG, but you might be forced to force it under turret, and that might not be an area that you wish to fight in.
You have to go now.
You do.
Like you said, that buff doesn't last as long as Baron is a little less impactful as well because those minions aren't buffed up. Oh, Sartorius using that teleport on that front cannon minion. That is going to be one dead turret very shortly. Nice trap on Sartorius.
Oh, here we go.
JWoww's going to jump in. That's a wild globe onto Nardius to keep him alive. And now AOD can't find his way into the fight, but Woolite is going to find the kill onto Kirei. They still cannot find the last hit onto that turret. They're going to need to tank it for a little bit. But having one member down did not deter them. PSG, they do break the base of War. Now what is War's response?
I think they'll just be happy they didn't lose any more from an Elder Dragon buff fight. They got a kill in a 5v5 brawl, and they lost one turret for it. With an Elder Dragon buff, you'd probably say that that was a small victory because you could have lost a lot more. That could have been a game-ending play from PSG had War not played it correctly. I love the way they peeled back, realizing that they cannot get locked into a full-on brawl, especially with an Ashe with Elder Dragon buff. That's incredibly powerful, as a Cassiopeia is, two incredibly powerful champions to have in your squad when you've got the Elder Dragon buff. So again, I think War count as a victory, and with Baron spawning now and Kirei not being up and available, this will go down very quickly for War, and this is going to be a 4v5 force, you feel.
It's very hard to smite away from a Nunu as well. Sartorius trying to step up to the plate, but it isn't going to be enough. He actually steps on a trap instead. Blanc trying to, again, just find his way in with that Miasma, but just cannot step far forward. Because Woolite will be there with the headshot. Sartorius actually popping Dominus. Again, does have the Gargoyles available. And the GA now. Did pick that up on his last back. But another Baron does go over to War. Again, PSG on a knife's edge right now. You said twisting it earlier. Well, War have taken it out themselves and just kind of, you know, dropped on the
they've done some medic level first aid right now. This has been a great way of alleviating it. Who knew that the best way to remedy a twist of the knife is to pull it out and stab it in your opponent, because that's what they've done with these J4 engages against PSG. Those two engages, they caught a 4v5, they took Sartorius out of the fight because he wasn't in position, didn't have teleport to get there quickly enough. And that has allowed War to get their foot, their knee, and now their whole body back to the door.
Pull the trigger again. Cocoon, Sartorius has that blast cone. He's going to use it. He's going to get over the wall, but they do find Kirei. Nadia sends the arrow in. He's only going to stop one member up. That's going to be AOD popping that Glacial Fissure to dissuade PSG. Redemption to heal them all up. Sartorius' GA was popped in that fight. So that's going to be one big cooldown now for PSG.
Yeah, that's a huge cooldown for them to proc. Sartorius suddenly becomes a juicier target having lost that. But again, the way you play these fights against Cassiopeia is got to be very careful. Once Miasma is up, you have to back off. You have to be able to allow the space for that to disappear, and then you try and follow up after it. Blank is doing such a good job of essentially separating the War squad. He puts the Miasma behind the Jarvan. You might think that's counterproductive, but by doing that, it means that War can't follow up as easily on a J4 engage because it basically zones them out. So every time that J4 engages, the distance traveled by the EQ combo has been filled with a miasma, and that means that War are finding it very difficult to capitalize on these cataclysms, and it's why JWoww is having to flash out every time because he's getting isolated. Think of it like a Zyra ultimate when you used to have Zyra against an Olaf. It's doing essentially the same thing, separating one of the key tanks from the team, and then because you are now in the late game, tanks don't last as long as they should do. They get burst down fairly quickly as well.
Speaking of getting bursted down, that tier 2 turret in the top lane will fall. War making good use of this Baron buff now, sieging up this base turret, this inhib turret for PSG. Ace in the hole, will find Blank, takes a little bit of damage, but what can they do? Are they going to be able to pull this trigger? Without Sartorius, it's going to be a no-go. He is off to the side once again. Does that gargoyle? Is it literally just come off cooldown as well? JWoww's going to face check him here. Kirei's going to find the cocoon as well. It's a lot of damage, but he is very tanky. Flag and drag. Isn't going to quite find him. And still has that blast cone as well to escape if he needs to. But now Woolite, look what he's doing. Setting up these traps. This is their composition, this sieging late game comp coming online for War.
They need to be very careful. Big engage from the Ashe onto Larssen.
Oh, Larssen does get stunned up, but Sartorius very hesitant to go in. Kirei taking a lot of damage onto the side as well. As soon as Woolite gets an inkling where that creepy spider is, he's just going to take a couple of pot shots, and that's going to be his health bar melting. Yeah,
I mean, this is late game Caitlyn. If you can't get onto her, she will kite you for days. They're going to just shove this turret here. This should be an easy inhibitor tower take. A little bit dangerous, though.
And just taking this one up. Sartorius is going to go in, though. He's going to slice and dice his way to the back line, but he gets exhausted. Nadius finds one kill onto JWoww. Petrifying Gaze to swap 3 people. Woolite is just going to be the next casualty of the fight. Larssen is going to just flash away. AOD coming up pretty big, but wasn't able to just make sure the rest of his team were able to follow. Blank with a double kill is going to chase Larssen. Dan is going to make his way out as well. That Blood Bowl speed up is going to speed him and Larssen to safety, but Blank, not as deterred, is going to still chase them. Hero actually just flashed over the wall. Cocoon, is it going to hit? It's going to hit a minion instead. Worth a try, though, and still managing to pick up 3 kills. They do take the inhibitor turret in the top lane, though.
All of that chasing time is giving a bit of time over to War. There's a nice juicy target, that bot lane inhibitor, but they are shoving the mid lane to be able to rotate from mid lane inhibitor turret to the bot lane inhibitor. There should be 2 inhibitor losses if PSG play this right for War, off the back of potentially an over-aggressive move onto that top lane inhibitor turret, and that is a great turnaround for PSG. I think essentially because Larssen got caught with the arrow, and then Sartorius able to capitalize on a very, very low JWoww. This will be 2 inhibitors, I think, for free here.
This is 2 Mountain Drake PSG as well.
They basically 2-shot those inhibitors. That was crazy.
Nadius goes 1, Blank goes 2, 3 inhibitor falls.
That was a tough move for War. They were in such a commanding position, and they overextended, especially JWoww tanking so much damage throughout the course of that. What is where are you, JWoww?
JWoww, little loss, my friend. GPS a little awry. There's going to be a petrifying gaze into the arrow, into the knock-up. Still quite tanky. Is going to fall to Nadius. Popped absolutely everything to keep himself alive.
Did he teleport there? He teleported there.
He teleported there, yeah. That's what happened. Did pop Locket, did pop Gargoyles, everything. Was thrown out, but he does end up going down.
I guess that was one of those let's engage on the moments again, but he teleported way too far away from his team, and you can see now War have gone back into full turtle. A game that PSG, in all righteousness, let's have a look at this again. I think a lot of it is Larssen getting caught out by the initial arrow.
JWoww going very low. You can see Sartorius jumping on the back line, but look at where Nadius is. He's just free hitting and that petrifying gaze.
What a great petrifying gaze there onto Woolite. It was absolutely perfectly timed from Blank, and like you said, JWoww taking too much damage. I think he overestimated how tanky he was. He got chunked to half before that fight even took place. Just before that fight, Larssen got hit with the arrow and forced War on the defensive. A great decisive move from PSG, as it's another 8 seconds and JWoww will come back online. You do need to still play it carefully for PSG here, though, you feel, because in a teamfight situation, if it goes the way it should do, War have got a very, very solid way of pressuring the late game. Look at that wave clear from Woolite as well. Insane.
Static Shift just annihilates the caster minions.
I think War just need to pull the trigger, unfortunately. They can't just allow PSG to sit there and push minion waves into them, because that's exactly what PSG would like to do. They want to avoid, I think, the 5v5 team fights. You also need to look at the fact that Elise is now getting tanky. She is starting to become a front line for the PSG squad. Admittedly, will still go down into a couple of shots of Caitlyn, but tankier than she was before. At least she won't get 2-shot this time round.
Well, Baron is up in 30 seconds, as well as that Dragon. Well, Elder Drake even up in 1 minute and 5 seconds. Now, PSG, both of these buffs are extremely important to them. If they do manage once more to get the Elder Drake, uh-oh, hang on a second. There's a J4 ultimate straight onto Clive, but Nadia's doing a lot of damage in the free backline. Sartorius finds a kill onto JWoww. The Petrifying Gaze lands onto a couple of members of War, slowing them up, but they are going to use that for their retreat. Miasma not quite finding anybody. Once more, JWoww pulls the trigger, but Nadius is there just to cut him down.
Far too disconnected from the team. He's making these plays where the team can't easily follow up, and he's being isolated so easily. Had Flash to potentially get out there, but I think he was locked up, and they're going to give Baron straight over for PSG. This has been a circus of a game in the late game here. It has gone one way, it's gone the other way, and now all PSG need to do is shove this Baron wave into that top lane inhibitor turret, and they'll be well on their way to their first victory in the European Challenger Series, and that will do some serious upsets in terms of tiebreakers as well, potentially.
Come down to the circus. We got a creepy spider, we got a crocodile thing, we got a snake, we got a Yeti. With a guy riding it as well. Sartorius is going to just proxy farm the wave in mid.
I never...
It's a little dude.
It's a little dude.
Willem. Oh,
Wilhelm. Willem. No, Willem is the... No, Nunu is the name of the dude. Willem is the name of the Yeti.
Nunu is the name of the dude.
It is actually, I think.
You're probably right.
Medic can nod his head. He's nodding his head.
He's got it. Well, that Baron taken by PSG is going to make their lives a heck of a lot easier. Looking for a small engage here. AOD, if you step up too far forward, you're going to find yourself a cocoon. They're going to jump on him. There comes the ultra from Dan just to make sure, you know, no more members of PSG step up. Sartorius going fairly low, but that Gargoyle Stoneplay doing a lot of work. Go. Still has GA available, so he's going to come up in a couple of seconds, which means War just cannot push forward into this choke. He does come up, lands on a trap. There's the Wild Growth, slice and dice out, but it's not going to be enough. JWoww's going to come through with the Cataclysm onto Blind, onto Nadius, but again, just gets cut down where he stands. PSG turning this fight around. Dan's going to fall to Nadius. That's a double kill. Keyray trying to find another entrance into War, but Woolite and Larson just cannot step anywhere far forward. JWoww and Dan fall. 2 main tanks gone. Elder Drake over to PSG.
They can't get anywhere near to this Cassiopeia when JWoww commits. The Miasma comes down and Woolite and Larson can't get through. Elder Dragon goes down so quickly. This should be a shove down the mid for PSG. And this could be PSG getting their first win here. What a way to do it. It has been a complete mess of a game. War just need 1 point from this series and they secure themselves playoffs. But if they do not win here, they might find themselves losing their glass slipper and going out.
Oh, AOD just gets cut down.
Goodness me.
My goodness, that shield was meant for Nadius to break. I mean, Inhibitor will come up, but they still have Baron buff minions with their Elder Drake as well.
Doubles.
Oh, Flash Cocoon. Keyray isn't going to be able to find Woolite. Woolite with the happy fingers does manage to flash away, but that's 2 inhibitors down now for War.
Let's teleport up for Sartorius. He's going to teleport in. This is PSG going for the win right here, right now, without AOD on the field. Sartorius shoves in. This is going to be it.
JWoww has still got GA and he's still got that flag and drag, but look at the damage coming through PSG. Their health bars are blinking. They have to escape. Dan trying to chase up. They can't quite make the game just go any longer than this, apparently. 50 minutes on the clock almost.
I want to see the gold for... Wait a second. JWoww's making a teleport. A really long teleport.
He is. He's trying to make it happen, though. Home guard's still on him. He's still running in. Look at his legs go. He wants to make the engage. Can't quite find it onto Blank. The Cocoon does miss. There comes the Cataclysm onto 2 people, and Keyray is still going to survive. Look at the lock shield. Oh my goodness. Petrifying Gaze onto 1. Nunu ends up falling. And once again, PSG find the turnaround play. JWoww's going to hit the dust as well. Sartorius just cuts him down, and I just don't understand what's going on.
Where did Larson go?
So much health, so many shields, no one falls.
Did Larson have package and he packaged away from the fight?
Oh. Tearing my heartstrings now, PSG.
Literally tearing my heartstrings, everybody. This could be Super Minions getting the final turret of the game. Oh, what is going on here? And Larson could have... He could have packaged over the fight. At least that would have been impactful and he would have been able to get damage down. There were some people that were blinking health bars on the side of PSG. Larson might have been able to burst them, but he packaged away from the fight.
Larson, my man, what are you doing?
I don't know
what
what
the team is saying, but
he might have been like stuck on a miasma and had to just back out of it and then made a split decision, but I have no idea what's just happened at the end of this
Ray's
game.
a little bit caught. Blank is moving his way forward. That's a Cocoon on AOD. This could be pretty big. Kirei takes a lot of damage from Woolite. Ends up going down to the ace in the hole, but Sartorius is going to turret dive him. There goes the final turret of the game, and PSG, they're going to do it. They find their first win in the European Challenger Series.
Let's just let that sink in for a moment, because that is PSG finding their first win in the European Challenger Series in a 50 minutes game that realistically could have gone either way. Whoever was the ringleader of that late game, I give you major credit because you put on a show. That was that was incredible.
I was standing here laughing, jumping, doing the little running animation as Jarvan tried to get in there. Like, it was very fun to watch. If you don't care about good League of Legends.
Yeah,
if you want your game to be high quality, that was not a good game to watch.
I mean, it was PSG. About, like, you'd say 28 minutes of the game, PSG had complete dominance. They were taking turrets left, right, and center. Their mid-game macro rotations were fantastic. Their laning phase were fantastic. Then they split the team. Sartorius needed to be there to tank. Some really good catches by War got them back in. War suddenly started things rolling. Neutral objective control with Nunu. They went to the top lane and then threw the game.
But then PSG were like, oh no, have it back. It's like it's a hot potato or something.
It was a game of volleyball.
Throw
it
it
was
back to
spiking
you.
the game.
The Baron was the hot potato.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
It was so PSG played the early game really well. I think we can all admit that. Their ability to get out of that sort of laning phase very quickly was very strong from them. They were 8,000 gold ahead at 25 minutes. But then somehow at 40 minutes, they were only 1,000 gold ahead. And the game just snowballed and snowballed, slowed down until War's composition came online. We said it in Picks and Bans, if War can get this composition to late game, they should win. And then War were just like, nah, we're good. We'll let PSG take this one.
I think one of the things, and I think you saw it through multiple fights. I mean, that last fight was a bit interesting, but look, specifically this guy here, JWoww had been both a godsend and a dead weight for War in this game. He made some excellent engages, just like this one. That was beautiful. Beautiful synchronization from War, because the follow-up on the J4 engage was fantastic. But for every engage that they followed up on from JWoww, JWoww also made an engage that he basically solo jumped on the team and then died in an instant. So, I mean, this was JWoww doing good things, but JWoww also did some very bad things, which threw a lot of the team fights for War.
That right there, he jumped on Blanc, and Blanc stood there and went, okay, one-on-one me, that's fine. You have no MR apart from Merc Treads. And if he used it on the other side of the fight, where it was
a zoning tool, that fight. That wasn't exactly a bad play. The bad plays was these kind of ones where JWoww had taken like about 50% of his HP before the fight even started, but still felt that he could frontline.
I think there's a balance here as well, because we don't want to just rip into JWoww and say it was all his mistake. Obviously, War making calls, but PSG actually set up really well for flanks a lot of the time as well. You saw Sartorius there. This fight, again, JWoww like pushes forward, they get the GA, but what they're not doing is realizing this Ashe has 6 items. Like, she hasn't even got boots. She is a full 6-item AD carry, and if you don't kill her early on, you're just going to lose. And this is why, actually, going all the way back to Picks and Bans, getting this Lulu for Cly really facilitated PSG here, because it meant if JWoww jumped in, they could still keep the AD carry safe.
This is that last engage. I really want to look at Larson. Let's just keep our eye on Larson, because actually JWoww did a really good engage here. Backed off a little bit quickly, but there was a good follow-up.
Oh, the arrow comes in, but like he could Valkyrie up.
He could Valkyrie up, and that might have changed the fight. The problem is that that was a good 5 seconds of the fight where Larson did nothing. I do like the fact that he dodged the arrow, but he could have dodged up, I think.
What's a tiny, like, minuscule as well from Blanc. His petrifying gazes this game have been fantastic.
Good. They were so good.
It's silly to think about, but you've got this massive, stunning ultimate that's complete zone potential. You're always kind of scared of approaching it, and then as soon as everybody does, he's so patient in holding on to it. Halfway through the fight, he'll pop it because everybody's facing him, because that's how Woolite does that.
I think Blanc was MVP for me this game.
Absolutely.
I think obviously Ashe was fantastic, but Blanc, his zoning tools in the fight, the way he placed his miasma, the way he consistently kited backwards, took on 1v1s when he knew he could. MVP for me this game. And actually, Jaws, I mean, you're currently sitting in... We've already lost our predictions.
But the fact that Jaws at 25 minutes was like, oh, I'm totally right. I'm the best. My predictions are the best. And then at 40 minutes, it was like, oh maybe I'm... oh, no, remember when we said in Picks and Bans that War are better later on? I'm actually going to give my MVP to Cly. Okay. I think Cly was just his Lulu shielding and his wild goats were really on point.
Very,
And
very
PSG have taken their first win in the Challenger Series Summer Split. Is it the start of a great comeback? No, because they've only got one more game to go. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back to the European Challenger Series Summer Split. Paris Saint-Germain have been able to secure the first win in a match for the entirety of this split of CS. Can they take the series up against Wind and Rain? Well, we'll find out in just a couple of minutes. I'm Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and I am joined by Kieran at Scoundrel Low and Jack Jaws right on the desk. Less colourful shirts on that side. I looked at Twitch chat for a moment during the opening segment. People think I've got my mum's skirts and have made it into a shirt.
I thought you got your grandma's curtains, but...
Yeah, I don't think my grandma was like, she wasn't growing up in the 70s. I feel this is a bit too hippie for my grandma.
Maybe.
She was more sort of 40s, 50s.
I quite like it, actually.
Yeah, I quite like it as well, which is the reason I'm wearing it.
I've got a really basic shirt, you know, like a... It's actually,
basic like the
actually, it's quite
person
nice.
you are. And like PSG have been up until now. They do take the first win over War. It was a bit of a circus. It was a bit of a fiesta, let's be honest, guys. Do you think that PSG will be able to take the series from here, or do you think War are going to even it out?
If they play like that against the composition that War was so comfortable on, I mean, look, War made mistakes, but PSG made really good, decisive moves when they needed to. Yes, I mean, like, I'm doing like yes and no. They threw a lot, but they also made some of the really,
They were able to catch at times as well.
Exactly.
So.
They also did have some really good team fights in the late game, and you know they knew when to finish, they knew when they could pressure, and if they play like that in the second game of the series, I feel like my prediction is going to be dead wrong. It could be a 2-0 for PSG.
Their early game was just so clear. It was actually really not only fascinating to watch, but really pleasant to watch. It was very well orchestrated, just took War out of the game completely, it seemed. But then, yeah, they did make mistakes, and JWoww was the standout player for War for sure, making the engagements. But, I mean, it depends if War can tighten up there late and actually play the competition.
I think War needs to tighten up there early, because I think if they don't go into the 25-minute at 8k behind, I think they win that game before it gets to those late-game crazy team fights where they're trying to make these teleport engages.
The first 15 minutes of that game, it's like the Emperor's New Groove meme. You know, Clucks or whatever it is.
This is going to be good. I've never seen Emperor's New Groove. Have you seen Emperor's New Groove? This is going to be a great meme, guys. Let's go. So Clucks in the Emperor's New Groove.
You know the guy that does this, he goes... that guy.
Oh, yes.
That's
okay,
the first 15 minutes of that game. I was just thinking of that meme in my head. I was like, yeah, this is clean. This is a nice, clean game from PSG. Like, they are making such good rotations. They're responding towards pressure, and we're into picks and bans.
There we are. Straight on into it. Just as a note for any of our tie fans, I know we're all Europeans, so we love ties. Can no longer have a three-way tie. So we're no longer going to have those extra games on Wednesday.
Not even
because with that, the maximum amount of points that Wind and Rain can get are 6. They cannot tie with Schalke 04 at 8 points, so we cannot have a three-way tie. We can still have a two-way tie, so we might still have one extra match.
Well, actually, if PSG...
If PSG win this game, we can't have we can still have a two-way tie for second place.
Yeah, we could, but that would be RB losing 0-2 to Origin, which...
No, RB would have to beat Origin.
Sorry.
Let's not get into that. We cannot have a three-way tie anymore. That's the
There we go. Well, let's have a look at the picks.
Oh, I know. Sorry, I was thinking about a two-way tie between... Yeah, there are two...
Can you remember that bit in Emperor's New Groove where the guy shuts up? Paris Saint-Germain have banned out Twitch, Cogmore and Galio once again. Wind and Rain have got rid of the Zaki at least.
If you watch the film, they never
Can we please talk about picks and bans?
We're not watching the film.
PSG have first pick, and Thresh is still available for them if they want it.
Okay, there we go.
I got there just about in time.
But seriously, they don't shut up.
Talk about Wind and Rain for me.
Yeah, okay, so what have they got available for them here? Again, Larsen has shown a bit of priority when he wants to get that Corki, but I imagine he might want to even pick up the Cassiopeia this game to take that away from Blanc. I don't expect PSG pick that up on next rotation unless they felt it was so integral to their composition that they needed to.
Okay.
So Larsen has got incredible prowess on Cassiopeia. If he wants it, he has to pick it up now, which would be a little bit out of the blue. I would feel that they might give, well, like Ashe, for instance, which was what was the priority over for PSG. So I like this from Wind and Rain. You are limiting one of the major factors that made PSG good last game, which was Nardius on this Ashe.
I don't think you don't take the Ashe. Like, now you force Nardius onto...
Double negative.
I
mean, these two teams, it's kind of fitting.
Oh, good gee. All right. Well, Kaelin's been taken away, Cogmore and Twitch. Now Nardius is forced to play something not out of his wheelhouse by any means, because there's still something like a Kalista available, but taking the Ashe away, which was such a pinnacle to PSG's composition, was very important. And just going back to the midpoint very quickly, let's say that's the last. Actually, counter-pick Blanc is going to be important for Larsen, just making sure you can get an even matchup in that mid lane.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you pick Cassiopeia early again anymore, because you saw that they picked the Corki, so it was a good matchup for the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, you could pick Syndra. There's so many things you can counter.
There are plenty of bad matchups.
Jhin is still available here for PSG if they want it. The Trist as well, something that we've seen a lot in NALCS and, of course, in EU from Reckless for a while.
Whoa. Oh, I thought they just locked
Yeah,
in.
I heard the lock-in noise as well. I was like, really? Kassadin straight away? But yeah, still a lot of options for these two teams. The question is, are we going to see that mixed draft in the first phase that we saw in the last game? Are we going to have different roles open for the teams coming into that second phase?
The safer thing, whoa, okay, they take the likely going to be JWoww's Jace here. I know that Larssen has played a bit, but you tend to see Jace moving to the top lane these days. Which does mean you can start getting jungle bans coming up for PSG. And if you're a PSG side, you probably say, let's put Dan off Nunu, for instance, because it's been something that he's defaulted to quite heavily. So you say, get rid of Nunu for Dan, make him a little bit less impactful because they've already lost Elise, you've already lost Zach. I think jungle bans could be the way to go here for PSG.
It makes a lot of sense. And it's, again, Nunu not only good with Caitlyn, he's good with Jace as well. If Jace wants to kind of come and help, he's not going to be split pushing 24/7. I mean, JWoww did a good job of entering team fights when he needed to, and having that on the Ashe is going to be pretty big. There's the Nunu ban. I can't imagine we weren't going to see it. But now, what else do you ban out here if you're PSG? Do you target the mid lane here?
I think Shen is still a ban against Sartorius. The Rumble as well does work well. When you have these compositions that want to group up and take towers early on, which is what PSG have been trying to do.
They're just making sure that Jace doesn't have bad matchups because Rumble is a pretty bad matchup.
Gnar is still on the cards. Sartorius isn't a well-known Gnar player. He's not like Wonder from Spice, but he's still a very good all-around top laner. So the Gnar is an option. Now, Sejuani, like people raise their eyes at this ban, although it's now been seen a lot in EU and NALCS. Before this week, you would have said, why are you banning Sejuani? And then you saw it a few times. It's like, okay, incredibly tanky, works well with Gargoyle Stoneplate, a huge amount of armor, basically unkillable, is incredibly powerful when used correctly.
This has been something that Dan pulled out previously, and we saw how powerful it was in those siege scenarios, the ability to just force people away from turrets because they don't want to get locked up by the lane-wide ultimate from Maokai. Dan has played this before, and you're right, Medic, they are going for the last pick counter for Larssen. I think that is something that is very important to War because they have shown that Larssen has been one of the standout performers in terms of the laning phase of War, and that has been something that it was so crucial to PSG's success last time. And what I really like what WinR Rain have done here is they've kind of made sure that they don't have too many lane-dominant matchups in PSG's favor.
So it could be the Gragas top here with this Kha'Zix hover from PSG. There's still that flexibility within their roster for the time being. Could still, of course, take that Gragas into the jungle, something we've seen Kairi do a few times.
J4's not banned here. I mean, J4 with... All right, okay, Kha'Zix it is, and I guess Gragas up in the top lane. I was going to say, J4's still available, and even just locking someone in with someone like a Talia on your team, good luck getting out of that. Like, there's no absolute way you're going to be able to move if Talia and J4 are on top of your face. But taking this Kha'Zix into the jungle, something that Dan's played very early on with not much success, I'm wanting to see Kirei come through with it because he has played Rengar as well, another very early game aggressive jungler. I want to see what he's going to do. They actually do end up locking in the Castin as their last pick for WinR Rain, so teasing it a little bit earlier and having that one in their pocket for this 1-3-1 split push composition coming out from WinR Rain with a lot of siege potential as well. There's so many facets to their composition that I actually really enjoy.
This is, like you said, likely going to move into the scenario where you have Jace in a side lane, Castin in a side lane, and they join fights where necessary. Like Jaws alluded to, Siege is good because you've got double AD. Double AD is always going to be good with Siege, but the potential to force people off turrets, and if they stick around with the potential for them to be blown up is huge from WinR Rain, because if you just throw down the Maokai Nature's Grasp and it just starts to roll out, and then just... Have I just got the skill name wrong again, or are you laughing at me?
No, it's Nature's Grasp.
Because last week I got it wrong. I called it Root Claw all the time with Ivan, and you were laughing at me. But yeah, you throw out the Nature's Grasp, and then the ability to capitalize on that is so good because you've got so much dive off the Ashe Arrow. Nature's Grasp comes out, Ashe Arrow comes out, Castin gets in and slam dunks you. I mean, there's so many ways to punish people staying around in Nature's Grasp here for WinR Rain. But again, you have the Kha'Zix and the Maokai matchup here. It might be difficult Maokai in the jungling phase because Kha'Zix will look to try and duel him. Maokai not known as one of the best duelists in the game, especially early games. So
I was actually thinking of the Maokai skin when I laughed. I was like,
oh, yeah.
Oh, there's little cats coming out.
Can you avoid isolation if you put down saplings? Because technically it's a teammate, isn't it? So you could...
Is it coded as a minion?
Probably. Everything's coded as a minion. You could sapling, Twisted Advance, and then by the time you finish the Twisted Advance, you've got your Courage of the Colossus proc, so you've got a huge amount of health there. You've got the Sap Magic passive as well, so you get health back.
True counter.
And you can't taste your fear damage. It's not isolation. So
I wonder. I don't know if I've never seen that interaction. I just haven't seen it.
Hopefully we will at some point in this game. Quick predictions for this game, guys?
I want to go War to stick with my original one. For
okay, well, you've gone for War. Let's go, X-Scoundrel.
I actually want to go for War again.
Okay.
I think it was a blip last game. I definitely think they showed prowess, and I think it's going to be a war game.
Both of you thinking war. Let's get onto the Summoners with Paris Saint-Germain taking on war. Take it away.
He's avoiding it. Medic's avoiding his own prediction. He's run off. He's just run.
Doesn't want to be wrong, but he already is. And he is wearing the Maokai skin. Thank goodness for that. And one small interaction as well with Dan's ultimate. You could put Sartorius at the front, very tanky, to soak up that one root, and then everybody kind of lines up behind him. And then no one else gets rooted down, so that could be something we might end up seeing. But we're on to game number 2, PSG versus War. PSG finally finding their first win. Going for a small invade, though. Those small kitty cats will find 3 members of PSG, so they're going to have to back off rather sharply.
A lot of damage as well they took there. They just had to back out straight away. Now, PSG actually, we talked about Siege from Wind and Rain. PSG have got fantastic Siege, almost better Siege than Wind and Rain do in a sort of straight-up scenario. When we talk about Siege, we talk about the ability to step up to the turret with a minion wave and get something done, like getting enough damage onto the turret through one minion wave or getting the turret outright. And the things that make a good Siege composition is the ability to have a lot of consistent tower damage, the ability to threaten a dive if at all possible, and the ability to control zones around the tower, which is why people say that Orianna is good in Siege because the ball naturally controls zones. Caitlyn is good in Siege because the traps naturally control zones. You've got Tristana, who takes things very easily with the explosive shot. You've got Blanc, who can control zones with the Unraveled Earth and the Threaded Volley. And Sartorius, who can threaten the tower dive. And Cly, who can threaten the pick under tower. So those are the elements of this Siege composition for PSG that are good. So we talked about War having a good Siege composition because of the Nature's Grasp. PSG have got a pretty solid one as well. And if they can make a good laning phase and early rotations with Tristana, we could see another early game snowball for PSG.
It was so delectable to watch, in all honesty. But with Blanc as well being such a big roamer once he does hit level 6, almost matching Larson in that respect, Riftwalk versus the Talia wall will be quite interesting to see how effective Blanc is on this Talia pick. More of a safe mid laner like Orianna is. But now Nardius and Cly just receiving a lot of the treatment they gave War last game in getting pushed in. Blanc with a very early roam here. Level 2 onto JWoww. He's going to use that acceleration gate, but those small pebbles won't quite find the connection, so he's going to be quite safe to just back off.
They're going to start to shove in. That is a tough laning phase now for Woolite. Just being able to put pressure on Cly and Nardius. Cly unable to get huge amounts of pressure onto Woolite because obviously AOD is going to stand there and block those hooks, block any potential catch that Cly can make. Again, it's going to be one of those situations where I don't think Ignite is going to get burnt too early on in the laning phase. JWoww has got his Jace as well. Big flash engage up there.
Big flash engage onto JWoww. That's going to be a flash as well from Cly. JWoww is going to find himself going back to base. Kirei is going to pick up first blood. It's a really big advantage for him. Blowing the flash as well from JWoww is pretty huge.
Yeah, because they can continuously punish him now because, again, Sartorius can just look for body slams, he can look for slows. JWoww is going to be in a very tough position in the laning phase, and Kirei can choose to just step up there time and time again. Now, double flash burnt, remember? So that is quite a lot of expenditure for a singular kill onto JWoww, but it has shown that if PSG can get the advantage in that top lane, they do often are able to snowball things from there. But JWoww, I don't think, is in such a bad matchup that he's going to start to fall behind on a 1v1 basis like he did last time. You know, Gragas isn't going to dominate a Jace. But the combination of Kirei and Sartorius could be a real issue for JWoww as this goes on, especially as a Jace without flash is fairly vulnerable.
He hasn't got very many protective abilities to his name. He's got the acceleration gate for a small speeder, but Kirei is going to go for it again, but he is going to get spotted out by Dan, so he's going to know where he is.
Yeah, again, you expect this to happen now. Throughout the laning phase, Kirei has seen a weak spot. He's going to absolutely jab at that weak spot, and JWoww will be put under pressure again and again. And remember, if you can get Kirei snowballing, he's going to be a monster to Larson and Woolite in the mid game. As Larson,
oh no, Larson, no mana, not even level 6, gets jumped on.
Doesn't even need to flash,
so
though.
Punishing. Cly is going to find a hook on AOD, just to relieve that, a bit of that pressure from Nardius.
Larson knew that he didn't need to flash because he wasn't isolated, so he wasn't going to get blown up there. That was a really nice move by him. Can just teleport back to lane if necessary. Don't even need it. Yeah, he will do it right now.
Gonna have to teleport back. In fact, the Raptors are going to get taken. Oh, another teddy bear. Uh-oh. Blanc takes a little bit of damage, that percent damage, after the small rework of Maokai.
And again, Dan now coming up towards this top lane. Sartorius hasn't got a ward, So Dan is just judging his timing.
A little bit hesitant, but they are going to jump on him. Body slam onto JWoww. There comes the twist in advance. Courage of the Colossus going to give a lot of shielding. No flash on Sartorius. He's just going to get run down now. No defensive countermeasures. Dan just standing next to him. Can they actually execute the kill here? He is going to get under turret. There comes the twisting advance. One more hammer to the skies, but the body slam completely denies the kill. Action down in the bottom side though. Woolite's going to get ignited. They're going to chase up on him. Nadius is going to be very careful. A stun does land. A flash, a heal from Nadius. Does manage to get out nice and alive, but still 2 big summoners down from the Tristana. It's going to be, again, pretty big when they're facing up against Dan.
And 2 flashes available for Woolite and AOD. If Nadius and Clay are not careful, there could be a flash engage kill for War in that bot lane. They are shoving up, but here comes Kirei. There is flash available for Woolite. He has to be so careful because he could get burst so quickly here.
Kirei just leaps straight in. He wants this kill and he wants it now. Kirei finds his 2nd kill of the game. Fly tries to go for that flash flay, but the stand behind me from AOD will save himself.
And again, the laning phase dictated by Kirei's pressure on the map. And it's something that Dan has always classically struggled with. Whenever he's been put on something that is, you know, supposed to impact the map like a Kha'Zix, we saw War really struggle. When he gets put on the Nunu, he could just sit there, farm, take neutral objectives, he could play for the late game. And when Kirei is put on something that he's able to just pressure the laning phase with, PSG seem to have that advantage. This is looking very good from the get-go for PSG once more. We knew how long it took for them to sort of capitalize last game. It was a 15-minute stonker. We'll have to see if they can be a little bit quicker in gaining their advantage and capitalizing on it this time round.
Well, JWoww's doing a little bit better for himself up in this top lane, even though he did go down. Infernal Drake is going to be the first dragon of the day. Maybe we'll see Triple Infernal. We saw Triple Mountain last time. Maybe War have their sights set on this one. Dan and AOD now making fairly aggressive moves into Kirei's jungle.
They're trying to just, I think, pick out this red buff. They might even then try and go for a gank in the bot lane. I don't know. Like, they would be being very careful about their moves into that red side jungle, allowing AOD to clear that ward before Dan revealed himself. I think Kirei should realize this, though. He's either coming to mid lane or he's going to the red buff of Dan. Looks like he is not. He's just taking the Rift Scuttler as they actually do ping out their red buff. So I think they have an inkling that it's been a red buff trade here. Kirei is just going to ward it up.
Yep, Kirei just looking for that ward. He knows the red buff's up.
Yeah.
There we go. And will he take it? Blanco's got pressure in the mid lane as well. This Talia versus Kassadin, very close. You don't want to engage all in as the Kassadin, as the threaded volley will meet you fairly close up, because to get your full combo, you do need your W available. Blunk is going to find JWoww in this top side. Kirei gets some isolation damage. Blunk going to throw out those pebbles, but that threaded volley isn't going to be needed, apparently, because Kirei just swipes it away and finds his 3rd kill. But meanwhile, Dan actually decides we're going to take the first dragon again, and it will be an Infernal.
Yeah, that's a trade of Infernal Drake for PSG.
Going to go down fairly easily. 300 damage. There you go. The smite away. We'll end up finding it. But that turret being pressured now in this top side. Already at half HP.
It's a very, very solid trade for them to go for a tower for an Infernal Drake. They might not even get the tower, though. And a really, really good response, though. Again, whoa! JWoww a little bit overextended. They are just going to give the turret up regardless here, you feel. I don't even think with Dan moving up, they can defend it. So JWoww, again, proving to be a sore point for the War roster. When he's not on Shen, he doesn't feel like he's quite as safe in these laning phases, and PSG have done a really good job of capitalizing.
There's the first turret again. Once more being taken. I mean, last game it was the bottom lane for PSG, now it's the top side. Kirei's just done a fantastic job of suppressing JWoww. Not the main catalyst for this team either. It's more on the shoulders of Dan this time. Larson, not much mana to his name. Flies to the side, there come the pebbles. Plug is going to chase him up, has got that Storm. Ooh, that was close. Storm Raiders to speed him up, but a nice flash from Larson. We'll be able to get away.
Good move, though. They did burn the flash. Again, that's a pretty useful tool for Kassadin to have, because you can close a lot of distance by just having straight up flash and Rift Walk to get onto your target. And again, the lane pressure has resulted in a lot of these turrets going low. First turret goes over to PSG. They are 4-0 up right now. They're getting a lot of work done onto this mid lane tier 1 as well. And War just feel unable to respond in these situations. Dan not able to get into lanes quick enough. He's picked up the mobility boots to do just that, but everything kind of going south here, and the CS gap has opened up once more in the top lane. JWoww 20 odd behind this Sartorius's Gragas. I mean, where was this PSG weeks ago? It was this PSG against Origin. If they picked up the win against Origin, then, you know, they might have been in a fighting chance of getting to playoffs.
They'd have been in a very different spot. Oh, Kire. The teleport actually is going to come down from Sartorius. They're going to jump on Dan. No tanky items. There comes the giant kitties. They will root 3 people up with the PSG, but Blank is going to secure the kill regardless. Is going to flash after Dan. Is going to find the kill. That blue buff stolen away as well. PSG's early game. Finesse. League of Legends.
This is what a snowballed Kha'Zix looks like. That is a 28 CS Maokai with literally just mobility boots to his name. Maybe a Ruby Crystal you can count as well. You have got Mercury Treads and a finished jungle item for Kire right now. He essentially one-shot that Maokai, and this is why that matchup is so poor for Maokai, because if you let that Kha'Zix snowball and you do not have the impact to get the gold necessary to become tanky quickly, you are a sitting duck for him in 1v1 duels. That was just an absolute monstrosity of a fight between the two of those. Dan just, I mean, it's like Kire had wood chopping axes locked on his claws. He just went down in an instant.
That would be a kind of an entertaining skin, the Kha'Zix. The Lumberjack Kha'Zix. Does extra damage versus Maokai. PSG once more taking this Rift Herald.
It's an interesting question. You know, Riot used to put in sort of mini features between certain characters. For instance, I think Leona would do 1 less damage against the likes of Zyra and Maokai because of the sunlight being good for the photosynthesis on the plants. I wonder
People with sunglasses as well.
Yeah, I wonder what Riot. I wonder if Riot do that anymore.
Lumberjack Scion does 1 more damage to a Maokai, for example, would be a small interaction. I don't know.
I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering if they do that anymore, because I just thought they were kind of unique and fun.
Well, you know, there's Riot Q&As every now and then, so that could be one of the questions if you pop it on the Reddit.
Watch out, Riot AMA, come in with my questions.
Scoundrels coming. PSG now 5-0 with 12 minutes in. I just can't believe the gold lead every single time. 4,000 to 5,000 around the 15-minute mark they were last game. Rift Herald being opened up on the mid lane turret as well. That's going to fall no problem. In fact, might even just one-shot it. Yeah, just about takes it out. Harriet doing a fantastic job for PSG once more.
So clean from PSG as well. I mean,
Oh, here comes the ult. Hang on a minute. Woolite has found a target, and that target is going to be Blanc. He isn't going to be able to get out alive. He gets knocked up, rooted. He goes down. War now making the proactive plays. Do manage to take out Blanc. Do sacrifice the turret for it, and a little bit of damage down to that tier 2 in mid.
It was a nice combination there from War, actually. The Ash Arrow into the Nature's Grass so perfectly timed that Blanc could not take the Lantern, but realistically, you know, that's a small price. They did get their first tier turret in the mid lane. They've extended their gold lead to around 5,000 now. Ideally, I think they would have liked to have pushed onto that tier 2 in the mid lane, but at least they now know the kind of potential that the War roster have when they find an engage with that Ash Arrow. The problem with an Ash composition, especially when your front line is behind, like this Maokai who is yet to even finish his jungle item, when your front line is behind, it's very difficult to follow up on an Ashe engage because someone needs to take the damage of the counter engage of the enemy team. They need to be there on the front line to sort of be able to soak damage so that your back line can follow up so easily and effectively on the Ashe Arrow. It's the problem that we saw War have PSG have last game when Sartorius wasn't there to follow up on the Ashe Arrow. They found it very difficult to actually win fights. It's the same thing for War here, you know. Yeah, they can make odd picks here and there, but if they want to use the Ashe Arrow effectively and pull the trigger whenever they get the opportunity, Dan needs to be in a much better position because JWoww's not going to tank. I mean, he's so far behind as it is. He's barely putting out damage.
And he's a Jace. He doesn't really want to tank, right? I mean, Dan, the Nature's Grasp, yes, it can be an immense immobilizing CC, but it's so slow. Another Ashe Arrow does come out, does land actually onto Kire. Behind the front line, though, tanking up so much damage. Kire's going to find himself another kill with the help of Nardius.
Yeah, that was
that bomb on the Maokai. He goes boom, and that dragon will be taken by PSG as well. And Ocean Drake being secured for their arsenal.
That was a 2-for-1 Lantern for Clyde. He picked up the Maokai using the Twisted Advance. Through the duration, delivered Maokai right to the middle of the team, who was isolated as well. Ooh, nice hook onto Larson here.
Nice hook, yeah. It does have the Rip Walk to get away, but that's going to be a cast used from Sartorius as well. A knock-up comes through from Blanc, and these kills are coming through so thick and fast. PSG just not letting War have a breather.
It looks like PSG learnt their positive lessons from the last game and have capitalized them even further. Tristana, meaning that turrets go down so quickly with the explosive shot too. Here comes the Nature's Grasp.
Oh, the hook over the wall onto Woolite. I didn't even see that one until he's dragged across the... Oh my goodness.
This is just destruction from PSG. And honestly, one of the things that I think has been a major issue for me is it is just highlighting how poor Dan has been for War in general. I don't think Dan has been a stand-up performer at all for War throughout any of their games. Some of the games, yes, he has been good on the Maokai, but I always looked at Dan and felt like he was one of the weakest links of the War squad. And a lot of people have thrown shade at Kirei. And admittedly, Kirei has had some very bad performances in the past few weeks, but he has been so good over these last 2 games. It kind of shows you some of the insight into why, you know, PSG have stuck with him as a jungler. It's obvious that he performs quite well when given the opportunity to. It's just getting that performance being consistent is probably the issue here for PSG. But he has been monstrous this game.
Well, this is exactly what happened in game number 1. PSG's early game just, you know, beautiful. But they do fall apart in the mid-game, and can War again capitalize on that? Can they make something work with their composition? Because yes, they've got many facets to it. They've got a split push, a 1-3-1 composition with Larson and JWoww. They've got a lot of engage as well with Woolite and Dan. But can they make that engage possible?
I think there's 2 things to look at this now, Jaws. PSG are a lot further ahead at this point in the game than they were last game. And a 1-3-1 composition when you're behind sucks. So, I mean, this is just going to accentuate how far PSG are ahead. And they are trying to make the engages. They're not finding success with them. But you will see this 1-3-1, it's not going to function. I don't think they'll ever get to a point in this game where 1-3-1 becomes an even a credible form of tactic for them, because they can't afford to split their composition up.
Teleport coming in from Sartorius. Dan has found his way onto the back line. Oh, Blanc using that ghost to get away. Kirei's going to be here as well. It's going to be a flash from Larson to get over the wall. Didn't have enough cooldown for the Rift Walk. Sartorius meeting War in the middle, splitting up their composition, just leaves Nardius a lot of time to take that tier 2 turret in the top lane. Once more, we are 17 minutes into the game, 5 turrets are down for War. They haven't even secured themselves one, and PSG setting themselves up for mid-game success.
This could be a game that's over in the next 10 minutes easily. I think you have to look at the fact that PSG, we talked about at the start of the game, their composition is designed to take turrets and take them effectively. So they can do it so quickly with the Tristana because they create space for Tristana. You have great siege because of Blanc. Sartorius can threaten tower dives. And with a 1-3-1, you want to be at least even, especially in your solo lanes in the mid-game, so that you can enact your strategy. The problem for War now is they have to group to defend turrets because they can't actually split push. And they need to defend as a 5, but their composition is not designed to defend as a 5. That's not what it's built to do. And so they're just going to be in a weak position for their composition whilst being in a weak position globally. So it's going to be tenfold worse for them this game. And I think this is a game that I would be very surprised if PSG could throw this game. I mean, look, I have been surprised by PSG before, and I can see Medic laughing next to me, but I would be very surprised if PSG could throw it. It would take a thesis on the art of throwing to throw this game for PSG. Hold my drink while I get this wrong, but
a thesis on the art of throwing. Is that written by yours truly?
I have a caster in another game that I cast called Humanist, and he wrote a joke thesis on the art of throwing in the game that we cover. It would take a literal book of throwing for PSG to throw this.
Maybe they'll just throw the book out the window. Another Weaver's Wall will actually separate Dan this time. Uh-oh, that's on the wrong side. Nature's Grasp is going to get rolled out here. Hook goes a little bit wide, but Larson over the wall is going to help secure the kills on the minions, which is exactly what they need. Now this is the time PSG is seeming to come online. It's a real good showing, and you can imagine Yellow Star sitting there going, this is the PSG we wanted to see, and they're just now finding their groove. But
it's a bit late, right?
It is late, yeah. But still, I mean, thinking about it in the longer term, it's good for PSG as an overall, I think, team. And finding this team that, again, looking at the lineups going, oh yeah, it's fairly stacked. I mean, Blanc is a fantastic mid laner. Nardius and Klai, I think Klai, a newer addition to the team, has really found his home on PSG. I think it's a fantastic showing from them. That Baron is up in a couple of seconds.
And I think that's what PSG are now going to start to set up for, because they know that they can bring a very weak War at least in range of them by setting up for vision around this Baron. I was wondering why they backed off around that bot lane tier 2 when the Maokai Nature's Grasp came out, because I didn't think they were that unhealthy. I thought they could brush it off and run with the next minion wave for a siege. But it makes sense because Baron was up in 30 seconds. They knew that they need to get control of that side of the map, because this is going to be a major area for them to work with to get to a point where they can bring War to them to just capitalize on the fact that they are so far ahead. And remember, Baron is one of the best ways to force a team fight when you are ahead and can't quite force a team fight with an engage.
So we look at PSG's items then. They are very far ahead, but Kirei, he's the main catalyst right now. He's 5-0-2. He's got the Black Cleaver. Sartorius wants to find a kill into JWoww. Does end up forcing the flash without a flash of his own.
Righteous Glory as well, being picked up as Sartorius. Great way to force these.
And Knight's Vow as well.
And what a way, they force him back off the turret, and suddenly the Ash Arrow comes out. It does land.
Does land. That's a very long stun. There comes AOD with a flash knockoff for the Glacial Fissure. Nature's Grasp is going to do all too much, but Nardius is already out of the fight. Now look at the front line. Sartorius is going to get taken out by Dan. But look at the free hitting damage of Woolite. Does blow 2 summoners. Nardius now back into this engagement. JWoww looks like he wants to go hammers to the skies. Takes the kill. Takes Nardius off the face of the rift. Clyde just managing to escape with an inch of his life. Blanc is going to throw out the Q, but isn't going to be able to find any damage on JWoww. They do lose 2 members, but they trade it at least for 1 there on Dan.
PSG have just dipped their ink in the quill in the ink and have started to write the first page. I might be eating my own words soon enough. You've got to respect the fact that there is still that massive engage potential. Oh, JWoww's doing some
JWoww
work.
is here. Hang on a second. He wants to try and find something. Okay, Kirei just jumps on him. Isolation damage will be enough to finish off the kill. They also take the Infernal Drake again. Sartorius is going to TP in, but I don't know, it might be a little bit too late. Kirei flashing forward, manages to pick up 1 kill, flashes straight back, well, jumps straight back in, finds the 2-piece, and they're getting taken out by Larson. Blank on the sideline. Sartorius did come in with a teleport, did use that Righteous Glory, but Larson trying to find another kill. Does have double buffs, but Dan is going to be here as well. Sartorius a little bit too tanky for Larson to take out just yet. All right, Kirei finds himself another 2. Makes 9.
2-0-2 right now. That is one thing that I would be looking at on the side of Wind and Rain and saying that guy's pretty scary. For Nadia specifically, and for Blank, that is a Lichbane Karthus now finished up and ready to go. So that can blow someone up. Sorry, Kassadin. I don't know why I said Karthus.
Lichbane Karthus. That's a build.
Yeah, that would have been interesting. I don't know why I said Karthus. Lichbane Kassadin now ready up and rolled to go here. And that is a threat to Blank, and that is a threat to Nardius, because they have not itemized defensively because they were so far ahead. You do need to respect. And I think it's 2 times now that PSG have kind of disrespected the engage and pick potential of War.
Now just clearing out the vision. War, they made the Barons work last time, but they had that Nunu. It's so hard to smite away from a Nunu because he can consume smite same time. It's a lot of upfront burst, a lot of upfront true damage burst on the side of War, but they don't have that this time. They've got Dan, who on this Maokai hasn't been so impactful like you alluded to earlier, hasn't been a true standout performer by War. But if he can secure these Barons, that was their way, their inch back into the game last time. The hook does land onto AOD. He's going to put up that shield, though.
Not going to follow up on it. They're looking like they're heading up towards JWoww. There is no vision here. Kirei could pick up an easy kill onto this Jace, who is pretty squishy at this point in time. Remember, Sartorius can finally engage with the Righteous Glory, which he's going to do.
Oh, he's going to do. He does get batted away, but here comes Kirei. He's got a lot of damage, and now JWoww is on the wrong side of the lane. They're just going to run him down, cut him up. And JWoww ends up falling again. A nice hook again on AOD, trying to clear out that vision, but Clyde just denying it.
They're trying to push for Baron, but I don't think they have the advantage to do so. Sartorius is now shoving this mid lane. They're going to have to respond to Sartorius. That he's going to be Kassadin Larson that makes his way down towards the spot lane tier 2, and suddenly now PSG... Have they caught Dan out here? Dan's got flash, but I mean, he's probably...
They might have done that. Weaver's Wall is just going to block him off. But
what was Dan doing there?
Trapped in the pit. Will just get slaughtered, and Blanc picks up the kill, and that's going to be a Baron getting started up here for PSG.
And then he's going to go down very quickly, because remember, you've got a Tristana now, you've got Kirei, 10, 1, and 2 on that chap as well. I mean, that's...
Oh, that was close.
I just clenched really hard.
Woolite tries to get the volley over, but it's not going to be enough. Kirei does...
Oh, that was so close. What a great smite, though, from Kirei to secure it. That was a really good prediction from Woolite, though. Nice timed, but yeah, 10, 1, and 2 on this Kha'Zix has been, it felt like it's almost like a solo queue Kha'Zix performance here. And it's really, really illustrated the differences between the two junglers. Kirei has been across the map, making plays, picking people out, dominating from left, right, and center. This is a different Kirei that we have seen before. And Dan has kind of been struggling. I mean, look, he's sitting on, is that an Abyssal Mask?
Just an Abyssal Mask.
Yeah.
And the Cinder Hulk.
It's not a lot of items when you look compared to the side of Kirei, who's sitting on his Ghostblade, Black Cleaver, Mercury Treads.
And the Warriors in charge.
And the Warriors.
Too much damage. We're
You do need to be
25
careful,
minutes in.
because against hard CC, Kha'Zix does kind of suck. So, you know, you've got Braum, you've got Ashe, you've got the lockdown of Larson, sorry, lockdown of Dan. That is a lot of hard CC for Kha'Zix to contend with. So you do always have to be careful, Kirei. Don't take anything for granted. You can still die.
You can still die. That's exactly it. If you can find at least a couple of kills, it could spell the way for you to get back in the game.
Great hook on
Fly, yeah, it does get a nice hook onto JWoww. Does pop the Ghostblade though to get away. Kirei didn't want to overextend too much. They're just happy taking these turrets, using that Baron buff to his full advantage. And now pushing down this bottom lane. They are squeezing and choking War out now.
And you're drawing a team with very little definable wave clear. Here comes the Nature's Grasp again.
But it's so slow! Isn't going to find anybody whatsoever. Kirei just walks out. And Nardius just takes the lantern away.
It's
One
like,
big engage tool from Dan.
I'm coming to get you.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, he's about a mile away now.
No. We'll just walk away. Now Blunk even just in the mid lane, split pushing, kind of, in the mid. The only one real wave clear tool that they do have is JWoww using that Shock Blast, but that Weaver's Wall a little bit short. Doesn't matter though. AOD does get the knockup with the Glacial Fissure. They will end up securing that turret. Inhibitor is going to get started up here, where they want to look for anything else. Hook almost does down to Woolite. Fancy Feet though does step away. Larson, he's trying to get it in. He's trying to find his way onto the back line, just can't find it. That'll be War just giving up that inhibitor.
When, like I said, Larson has been more on the stand-up performance for War. Every time we've seen him play, he's very safe. He farms consistently and he always has an impact in the game. And you can see at 2-0-2 is one of the, well, it's one of the only positive scores in the game for War. And he did that last game as well. One thing you can say about Larson is maybe sometimes too safe. We can take case in point with that Corky play in the previous game, but very consistent performer for War. And he has been, I mean, if he doesn't get picked up by somebody in the future, I would be very surprised, because this guy has been a real star for this team.
He's looking around going, team, I've not died yet. Team, what's going on? Come on, I'm a late game caster and I want to get rolling. He's even got 6 stacks of the Dark Seal. Like, he wants to carry.
They're going in for the engage of Sartorius here.
Sartorius is so scary looking. Nature's Grasp on the sideline again. Arrow is going to land. That's going to land straight onto Clyde, but it's not going to matter, in fact, because Dan just gets annihilated by Kirei. And now War, losing a member, have to back off. Woolite has not got the protection he needs. In fact, having to flash and heal away. PSG, they're going to secure their next inhibitor, and a much cleaner mid-game from them.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down at 28 minutes. So well capitalized off that laning phase that they were dominant in. You're 11, 1, and 2, Kirei, now at sort of an 80%, 90% kill participation for this chap. They've got another Drake to take. Baron will be up in a moderately short amount of time. They have 1 lane left to push with a great siege composition against the composition that is designed to split across 3 lanes that has little to no wave clear under a turret. This is looking really good for PSG. Really, really good. This has been so good from them across the board. A couple of mistakes where they get caught out and disrespect the combination of the Ashe and the Maokai Nature's Grasp into the single target damage of Larson, but for the most part, this has been a clean game from PSG. Something that we wish we had seen from them earlier in the Challenger Series, because it's a team that we know can achieve this kind of level of gameplay, but
Finally finding their footing. And like I said, it's very important to kind of find that, but, you know, yes, it may be a little bit too late.
But it's not even maybe a little bit, it is just too late.
It is a little bit too late. Just look at the gold, though. The gold graph is just steadily climbing for them. 15 minutes, they were 5K ahead. Only a few minutes ago, they were 10,000. And now they're sitting at a 12 to 13,000 gold lead at the coming up to the 13-minute mark.
And that tangibly translates into at least 4 major item spikes above their opponent. If you take an average of about 3,000 gold for a tier 3 item, you know, you are tangibly 4 major item spikes ahead of your opponent at this point in time, and that just is dominant in teamfight situations. Nature's Grasp comes out.
Oh, Arrow just got a little bit wide. Now PSG, they make the decision. Are they going to stay or are they going to go? They end up going. Dan's going to look for this engage though, but he's so weak, has to flash out already. The bomb's just going to destroy him. Nardius finds the kill eventually.
Goodbye.
Oh my goodness, it's just destruction. Larson has to riff walk away. Sartorius flashing underneath the turret. He's going to throw out his little jiggy as well. JWoww ends up falling. PSG, they're going to look to end the game here, and they finally find one win. Not only do they find one, they find two, they find the series, and War crumble under PSG's might.
And that is a very odd phrase to say, given what we have seen from PSG during the Challenger Series, but goodness me, they have surprised. And I tell you what, it may be too late, but it's better late than never. This has shown now that you can expect this level of... I mean, look, admittedly, Wind and Rain are not the strongest opponents in the Challenger Series group, but they dominated them. They really dominated them in the laning phase, and that gives you hope that going up against the likes of Schalke in the future, if they play against Schalke ever again...
Yeah, that's the thing, though. It's if.
It's
like
if,
they are relegated from the Challenger Series. They have to compete in the Challenger Series qualifier.
Yeah.
And the 2 teams that competed in it this split didn't get back in. The 2 teams that were in Challenger in spring. So it's a long way for them to go. And yes, great job, you won a series at the end of it. But we've said since Wink 1, you have to be consistent. They haven't been consistent. And yeah, they were good this week. I can't give them too much credit, though.
It was exactly what we said. Like, it's too late. Like, this performance is just categorically too late from PSG. But better late than never. They've shown us that they can actually win a game. They can hold their head high and say they didn't go 0-10 or whatever it is.
That's true. That's true. They weren't the first undefeated, unwinning team in Challenger.
And you mentioned last week, Medic, you were like, you don't want PSG to walk away from the Challenger Series with the only team never to actually win a game. So
that was beautiful to watch, wasn't it? That Lantern and Dan locks on and just gets dragged.
It's so interesting. We could talk about these replays, but there's not much to say. I mean, this is just a result of, for the most part, incredible laning phase performance from PSG, all dictated by Kurei's performance on this Kha'Zix.
And it also comes down to War's weaknesses. Like throughout the split, they haven't been strong in laning phase. Their strengths have come and their wins have come when they get later on, when they get past 35, 40 minutes. And in game 1, it looked like maybe they could steal away a win. This game, PSG did what we said they needed to do in mid-game and actually closed it out and were able to just beat out War. And you have to give credit to Kairei as well. 86, 87% kill participation at the end of it. Absolutely dominating. Imagine if this was 7-14 and he had a Duskblade as well.
Wow.
Just be like unable to defeat him at all.
I think what's really important to note here is that this was just playing on the weaknesses of the Wind and Rain composition. Wind and Rain picked a 1-3-1 composition, which if you lose laning phase, you just will not do well in. Given the way that you got crushed in the laning phase previously, it was a very risky composition for them to run with. And a siege composition that is ahead after the laning phase really punishes the weaknesses of a 1-3-1, which is the ability to group up and defend against that kind of push.
Also, this loss means that Wind and Rain aren't guaranteed in playoffs. Like coming into this, everyone was saying, oh yeah, they'll get playoffs, they'll probably get that 3-way tie for second place. With only 5 points, if Origin managed to win against Team RB, a big task, yes, but a possibility, War will go down.
If
Origin will go ahead.
1 point, right?
No, they have to win. They have to go 2-0 because they're at 3 and Wind and Rain are at 5 at the moment. So it has to be a 2-0 win for them. That is our final game of the day, so everything comes down to that. But Schalke play up against Giants next as well, which is a very big game.
It's huge, like #1 seed versus #2, right? I mean, you may have pegged them as lower in the standings earlier on in the series. Or earlier
Not
on
you
in
two.
the
Like, I've had enough of this from him the entire Challenger Series.
It's not my fault you were wrong, okay? Like, if you want to be incorrect, you have to accept that we're going to say you're correct. Like, we were both incorrect about our predictions that War would win. So was Jaws. He said 1-1. So we were all wrong. And on that note, let's go to a quick break. Thank you very much to our sponsors, Zotac, who have been sponsoring Challenger Series across the entire split. You can find them on Twitter at Zotac_UK. For now, that's it from us, but we'll be back in about 4 minutes or so with the next series of the day. Well, with that win, Paris Saint-Germain take themselves off the bottom of the table for the time being. They are tied with Origin, but next up is a much more important game for the standings in the table. It is Giants playing up against Schalke, the undefeated champions of last split, trying to keep their throne alive as Giants are looking to go undefeated. My name is Aaron Medic Chamberlain, as you saw on the screen. I'm joined by Kin Scoundrel Low and Jack Jaws right all the way to the left. Yeah, this is the problem because I took it off a couple of times, so you have to like re-clip me. There we go. Motherly figure in the middle. Motherly scoundrel, that's what we need. Let's talk about this next matchup though. Schalke against Giants, the undefeated team from last split who didn't make it into the LCS versus the undefeated team from this split who came down from the LCS. What are our thoughts going into this matchup?
This will be the one time that we maybe see Giants drop a game, because I think this is the only team that could take a game from Giants.
We said that about RB as well, though.
I agree, but I think Schalke look more polished than RB. RB are like a bundle of raw talent that is in this ball of energy that hasn't quite found its focus. With Schalke, at least, we know that they can enact certain strategies. We know that they have a game plan. That we know that they have the coaching and the sort of the strategists behind what they do. This is one of the only series where I think we could see Giants potentially under the thumb a little bit, but Giants are still the strongest team in this league. Let's not put that to any shadow of a doubt. They are the strongest team in this league. I'm completely wrong at the end of the table that they were going to end up at, but they were incredible this season.
Well, there is the Schalke roster for you at the moment. Interesting fact about this, Memento was actually in the Giants team, the Roccat team that knocked Schalke out of the LCS. And now he's facing up against Gilius, who was playing on Schalke at that time. So it's quite an interesting little sort of jungle versus jungle matchup. And we've seen how impactful junglers can be. Coming over to the other side of the rift, it is Giants. Jaws, what do you think about this Giants lineup? Because we know Scoundrel didn't think they were that good at the start, has kind of accepted the fact that he was wrong. You've been a good proponent of them, a supporter of them from day one.
Absolutely. I mean, they're not only fairly clean, they also haven't really shown much either. And that's the biggest kind of thing an overarching story point, I think, to make, is that they haven't shown much. And they can still reserve a lot of those picks that they may have been trying in scrims, maybe trying it in solo queue as well. Obviously, there's going to be a new patch, but kind of ignoring that fact. And you kind of look towards playoffs and you say to yourselves, okay, so they haven't played as many games as some of these other teams because they've just been 2-0ing every single sorry, that's a complete falsity because it's a best of two anyway.
Everyone plays.
Yeah, so everybody plays the same games. Yeah, so but still, the point still stands where they haven't actually shown a whole lot, and I don't think they're going to do that today either. I think they're going to stick very reserved picks. I mean, Mini especially being one of those players in the fact that he's only played Kalista and Caitlyn. And it's going to be the Mini versus upset show for sure. I think that's going to be the key matchup.
I think it's going to be really big. I actually want to turn my attention to the jungle, just like you said. Julius is the king of Challenger Series junglers. I mean, he has been on so many Challenger Series teams that have looked dominant in the Challenger Series. And he's going up against Memento. We talked about that matchup again. I think this will be a really key component of this game. I think Memento's been really strong for Schalke, but Julius has always been strong in Challenger Series. I don't think he's ever really had any series where he wasn't good in the Challenger Series. Even when he gets to LCS.
Memento's been strong in LCS, which is a step up from Challenger Series. I think this is Gilius' biggest challenge in terms of pure jungle one-on-one matchups of the split. If it had been last split, I would have said Lulex, because he was playing incredibly well, but of course, he's now left to go and join C9. I think that this is where Gilius will have to prove that he is actually an LCS level jungler instead of the Challenger Series God Gilius that we all know him as.
This is the thing about this. I call it it's like the Gilius complex. He's so good in Challenger Series. When he gets to LCS, he doesn't have the same levels of performance, and I can never really put my finger on why.
Just coming as we get into picks and bans, I want to come back to a point that Jaws made that I think relates here. He was saying that Giants haven't really shown too much. Now, a team that we saw do that in LCS was Fnatic.
Sure.
And as soon as they got found out, as soon as that composition got found out at Rift Rivals, they actually really struggled to show us anything else. Do you think that's a weakness here for Giants as they come towards playoffs, that they haven't had to play anything else at a competitive level? Is that going to hamper them the later they get into the composition?
I think it depends on if they have anything left in the tank. It's very difficult because Fnatic, I think a lot of people saw them as this one-trick composition almost for a little while. And then once they did get found out, they had huge flaws that I think was really good for the team to now go back and address. And we talked about this from day one. It's a storyline that you have built throughout the course of these 5 weeks. If you don't lose, how do you know where your problems are? So this is one of the problems that I think you said that Schalke had that in the previous season. They never lost. They never really looked like they had any problems. But when they found out that there was problems, they couldn't fix them because it required too much work in a short space of time. And I think this is something that we need to look at this series. A loss here for Giants, having already secured first seed, might not be the worst thing in the world, because if they have to work on anything, at least they'll know what they have to work on going into playoffs.
Knowing the Giants players, they'll be hunting for that record of undefeated split, though. They are going to get rid of the Caitlyn, the Zac, and the Twitch on the red side. Schalke removing a Gragas, the LeBlanc, and the Elise.
There's no way they don't pick up Thresh here. Yep, it's going to get locked in for Noskeren. And maybe Giants don't have any fuel left in their tank, but we won't know that. That's the thing, until they pick something quite outlandish. Gilius going to lock in the Rek'Sai, though, a pick that's risen in popularity over coming weeks.
Yeah, obviously
tell the future now. Risen in popularity over coming weeks.
He's going to get really popular, or she's going to get really popular. I think Mini Trupek's not showing anything further than he's already locked in. The Thresh Kalista combo is too strong, I think, to give away. You need to take Kalista, and knowing that Mini Trupex plays that, there is the Braum, Kalista combo still on the table right now. So.
That's the thing. They don't have to be too worried about not getting a good combo for that bot lane. Jack Troll's shown us how good he is on the Braum. We've already seen Mini on the Kalista against Origin, I believe it was. He played that. And everyone's banning out Caitlyn against him now because they realize just how strong, firstly, Caitlyn is and how strong Mini Trupex is on Caitlyn.
Upset could be going for his carry here. And this is something that we know Upset has played quite a lot of. It gives him that range advantage over the Kalista, especially in the laning phase. I would expect now it's a no-brainer Braum, in my opinion, as a pick here for Giants. It's just too strong against the Olaf and the Varus and the Thresh in some instances. I think Braum's is just a solid pickup for Giants.
I see, there's times when a color caster predicts something really well. And then there's times when it's like, yeah, well, I'll give you the credit because it's obviously Braum, and there was, good prediction, but it's obviously Braum. And if I can tell that, then you have to think Schalke would be able to know that's something as well.
It's a pretty simple
epitome of my casting is the no-brainer style. We are going to get into the second rotation of bans here. Jaws, anyway, you think these are going to be focused?
You just take Jizuki out of the field, I think.
You ban Orianna. You 100% ban Orianna.
Yeah, but he hasn't really shown all too much. Played 3 champions thus far. The only really one that's out of the ballpark was the Echo, and he played that very well. And it's not a pick we're used to seeing LCS level and even CS level as well. So banning out him is going to be fairly important. In fact, now they're going to ban away the Cassiopeia. They do take the Jace off the board, though, as well for Smitty J.
Here's a Korean fact that Jaws might not know. Apto did come out and say Orianna has literally no counters. So, he came out and said, like...
Jaws knows that.
Yeah, Jaws probably knows that. But I think with the fact that we've seen Jizuki perform so well on that particular champion, Schalke should consider that as a final ban in this second draft phase. I would be working my way towards that as a thought process here, because you just want to give the combo of, especially the Rek'Sai Orianna combo being quite strong as well.
So these bans coming out from Giants, it leads me towards thinking they're going to go for a Renekton top lane. Getting rid of the Jace, getting rid of the Gnar makes a lot of sense. Schalke do have a second ban here. Maybe, actually, Fiora's still on the cards as well if anyone wants to go for that. Haven't seen that much in 7-13, but still a strong top lane counter, split pushing composition.
Okay, this opens up a lot now, because this is something interesting. It does feel like a Renekton's on the cards for Giants. If they don't pick Renekton here, it's likely that Schalke would lock it in on the next... Okay.
On the next okay?
On the next okay. Well, I guess you take Kadril, you give him Orianna here, and then you round things out with something in the top lane that...
You need CC in your top lane for this Schalke composition. Otherwise, the Olaf's running in. You've got Chain of Corruption and you've got Hook for pick. Galio would make a lot of sense.
I like the Galio-Olaf combination. I think Galio and Orianna could be a really good pickup here for Schalke.
It's the Golaf composition.
Yeah.
What's a little bit left field? They do lock in the Fiora, but what was I going to say? What's a little bit left field is this Nautilus. It's not hovering on any sort of boundaries right now coming into the meta, but he's so tanky. And maybe next patch he's really going to rise to fame, but locking down someone like Mini Trupax is fairly easy when you just click R after you've anchored someone in the front line who's going to be in the front line for Giants right now, where you've got a Braum and a Rek'Sai. You anchor on him, press R on the back line, then you have Olaf run in. It could have been a pickup there, but a pushing lane up in the top lane is very, very proficient as well, especially coming up against Giants, who are going to be Gilius, is going to be everywhere on this Rek'Sai.
So the Orianna comes through. That's a pretty standard pickup, I think, for Kadril in this situation. You deny it from Jizuki first and foremost, and it gives you solid wave clear, because when you pick a Fiora, you need to have something that complements the rest of your team by having good, consistent, safe wave clear, and Orianna does provide that for the team.
Echo is going to get locked in, though. Great pick up earlier on from Jaws there. Jizuki has played it once before. I can't remember which game it was. It must have been in the first couple of weeks, I do believe, but very strong, especially into these low mobility AD carries and low mobility mid laners. You can catch them out, can also match up split push if you need him to later on into the Fiora.
He has a second chance as well using the ultimate. You go in, you go all in. Oh, I got chunked. Press R again. And if the fight has lasted long enough, which it will against an Orianna, your placement of your echo, as it were, will be almost directly on top of her unless you flash away.
I get what you did.
Oh, I know, right? But so that's quite important in the 1v1.
It's almost like he was named for that reason.
I know. Well, you know, just picking up on it. But Kadril not taking the teleport here, I think, would be a bit of a disadvantage to him because you know Ruin is going to be kind of split pushing on this Rumble, and Echo's going to be doing the same thing, which he's very good at. His build path's very, very clean in that regard. He has got the Lich Bane available to him. Tower taking potential is huge, so...
I don't know. I think, personally, I'm going to go a little bit further away from that sense and say that you have got a Fiora. Fiora is a split-push monster. She is designed to do one thing and one thing only. She sits on a side lane and she dominates, right? Fiora's going to go more on a multis this game. It's a no-brainer because you've got two AP laners that you've got to go up against, and it's a pretty big pickup for her. Once we get to late game, I don't even think Echo can contend with Fiora in a 1v1 duel. So Orianna doesn't need teleport per se, because all she wants to do anyway is clear waves. Like, she's just going to be there clearing waves. She can disengage with shockwaves. So if you get stuck in a side lane with no teleport versus a Rumble clearing waves, you've still got your win condition of Fiora going to town in the other side lane. So I think realistically, the teleport, yeah, it seems good, but Orianna's never really going to want to stay in a side lane anyway. But for the most part, if she gets stuck clearing waves in a side lane, it's playing into Fiora just dominating, you know, in a 1v1.
I totally agree with you, and I want to actually have a look at the early game because I think that's what really impacts this. Giants have been known for getting ahead in their early game, and if you do that and then have a 1-3-1, Fiora takes time to scale up, Orianna takes time to be able to clear the wave. So I'm really interested. We'll come back to it because we are going to get onto the game. Thank you very much for your analysis, Jules. We will see you after this matchup between Schalke Null Fear and Giants. It is Medic, and you,
Hi, Medic.
Yes. Sometimes I forget my own name, okay? I did 4 years of casting under a different name.
It's a different student in that we're no longer allowed to mention.
You can mention it if you want to. Good old Sona.
Outside of broadcast, I do still call you Sona.
Everyone does.
Yeah.
Everyone does. I think the only people who don't call me Sona are the people in Berlin. So, like, Quick Shots and Deficio and Verius and those guys call me Medic because that's who they know me as. But at the moment, what we know is that Schalke are the undefeated champions. They, of course, lost this split. And Giants are the ones trying to take that sole spot away from them, that sole record-holding spot. They need to win 2-0 today to secure themselves the undefeated split. We do have a pause coming out, and we'll be back as soon as we can, guys. Sorry about this. It wouldn't be a Medic Scoundrel cast unless we had a pause early on.
I think you touched on a really nice point, Medic, where you talked about...
It's very rare that that happens, in all honesty.
Actually, the more and more that you've been doing professional League of Legends, the better and better your points have been getting.
It's as if when you practice something, you improve at it. It's like PSG, they should practice mid-game. Anyway, that's it. At this point.
You made a really nice point about the fact that, and we saw it so illustrated so well in the previous series, that when you have a top laner that is so influential in your game plan, and you absolutely take a metaphorical on them, you know, you metaphorically put a lot of pressure on them, it results in a real unwinding of the game plan. If you shut down Fiora early game and then you enact this Echo versus Fiora matchup, which would be the ideal matchup you feel for them to take eventually, especially if Echo gets ahead, Fiora's going to struggle, and then suddenly you get Orianna, with the point Jaws brought up, Orianna locked into a side lane clearing waves, and then it just becomes worse and worse for Schalke. This is a very important matchup for Smitty J to do well or even in, because if it gets to the mid game when you want to enact a split push and your split pusher is behind, no bueno.
Well, the best thing about that Rumble Fiora matchup is you can just wave clear against her. Before the Tiamat, she's going to struggle a little bit, especially with the Electro Harpoon. The best thing about Fiora is just getting on top of someone, just proccing the vitals, but Electro Harpoon, scrap shield backwards, and then you just flame spitter. You can't really lunge after that because the cooldown's already off, and that's going to be the massive catalyst, like you said. If that Fiora gets behind, they're going to have a massive problem in the mid game.
Smithy J did have a little bit of lag, so we had to get that sorted out, and now we are back onto the Summoner's Rift. I want to talk about this 1-3-1 a little bit more, Excandro. I want to break it down because often we say, oh, you know, this one wants to get a side lane, this one struggles in a side lane. Let's talk exactly about how the mechanics of it work out. So say I'm Giants and I get slightly ahead. I put Ruin in a side lane, I put Jizuki in a side lane. We've already extolled their virtues. I want to focus on mid. You've got a Kalista, a Braum, and a Rek'Sai. How does that match up into a Varus, an Olaf, and a Thresh coming out from Schalke?
Well, you just... For the most part, you're going to just try and clear waves and disengage with the Braum if you have to. Like, you don't have to commit when you have a 1-3-1. When your sole purpose of having 3 in the mid is not to take turrets. That's the point of a 1-3-1. You're not designed to function in the mid lane. You're designed to hold things in the mid lane, so your side lanes into their individual matchups get the work done, and then you rotate as a 3 where necessary to influence tower dives, to influence sieges. You are there to keep the mid lane safe, and then if you need to, move to a side lane to facilitate your solo laners. So, you know, that 3 in the mid, it means less than those side lanes, and that's really what we need to focus on.
Giants, if they can get those rotations off, do have good engage with the Braum jumping in from the Fate's call. With Rek'Sai there as well to follow up. You feel that it's mostly on Jack Troll to get a good engage, or a flank perhaps from Jizuki or from Ruin with a equalizer behind the line, because otherwise you don't really have much straight up engage. You've got follow-up, but you don't have that initial trigger finger that you need.
Rek'Sai's are not bad at it now. I mean, Rek'Sai can make engages happen.
Yeah, I agree, but I feel like when you say not bad, that's more follow-up than full engage. It's not like a Thresh or an Elite who can make these picks.
I agree. There isn't any direct engage for Giants, but again, you can engage with Equalizer, you can engage with parallel convergence, all that kind of thing. All those kind of abilities are good at putting pressure on. This might be Julius being a little bit pressured here. He does get forced out as Suzuki goes one-on-one with Kadril. Julius still has his smite available.
So because Giants have been able to push in the bottom lane and the mid lane, they were able to go for that relatively safely. Memento was able to smite the red though, so he secures that for himself and scales up a little bit more on this Olaf.
It's always safer when you have shoving lanes to make a jungle invade, because you know that then if the enemy laners want to respond to your jungle invade, they make the decision between losing CS under tower and experience or helping their jungler, which is a very tough decision to make because it can put your laners so far behind if they do come into the jungle.
So let's talk about these shoving lanes, because it seems already like Giants have 3 lanes that are going to push in early on against the Schalke Nullfear lineup. And a lot of people would think, well, when you're pushing a lane, especially in my solo queue games, it's so hard to gank because you're looking to dive underneath a tower, the Rek'Sai's looking to push up. How does having these pushing lanes actually facilitate Giants early on?
Well, remember, the name of the game right now in League of Legends is getting pressure onto turrets. So the more you shove the lane, the more pressure you get onto turrets. It becomes a war of attrition in cases. Get a little bit of damage down onto the turret, push onto the turret. Oh, wait a second. We just got a roam down from Ruin here.
Memento has spotted him out and can chase. He's got 1 undertow in. There's a second. Ruin goes overheated. Jizuki coming in with a parallel convergence. Has already used the teleport into the lane, but this is something else that you see when you pushed up a lane. Ruin is able to roam without getting spotted out.
Exactly, and that's where vision needs to come down for Schalke. They need to make sure they are keeping tabs on where movements are happening between lanes, because it's so important when you're having all your lanes get shoved in that you know exactly where the enemy laner is when they leave that lane. And you're right, you know, the roams aren't incredibly strong. I think Echo will be doing the majority of the roaming.
I think at level 6 they've become a lot stronger than they were at level 4.
I think Ruin, when he gets his equalizer, can actually make a decent roam to the mid lane. But it was a good move because Fiora had frozen things under the turret. He really had nowhere to go. He didn't have much vision of the river, so he knew that he was susceptible to a gank. Doesn't have to flash away either as well, so he got out of that Olaf gank pretty nicely there.
And coming back to Ruin with these early roams, we saw him do this last week on Jarvan and on the Gnar, and now he's doing it on the Rumble. In the first 3 or 4 weeks of Challenger Series, this split, he was very quiet. You have to remember he's come from a background of only playing in qualifiers for the Challenger Series, never really stepping up this next level. And then last week, he really came into his own and actually carried Giants in a couple of games. I think we've seen a really strong development from Ruin across this split into a very strong and powerful top laner that a lot of people in the Challenger Series respect as a 1v1 and teamfight threat.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I think he's come into his own over the course of a few weeks. Fiora picks up Tiamat to help shove back against Ruin. That was one of the major issues. She hasn't got great wave shove until she gets that Tiamat, and obviously with Flame Spitter you become a very powerful wave shove tool. Ruin is potentially going to get caught out by a nice long-range ward placement.
Intelligent warding.
Yeah, intelligent warding. Doesn't commit too hard to that brush to get the ward down, and won't get caught out by Memento there, who doesn't really have much hard CC to punish him with either. You really only have that undertow. One thing I am worried about here, Sona, is that... Oh, it's called you Sona. One thing I am worried about here, Medic, as we go on through this laning phase, you mentioned the shoving of the Giants roster. I actually think that is going to play into favor for them in the mid and bot side of the map, but maybe not so much in the top side of the map. You want to punish a Fiora to prevent her from scaling up quickly. You want to be able to put pressure on her as much as possible. If you shove her in consistently, she doesn't really become a very easy target, especially post-6 now. It's even harder for Julius to facilitate a dive onto her.
Julius is going to try and sneak away some Razor Beaks here. There is a ward. Kadril spotted him out and tried to take some with the command attack for himself. I saw the best meme I've seen about League of Legends in a long time the other day.
Was it
a picture? It's a picture of Orianna, and it says, "Why is Orianna the best champion in the game?" It's like she command protect, but she also command attack. Oh, it made me giggle. If you want great quality memes like that, follow my Twitter.
Nice plug.
Yeah, also follow Twitter of ESL, as they have thankfully housed us for this Challenger Series. Ruin's going to continue just to push into Smitty here. Has gone back. Has only got himself a cloth armor and a refillable potion for the time being. Seeker's Arm Guard rush we would expect on that rumble up towards the top side. And early on, these junglers have been trying to make the ganks. Haven't quite had the effect that they would like to. Gideus trying more to steal away jungle than actually get any effective ganks off, and Memento just farming up as best he can.
So remember, one of the other ways that you approach all of your lanes shoving, if you can't facilitate a tower dive, it's to just farm like crazy and then look to control neutral objectives well. Because remember, the one thing that you can do by shoving lanes is you do have priority on Dragon control and Rift Herald control, because there's very few ways for the enemy to respond to you getting vision down. And we saw it a lot in the early weeks from Julius. He would just go up to Dragon and start it, he'd go up to the Rift Herald and start it because he had lanes that were winning and knew he could get away with it for free. And that's one of the things he's been doing, just taking minions from the enemy jungle where he can, getting small advantages. Because if you can't get major advantages, you might as well take the small advantages. And Julius has been very good at doing that at the start of this game. He's now up a little bit of CS and has also been taking things away from Olaf's jungle.
And these mini advantages build up into bigger advantages. I think one of the key proponents of that, the key theorists of that, is Mini Trupax in the bottom lane. We've seen time and time again, he doesn't really dominate his lane, but he slowly farms up in the lane, gets a CS advantage at 10 minutes, gets a CS advantage at 15 minutes, and later on, he's half an item to a full item ahead of his enemy AD carry without any more kills. Here, he's about 10 CS up or so. Shockwave is going to hit onto Jizuki, but the Echo is great, and he will just jump his way back.
Kadril's been really dominant in this lane in terms of trading. Obviously, the CS is very similar at this point in time, but Kadril's done a very good job, and now especially he's got a bit of AP winding up behind him and being super dominant in this matchup with Jizuki, and because of that, it has allowed Memento to facilitate a blue... I know, I have no idea what I was saying.
Just had a mini stroke.
I did, I'm sorry. I'm glad with both doctors, because we need to look after me there. Memento, you know, able to then facilitate a blue invade because he knew that there was no response from the mid lane from Jizuki. It was a very safe play to make. So
and it means you're not getting a blue buff anywhere on Giants as well. You talked about the mini advantages, the small things that can change a game. Well, that's a big experience swing in favor of Memento. He is equal level with Gideus, and now with that Ragnarok, he's at level 7, has his ultimate, can look perhaps to influence these lanes a little bit more, because we've had what has felt like a prolonged laning phase. You have to compare it to Paris Saint-Germain, of course, who've really accelerated that laning phase in a couple of games earlier on. Here, Giants and Schalke satisfied just to stick in their lanes, farm up, and then play around these mid to late game power spikes that they have.
Smitty J will be looking to back to pick up a Hex Drink or a Mercury Treads or something with magic resist anytime soon, because at this point in time, he's really struggling. Going to go in onto Ruin here.
Ruin is going to get engaged on here. The Ragnarok comes out. First blood to Smitty J. Grand challenge down, and the first kill of the game goes to Schalke.
And that is the matchup with the Fiora Rumble. Eventually, Fiora gets to the point when she can burst Ruin out. And it was a great move by Memento. Suddenly, you're getting the one lane that needs to win, and you are giving it some tools to win here. Julius is on the sidelines. I think Jack Trolls was baiting things in there, and I believe Schalke realized that Julius is around. Pause does come out.
Could, of course, be that lag that Smithy J was having earlier on. Hopefully, we'll get it, whatever it is, sorted ASAP. Early game. Oh, it looks like it might be Memento, although I think all of the Schalke players are in the same location.
They are, yes.
So if one of them's having lag, it's probable that a multitude of them are. 300 gold... Bug Splat for Schalke, so that makes a lot of sense. 300 gold lead here for Schalke Null Fear. It's been a prolonged laning phase. How do we feel this game's going to accelerate from here? How do we feel that it's going to progress from this point?
The slower game, in my opinion, I'll bring Jaws in a second because he is here on the sidelines. He has been watching faithfully.
Faithfully? That makes him sound like a puppy. It's like Jaws, our little puppy.
Look at him.
Our faithful hound. We're back into game, so I'm going to exclude Jaws. Off you go, mate. You sit and stay and watch the game. Get you a doggy treat later on.
I think
it's an ocean drink.
I think the slow game favours Schalke more so than it favours Giants, because remember, you have that lane matchup that is so important to get an advantage in, and suddenly Smitty J has the advantage. Has gone for Mercury Treads, didn't want to go for the Hex Drinker, picked up a Sheen as well. Suddenly his trading potential into Ruin is going to become catastrophic, especially as Ruin might not be able to respond as easily. Does have the Ninja Tabai finished up, however, so he has got defensive options for himself, and the Haunting Guys, one of the small item spikes for that Rumble.
And let's have a quick look across the items as we sort of reset after that brief pause. Blade of the Rune King has been finished on mini true packs, not quite there on towards Upset, and this is what I was talking about with those small CS advantages. Yeah. He has also skip boots, which Upset has decided to get for himself. In the mid lane, looks like we're going towards a
they're making a lane swap.
Proto belt for Jizuki, and this is something we have seen, especially from Giants and from Unicorns of Love, actually, on the LCS, is these earlier lane swaps. Memento caught out, will Ragnarok, concussive blows, not going to connect because of the Ragnarok, and Memento is actually going to go very low here as Gideon sinks in the Fangs. Jizuki gets the kill. Now Norscaren's going to join the fight. Jizuki, no ultimate. Flash, play. There's the equalizer down. The hook lands as well onto Ruin. Norscaren chases the rest of your team are nowhere near you. He will retreat for the time being. Now he's caught unaware as Smitty J comes for the flank. It's another kill to the Fiora.
And they deliberately gave that over to Smitty J as well. They knew he could finish it off. It is very important for him to get that advantage. Also, do you see what Giants did just previously to that? Although it didn't work out for them, they swapped lanes to take Ruin out of the matchup with a Sheen Fiora, knowing that it would be a very hard matchup for him to function in. Before a tower went down, swapping things over, and now Smitty J has to contend with a 2 versus 1. But this should be first tower of the game, going over to Schalke, and what a tower it is. It is that mid lane tier 1 as Smitty J takes a huge amount of damage from mini true packs.
Hasn't got the flash. Concussive blows does not quite connect as Giants are forced back off the tower. First tower blood, as you say, did go to Schalke. They have themselves a 1,000 gold lead 13 minutes in. Actually, on average, they are about 1,250 gold ahead at the 15-minute mark. It's one of the few teams that has a positive gold, or a highly positive gold, at that 15-minute mark. And it's interesting to see the battle between these two teams, because Giants traditionally have been a very strong early game team, have a great tower taking potential early on. Actually going to see the hook onto Jack Troll. Fate's Call pulls him out, but coming back to that point, Giants tend to be traditionally very strong early on, as do Schalke, so it was intriguing to see how it balanced out at the start of this first game. It looks like Schalke have the slight advantage here, Xdown.
And this is what I was talking about when it comes to the early laning phase. I definitely feel like the early laning phase favoured Schalke by pushing up so quickly, because it meant that Gilius was unable to exploit that top lane matchup, which is very important for them to not get behind in, because Fiora is, like Jaws alluded to, the linchpin of this composition. She needs to be ahead for them to function. If she is behind, then suddenly this 1-3-1 becomes really effective from Giants. If she's ahead, she actually wins most of these 1v1 matchups. And she looks like she's working towards her Triforce. Once her Triforce gets completed, that's a big item for her to have on board. Although if you look at this setup here, very good move onto this tier 1 turret in the top lane, but I believe they are aware that there's a gank waiting for them in the sidelines, and they are going to just hold off for the moment. But if they do release the Rift Herald, which they have on Gilius, it will take that top lane tier 1 with ease. Could also be used in the mid lane though, however, too.
Again, it's a decision-making process here for Giants, isn't it? And something we haven't seen too much from Giants is how they play when they're behind in the early to mid game. How are they actually going to make decisions at this point? Because we talked about it even before we got into the game. Is it a good thing for Giants perhaps to be challenged a little bit more today, perhaps to even lose today, so that they taste what it's like to be behind? They haven't been challenged by any of the other teams to any great degree, but Schalke seems to be putting their mettle to the test early on here.
I agree. I agree, and I think, yeah, thanks, bud. But I think it's important for them to realize they may have weaknesses in their game that they need to address before they get.
They will have weaknesses.
Yes, exactly, and everybody has weaknesses in their game. Even SKT now, you know, struggling in the LCK.
Seems like patch 7.13 is their weakness. Unlucky for some. Eh?
Exactly.
0-5 at the moment on that patch.
Tough for them. But again, you know, Giants need to address these issues before it gets to the playoff. Don't make a Schalke. Schalke, you know, they got to the playoffs thinking they were invincible. There were the memes of the Schalke tank rolling around, just literally rolling through the opposition. And it looks like it missed a gear and broke down, and it got to the playoffs.
Yeah, Misfits artillery was ready for them. They had the anti-tank guns prepared. At the moment, Schalke Null Fear seem to have Jack and the Beanstalk in their back pocket because he's a giant slayer. And Giants are running for the hills. Reminds me of that Rick and Morty episode. Do you watch Rick and Morty?
Of course I
The
do.
one with the giants, and they go to Giant Court where they accidentally kill the big giant. I always found that an amusing episode. That's the entire anecdote there. I didn't actually have a good way of segueing it. Just thought,
Do you like Rick and
who
Morty?
on Schalke 04 would be Rick? Who would be Morty? These are the important questions that we ask. Giants going to engage on the mid lane. The shockwave does not connect as Suzuki jumps all the way back. Riftheld is going to join them. They're going to go for this three-person push in the mid lane. Memento does have the flank, but the Herald will take the tower. It's the first of the game for Giants.
Kadril low here. He's actually struggling now that the Proto Belt has been finished up by Jizuki. Jizuki able to consistently put pressure onto him. Level spike as well at level 11. Able to get onto Orianna, and gap closing on Orianna is very important. Now struggling to put the pressure of the Kalista Braum in this top lane to rest. It's up to Smitty J, I think, to get some work done on the other side of the map here.
The question is, how much work can he get done at the moment? Because Schalke are bleeding in the other lanes. They're going to lose top tower. They have already lost mid lane and taken some damage on that tier 2. If Smitty J is able to start getting towers and is able to use this advantage, great. That's superb for Schalke later on. But they need to be careful of how much they give up just to get Smitty J ahead in the side lane.
Smitty J needs to start making some solo plays. He needs to put pressure onto Ruin under this turret. Ruin does not have Zhonya's yet. Looks like they have keyed out that Julius is doing this Ocean Drake. He was trying to do it because obviously Memento has been drawn to the mid and top lane because of the pressure exerted by the Giants roster. They are going to shove onto this top lane tier 1. This might be a good opportunity for them, but they are going to back off, not knowing where Jack Trolls and Mini Trupax are. But again, they want to desperately defend this top lane tier 1. They either give it up and orchestrate something else on the map, or they have to consistently bring Memento up to just babysit this top lane, which is difficult because he doesn't want to be drawn to that top lane consistently. Julius has had the freedom to roam across the map right now, able to try and make plays like go for this Ocean Drake and capitalize on Jizuki winning the 1v1 matchup with Kadril now.
Smitty J as well, like we say, he needs to make plays. He's not known for his playmaking top lane. It's like he's known for lane bullies in the form of Renekton, and known for his Gragas, and perhaps even for his Jarvan this split, but not really known as someone who is able just to carry a team on his back.
Needs Triforce, I think, before he could do this.
Oh, definitely. I think he, Fiora, we've always said, scales up later on into the game. And at the moment, Giants, they're in an okay position, but Schalke, they haven't lost yet.
Oh, no.
So when I say they're falling behind, I'm not saying they're going to lose the game. I'm just saying they need to be careful how much they do give up towards this Giants roster, who have shown us that their late game team fighting is incredibly strong.
Triforce finished. I would imagine you'd want to see a Hex Drinker now for Smitty J. It just makes a lot of sense that Mora Mortius would be a good pickup in this particular composition that he's facing. It looks like Jizuki's going towards a Lichbane as well. Great split push pressure, great 1v1 pressure, and I think, if you're Schalke, you do not want that to happen. You do not want him to get to that position. They've just got out of position here in the top lane. They are going to give up that top lane tier 1 eventually. Does mean that you think that Schalke should start to put pressure elsewhere. They are going to go to the bot lane, so there we go. That is the return pressure that we see. They will trade bot lane tier 1 for top lane tier 1.
They'll be happy enough for it. Gold's still very even between these two teams, coming up to that 20-minute mark. Schalke 04 will have 1,000 gold or so.
Oh, they're going to push.
Advantage.
Look at Giants. They have found an opportunity to push onto this bot lane tier 2. They might even just get this. It's very low. I think Schalke were caught out of position here.
This is a mistake from them, especially since Kalista isn't the best at tower taking. Having an AD jungler definitely helps Gilius with the Tiamat, and I think that's a Cinder Hulk as well, sitting on his enchant. So even not that much AD coming from the Rex side, but Giants able to catch Schalke off guard.
Completely caught out of position. They were defending the mid lane and also deny the blue buff from Kadril, who is now getting focused.
Here is Paolo. Convergence comes out. The Blast Cone knocks him out of it, and there's a Lantern for him as well.
What an escape.
Gilius with the Void Rush finds exactly that. Nothing at all, and Smitty J now on a killing spree. This is the moment we wanted to see at Scoundrel. We talked about it in picks and bans. When Smitty J can pick up a solo kill, that's when Schalke know they have Giants on the ropes.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we need to see. Smitty J, he gets a solo kill in the side lane. Suddenly, Giants are going to have to start to think about how to address this Fiora. No longer they can gallivant across the map as a 4 and go for these massive shoves, leaving the Fiora lane to do its own thing. Suddenly, Fiora has become an issue that they need to address. And is it now going to be the fact that they're going to bring Jizuki into the side lane versus Smitty J? That might be the cause here. It's still not going to see a Hex Drinker coming out for Smitty J. He's working towards a... working towards? Is it going to be a Ravenous Hydra? Yeah, he's working towards a Ravenous Hydra here, which for the lifesteal, you imagine.
Makes a lot of sense, especially playing into a dot-based champion. Having that extra life steal can sustain you up. But I agree, Hex Drinker at some point would definitely be beneficial.
Giants do not want Ruin versus Fiora anymore. So if Giants can help it, he's never going to have a side lane matchup versus the Rumble. It's going to be Jizuki versus Smitty J now. And Smitty J does, sorry, Jizuki does now have his Lich Bane. So actually that's a really good trading tool, you know, in a 1v1 matchup. And it might be very hard for Smitty J to stick to this Echo. This could be a better matchup for the Giants roster to contend with, and now Rumble's going to have that time to be... Oh, what a great hook!
What a hook! Momentum in the front line. The hook has landed onto Jack Troll. Giants trying to turn it around. A double shockwave upset gets Jack Troll.
Where's
Mini
Mini going?
Goodbye, guys. I'm fighting against the Olaf. He does kill him in the end. Giants have reacted, though. Chrono Break comes out with Jizuki. He's gone all the way back to the other lane. Smitty J says, thank you very much. I'll take a 4v1. A triple kill for upset, and Schalke tank is on a roll.
Okay, there were so many things that were awkward about that fight. The first of which was Mini Trupak was like, I've got this guy. It's just a couple more spears. Doesn't kill
No, he did kill him. He killed Memento.
Eventually, yeah, eventually, but he was halfway off to the side of the fight. He abandoned the rest of Schalke, ripping his team to shreds. And then Jizuki was like, oh, I better rewind here because I'm in a bit of a tough situation. Rewinds all the way back to the side lane, completely nullifying the teleport. He teleports in, chucks down a parallel convergence, goes, right, I'm done now.
That's all you need to do, you know? It's just like, oh, guys, have a stun. We'll watch it again. The hook to start it off was superb.
So check out Mini Trupaks here. This is obviously getting baited into chasing down this Olaf, but in the meantime, Schalke have ripped apart the Giants roster. And we're going to take a look at Echo. Shoves down the parallel convergence, gets caught. No, he doesn't even shove it down. He literally just uses rewind.
Oh, Chrono Break.
And Smitty J didn't even teleport. He just literally walked over to the fight to clean up.
I think it's quite apt as well that Smitty J and Memento are playing so well this game when they are former Giants members. They're playing up against their old organization, and they're the ones who are going to take away this undefeated spree they've been on. Once again, Smitty J kills Ruin. And I talked about it earlier on. I said Ruin had started to step up. Well, Smitty J says not today. And go right back down to the depths of the fountain.
You need to wind this all the way back to the laning phase here, Medic.
That's what Jizuki wants to do.
Yeah, literally. You need to wind this all the way back to the laning phase. Ruin was consistently pushing Smitty J in, as you expect. Julius could not influence that lane. Memento did go to the top lane to give Smitty J the lead necessary to enact this Fiora strategy. It was
so strong.
Giants, maybe there was cause to make an early lane swap.
Yeah.
There might have been a cause to start to put Giants out of them into a match where they could have rotated their lane very early on.
At the 11-minute mark, they tried to make the lane swap.
Too late, though.
Yeah, it wasn't too late, firstly, and secondly, they got caught out making it, and that's where Schalke were able to get this ball rolling. Now they have the inhibitor tower down in the top lane, only 24 minutes in. They are 4,000 gold ahead, and look even at the level disparity between Smitty J and Ruin. Smitty is 16, level 3 ultimate. Ruin is sitting at a meager level 13. Nowhere near that level 3 ultimate, nowhere near Azonia's, nowhere near an impact in these team fights.
And that is an open inhibitor for Fiora to shove into now. She's just said, Mercury Treads is enough for me. Going for a BF sword, working towards what we imagine is going to be a Guardian Angel with the armor in tow as well. This is what you want a Fiora to do. Fiora is unstoppable if you let her get to that phase, and that is one of the major mishaps that Giants have made this game. I think failing to recognize that, yes, Julius was getting work done by getting a little bits of farm here and there. All of his lanes were pushed, so he couldn't exactly do anything major, but he needed to be in that top lane to negate this Fiora. He needed to put Fiora on the back burner for at least 10 or 15 minutes. They are trying to punish her by setting up for Baron. Ruin has head down, he doesn't have teleport, but they're probably just going to give up.
Smitty's got TP. Like, the inhib's gone already. Giants are going to try and just take it, but all that has to happen here is Schalke have to slow this down, and then Smitty can teleport in.
Yeah, they're going to try here. Noscaran gets a pull.
Hook onto Jacktroll. Fate's Call brings him back. The Shockwave hits, and that's a dead Ruin. Baron is low. The re-engage comes out from Giants. Here's the TP from Smitty. Already taking the inhibitor. Jizuki low. Gilius jumps in, but he's all by himself, and Schalke null fear. Get an inhibitor. Smitty J says, I'm not done yet. Grand challenge down onto Mini. Actually might have overstepped, but the hook on Mini Trupak's QSS straight away. Smitty J unstoppable. 501 on this Fiora. The Baron will be Schalke's, and it looks like the win will be theirs too.
It doesn't look like it's going to go any other way here. We predicted a matchup of Titans, but Schalke with the iron fist here in the form of Fiora. Just unbelievable pressure in the side lane. This has been a perfect split push strategy enacted from them. They just won a 4 versus 5 in the Baron pit. Yes, admittedly, Baron does kind of join your team when you're sieging into the Baron, but I mean, that was a 4 versus 5 that Smitty J came to clean up, and this has been a dominant performance. Credit to the entire Schalke team. They have looked fantastic from the get-go. Yes, they were getting pressured in the early laning phase. Yes, they were getting shoved in, but they didn't give Julius the space to find tower dives. They didn't take awful trades that facilitated tower dives. They soaked it up, and then they allowed Memento to get the one lane that needed to get ahead. And once that was done, not much the Giants could do, because no one can match up to a Fiora that is 5-0-1, really.
And I think it's odd to say, because Schalke last split went undefeated, but I actually think this Schalke is looking better than the Schalke of last split.
I actually would be in accordance with that. I genuinely think this Schalke yes, they've got mistakes. Yes, they have struggled in some games, but they have looked dogged. They have looked like they've been able to fix their mistakes and work on it. They've got incredible talent. And
that's the point. I think it's the adaptability and the different play styles they're running as well. Because early on it was all upset being the hyper carry. Now they're willing to put more carry potential on Smitty, on Cadril. They look for the engage on Gilius under the tower, equalizer from Ruin, but it does basically nothing. And Schalke will get another turret for themselves.
I like the moves from Schalke, but I do think they have the option to play this slow, and they should. You know, just play it slow. You don't need to make the engages happen. Use it as a disengage if you absolutely have to. Just allow Fiora to do work in the side lane.
Oh. Ruin gets shredded there, has got a lot of armor, but no magic resist. Jack Troll going for the engage. They need something. Smitty J doesn't have the teleport. Gilius down low. Void rushes in, but gets taken out.
Look
and
at
now
Fiora as well.
Schalke null fear have to try and turn this one back around. Ruin gonna fall as well. 2 kills to Schalke, and Smitty on the back. That's another. Looking for the ace. Mini Trueback's trying to keep that KDA. Cannot do it today. That's his second death of the game, and it will be Schalke's Nexus as well. 1-0 up to them. And Giants take their first loss of the summer split.
Well, if they really wanted to make sure that we had no tiebreakers, they are certainly doing a good job.
That does it.
I think that's it. I think there's no tiebreakers now.
We cannot have a tiebreaker, guys. High fives.
Just
high fives.
This is the most awkward thing that I've ever
thought it was good.
I was like, where's the high fives going, guys?
It wasn't for you.
Oh. Anyway, that was that is a side of Schalke that I knew was there, but to do it against the team that has been 8-0 so far is just unbelievable from Schalke. That was incredible.
It was.
After that first blood, it was over. The game was actually over. And you spoke about really early in the game.
Very easy to say that.
Now it's happened, true. Let me get to my point. Now you talked about Ruin coming online and coming into his own. But after giving up first blood, it's fairly hard as the Rumble to kind of escape after blowing the scrap shield. But giving up that first blood, the lane was done, really. The Fiora had so much more gold in the early game. She was just able to jump on him time and time again, even had Corrupting Potion, early Tiamat.
I think it's risky to pick a Rumble when a Fiora's open.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll just look at some of these. It's just beautiful play from Schalke in general. I think there was a big mistake in this team fight from Mini Truepax to chase after the Olaf. A fairly low priority target when your team is getting ripped to shreds. But even if Mini Truepax has stayed, I don't know how much of a difference it would have made. At this point, it was just Schalke dominating. And they were, although only 2,000 gold ahead, they felt like they were much further. This was the 4 versus 5 that they had.
Well, Ruin's dead at the start of the fight. Like,
Yeah.
Ruin's dead there, so is it really a 4 versus 5? They also get the good chain of corruption. And like, in all honesty, this is the Schalke that we expected to see at the start of the split. Very well coordinated, able to use their advantages well, able to use their lead. And Giants looked like a team that hadn't had to play from behind all split. They never really looked like they were making proactive decisions. Instead, they were always reacting to what Schalke were giving them.
What was beautiful about Schalke's composition as well is that they could leave Smitty J just split pushing because their comp was so good at fighting 4-on-5s that they just didn't need him. And if he teleports in, that's fantastic. Another source of DPS.
If they were
change
even,
corruption to Shockwave, there's nothing you can do about that.
If they were even, they wouldn't fight 4 versus 5. I absolutely guarantee you that. Yeah,
no.
that was because they were just dominating from that point.
Yeah, but that's the point.
I think you should also give major credit to Cadril, a guy who went away over the course of the last year, has gone from a UK scene player to almost LCS material. You know, he went to Korea on his own accord to improve his gameplay and came back and has become an incredibly strong laner. You know, he was the only lane that realistically was winning trades and so on in the early game. Yes, he was getting shoved in, but
So you may have seen a look of disappointment on my face.
Yeah.
We can still have a tie.
Oh.
Just realised. Because if Team RB lose to OG, they're both at 5 points with War, so that would be a tie. And they drew against each other, so we'd have to play a tiebreaker. But enough of that for now. Schalke and Fear take on Giants once again to see perhaps if it was a one-off or whether Schalke can take the series. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome to the European Challenger Series Summer Split. Once again, Giants just lost. It's not something I've had to say at all this split, but Schalke Null Fear were able to take the first victory over them. My name is Aaron Medic Chamberlain. My name is Aaron Chamberlain and my IGN is Medic. I've realised that's just, like, if I'd introduce myself, sorry, this is Kieran Scoundrel Low and Jack Jaws right. I realised if I had to introduce myself to like a realtor or a real estate agent or something, I'd probably say, hi, my name is Aaron Medic Chamberlain now, because I just do it all the time.
A real estate agent. Where are you from?
Realtor?
You call them estate agents in England.
That's Americanism.
American what, sorry?
He spent too long. Do they call it in Berlin, real?
Well, no, but I went to an American school, didn't I? Because I grew up in India, so it's probably where I've taken it from, haven't I? Yes. Speaking of America, I guess.
Oh, speaking
Looks
of
like
taking to
Schalke want
school.
to take over the world at the moment as they took out Giants in the first game. Taking to school was better. That was a lot better.
Yeah.
That was great. That was a great game from Schalke.
It was,
though. I mean, it was pure beauty to watch. I mean, against Giants, a roster that has been indomitable throughout this entire Challenger Series, to see them actually find struggles is probably important for their roster in general. I know the coaching team will especially, look, we've praised their coaching team because they have been so good for the most part in drafts. They've been so good at getting the team in the right tactical mindset, and they have looked like they have got no weaknesses, but they obviously, you know, everybody has weaknesses, right? Every team has weaknesses to work on, and I know the coaching team will say, look, we're guaranteed first place. If we lose here, we'd love to maintain our perfect record, which is now off the table. At least we can now go back and look at these videos and say, this is a game that we lost against the Challenger level team, and there is something we can work on.
I mean, the best thing about that game was Schalke actually recognised their chink in their armour, which was the top lane Fiora if it got behind. I'm going to keep hitting on that point because I was completely correct.
No, you were completely correct.
To combat that, they just gave her first blood, and the game snowballed out of control from there.
Yeah, I think that would be really easy in my solo queue games. Just like, oh, we want to get this lane snowball.
Yeah.
Just give her first
blood, and we win the game.
Makes a lot of sense. I want to come back to the point about Giants and their adaptability again, because we've said it before. We saw Schalke last split not losing till they got into playoffs, and then they collapsed against Misfits Academy. Now that Giants have lost one game, do we want to see them bounce back straight away? As in, do you want to see them change their play style for this next game? Or do you think they should say, we'll play the same style, we've now worked out what our mistakes were, and we should just try and continue with this style we've played and not give too much away to the other teams? I
think you've illustrated one of the points already. I think the other one to talk about is that what is there to lose? I mean, you need to show adaptability. You need to show adaptability during a series. I can't even say that word.
I mean, do you as Giants in this situation?
Not this series, but you do in series.
Yeah.
And I think having practice in it in this kind of scenario is probably a good thing, because if you get to a best-of-5 series and you are losing games, you need to have had the experience of saying, well, we can draw on this experience. We've done it before. We've come back from a loss in a series, and then we can enact a strategy to come back in this sort of situation. So there are two sides of the coin. The coin that you mentioned, that you don't want to give away too much. You want to pull out things in playoffs that you don't want to give away now. The other side of the coin is, obviously, you know, it's important to have that ability to come back in a series, and I think this is a good time to start.
Just coming back to that pull-out things that people don't see in playoffs that much, that's something we saw Fnatic Academy do a lot, because they kept playing the, you know, Akali was played, Misfits Academy played the Akali on CosQ as well. These teams that had a little bit of a surprise, something a little bit cheeky in their back pocket, were actually the teams that ended up getting into the LCS. We're looking at our 4 teams now. You're looking at Giants, looking at Schalke, RB, and probably Wind and Rain as the 4 teams that are going through. Do you think any of those teams have something in their back pocket that's really going to act as a surprise coming into playoffs?
That's difficult to say, really.
I know, but I like these hard-hitting questions.
I don't think so. I think most of these teams, apart from Giants, have actually shown quite a lot of what their compositions and how they work as a team. I mean, you've seen Red Bulls, they like to stick Thal on a carry top laner. They like Mujin on an early ganking jungler, for example, the Lee Sin. And I think maybe they've got a little more fuel in their tank, but at the end of the day, they've shown a fair bit to the other teams as well. So I don't think that they've got a lot more to kind of work around. I think it's just refining those picks that they picked throughout the previous few weeks, and then moving forward from there.
I agree. I think I like cheese picks. I think they're fun.
I don't.
No.
Heimerdinger does not work. Yeah. Does not work.
I mean, RB, if it is going to be a team, it probably is RB, right? They've already shown us that they can do it. Admittedly, it was a terrible pick and didn't work, but they have shown us that they could do it, so...
Well, we are into picks and bans for the second game here. Giants going to get rid of the Twitch once again. Is Zach from Schalke, a typical red side ban. Even on 714, I think we'll still see Zach at 100% pick ban rate.
Yeah,
I
like
agree.
Zach's just his kit is the thing that's broken. It's not about his numbers. It's not about anything else. His kit is just very good. I imagine a Fiora ban definitely comes out here for Giants at some point in the standings.
I would argue and say they don't actually ban away the Fiora because there are more priority bans here, like the Caitlyn, for example, and maybe the Thresh if they want to take that off the board, and they just don't draft a completely losing lane for Ruin.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in the early laning phase, it's not a losing lane for Fiora. She needs the pressure to be able to get that advantage, but once she gets the advantage, she does start to snowball it. She didn't even think about Hexdrinker. She just literally went on the back of a Mercury Trace. I was convinced that Hexdrinker would be a good call because of the double AP, but you know, she was so far ahead it didn't matter.
The argument is that if you get more AD, you proc Vitals a little bit more often, you can be a bit more aggressive, you get that healing back from those anyway, you can go all in with the Grand Challenge. So if you're ahead, I can understand not going for the Maw or the Hexdrinker because you don't need that shield. You're not expecting to get burst out, you're expecting to burst.
You're winning with the lifesteal regardless, right? Thresh is up, Ju is in, by the way. Ju is in for Jack Trolls.
Oh,
so
yeah. Okay, so this is a sub we saw in week 3 as well.
Yes.
Ju coming in for Jack Trolls in the Origin series, and he was a very good Thresh.
I like the, I do like that Giants have this roster that they can work with. They're doing a very SKT style thing where if something doesn't work, they actually can bring players in and the team synergy still remains. So
for anyone who doesn't know, Ju is the support for Giants Only the Brave, the Spanish lineup for the Giants squad, so that's where he comes from. And we have seen him once before. This will be his second game in Challenger Series.
Yes, and he's going to get his hands on the Thresh. But Noskeren, whenever the Thresh comes out, defaults to something that he has played so much throughout the Challenger Series, is going to lock in the Tarm Kencherino.
They're going to... Encherino. They're going to... Might choosing to pick up their jungler here for Schalke. It would make a lot of sense. Actually, Memento going back to that Olaf. Okay, that's quite interesting because it... I want to say it made a massive impact, and it did in the early game, but as you go on later, Giants' composition wasn't as adhered to, as good at kind of countering act that, and he was able to just kind of run in because their composition was so far ahead. But Gilius now taking this Lee Sin, again another really early jungler here. It's Gilius' Lee Sin. I'd be terrified at myself if I were Schalke.
Yeah, because you're bad. At least.
That's also
compared
true.
to Gilius, you're a bad player.
That's a pick we have not seen in a while in the Challenger Series, by the way. People have not been picking up Lee Sin as much as I thought we might be seeing. And Gilius picks it up in a game that, you know, doesn't mean too much in terms of the standings. I think Schalke have now secured themselves second with a win here, but...
I mean, you say it doesn't mean that much, but I know, like, we've all seen Gilius on Twitter.
Yeah, it means a lot.
He calls himself God Gilius, and the last time these two met, Memento knocked Gilius out of the LCS. Like, he will want to win this game. He will want to show them that he is a good jungler compared to Memento, this LCS challenger. It's going to be LeBlanc as well for Cadril, so a very strong and very early mid pickup for that side of Schalke.
And they are starting to ban out things that do fine into LeBlanc later on as well, with the casting going down. Interesting that Cassiopeia goes down here as well. We've got to touch on the base that Giants do have the Thresh-Kalista combo. One of the main reasons that Kalista came back into the meta was because Thresh was in the meta, and then people started realizing, hey, actually, Kalista's not that bad anyway. So it is going to be Mini Trupax and Ju in a very dominant bot lane. Interesting that the AD carries were not getting limited here, and they're actually choosing to target the top pool for Smitty J, which I found interesting given the fact that you had the opportunity to limit some good AD carries in the bot lane, but haven't. And that means that Schalke should get their hands on it. And with the bans going down, they don't even need to prioritize it, but they should be looking for a counter pick maybe in the top lane.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Sorry, bud.
It's all right, no worries. The counter pick in the top lane is going to be very important for them. They're putting a lot of pressure on Smitty J's shoulders here. You did actually allude to it in the cast and said, he hasn't been this guy known for these massive carry potential champions, but apparently when you put him on one, he does a fantastic job with that small lead of the first blood.
See, I don't think he needs to be on a carry here either for Schalke. I think they just need something that's safe in that lane. You've got the strength of the Varus, you've got the strength of the LeBlanc. Yeah, having a bruiser is what you want. You don't need a full-on split-pushing assassin. You don't need a Camille or Fiora. It's going to be the Gnar and the Orianna for Giants. Jizuki going to his Orianna once again. Very, very powerful pick for him.
This is a super comfortable composition for Giants. Jizuki's on his Orianna. Ruin gets the Gnar, which I think he has played pretty well throughout the series. I think he picks it up once or twice. Yeah. You've got Mini Trupax on his Kalista. You've got Ju on the Thresh. This is a super comfortable composition from these guys. And now we're waiting. Woo! That's a Yasuo top, which is traditionally very good into Gnar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's true.
it was a pick specifically to counter Smitty J and give him another set of carry potentials and a massive 1-3-1 potential coming out from Schalke as well.
They wanted the counter pick, and they go, you know what, actually, Yasuo is pretty good. This happened actually in LCK a couple of days ago, where they said, you know, okay, they have the opportunity to pick the Gnar, but actually maybe picking up someone like a Shen might have been a bit better, but actually Smitty J going, no, just let me carry, just let's go.
I think
ready.
the thing is, right, if you gave me Yasuo and then you gave me the rest of Giants composition, I am
Deadly.
a happy
Yeah,
bunny.
absolutely.
With Schalke, there's literally not another knock-up on that team for him, so it's all on Smitty J to actually make those plays.
He's not going to team fight though, is he? He's going to go in, he's going to be a solo laner split pushing. It's the same thing he did with the Fiora, and Kadril should migrate into that role as well. The importance here for Schalke is that Smitty J does need to get ahead because he, again, like you said, he's going to be useless in team fights pretty much in almost any scenario because there isn't anything to facilitate Yasuo. He has to do the work himself. But this is another I'm going to win in laning phase type composition from Schalke. I mean, what a way to end their Challenger Series. You pull out the Yasuo top.
I can't do it. Yes, I can't believe we're seeing a Yasuo, in all honesty. Yes, because
Next
it
match.
hasn't... Oh, okay. Let's not talk about that. Though. Oh, man. It's going to be terrifying in solo queue when people go, oh, full lethality Yasuo, or almost has 100% armor penetration on his ultimate. Anyway, oh, that's almost true damage.
I think casting it's actually going to be a struggle as well because there's so many people who can use Duskblade that it's just going to be like, okay, well, that guy's now not on the map anymore. How do you cast someone going from 100 to 0 in half a second?
Yeah.
Just going to have to look up all the words I can for destroyed and have them on a list in front of me. But let's have a look at this game again. We are going to get onto the Summoner's Rift in just a second. What's Giants trying to do here? What's their win condition? Because we talked about the split from Schalke.
They're just all in an engaged team fight. They got the Orianna, they got the Gnar. He just jumps in. Orianna Shockwave is very classic in the way they want to play it. We'll see what Giants can do to kind of subvert that, or Schalke, I should say.
Thank you very much, Jaws. Once again, it is myself and Excoundrel to bring you the action, or the calls, as people seem to be calling it. When you cast a game, you've got good calls.
Yeah, I've always heard that, and
I never really got it. I think it might be an Americanism.
I think you could be right.
Have to see, perhaps, if Giants and Schalke have picked up from our American brethren as well after they demolished EU at Rift Rivals. 16-5, I think, was the final scoreline between the two regions. These two teams trying to get up to the LCS to show that if they were there, they would have taken down NA.
Definitely, like Jaws said, there's a team fight composition from Giants, by the way. You know, you've got this Gnar coming in with the Orianna, wonderful combo there. Julius can isolate someone with that kick. You've got great control of the team fight with Jizuki. And again, Orianna kind of makes a siege composition by herself because of the threat of that ball just being able to sit there next to the tower, threatening shockwaves, threatening dissonances. Schalke have pretty obviously made the entirety of the world aware of what they want to achieve here. You know, Yasuo, with no one to facilitate him in a team fight, is not going to be in a team fight. He is going to be a solo split and push champion. And then Kadril's going to do a similar thing in the side lane. They are going to try to split up this team fight composition. That is what a 1-3-1 is good at doing. If you can survive the laning phase and get ahead, 1-3-1s are very good at stopping team fight compositions working because Cage or Jizuki will be pushed to the side lane to clear these waves that the LeBlanc is shoving in, and they'll never get the opportunity to find a 5v5.
Ju and Mini Trupax do get the early push down towards the bottom lane. Upset and Norscaran were giving their jungler a hand, whereas Mini Trupax and Ju did not give the super leash to Gilius that we have seen recently. You start the Razor Beaks, your mid laner helps you, and then your bot lane does the red buff for you. Instead, Mini Trupax and Ju value the early level 2 in that bottom lane. Let's come back up to this top lane, Excoundrel. As soon as that Yasuo was locked, you said it's a traditional counter to this Gnar. What is it exactly about Yasuo that helps him be a strong matchup into the tiny Yordle?
So anything that is a good gap closer and a good duelist is good against Gnar. So for instance, people often thought that J4 was okay in the early game to Gnar because you had the EQ combo, you can punish Gnar's fairly weak early game. Wait a second, I'll talk about it afterwards. Jizuki might be caught out.
Goes in. Jizuki uses the heal. Here's Gilius as well. Kadril can jump forward. Jizuki, no flash. That's first blood to Schalke, no fear. Gilius has to flash the wall. And Schalke only burn a ghost for first blood.
What a great move by Memento, suddenly putting pressure on Gilius again. That's one of the things that you mentioned here, Aaron. It's definitely the start of the series. You said LCS jungler, and Julius has to prove that he has the capability to match into an LCS jungler, and suddenly Memento is putting the pressure on early on.
And even on a jungler that's known to farm just to level 6, like Memento on Olaf, you're known just to farm your way up, but he notices that Jizuki's overextended, he ghosts in early, Jizuki burns his heal and then doesn't flash the wall, instead tries to flash towards Gilius, and that's what costs him his life.
Yeah, and also, like you said, Olaf is a jungler that is traditionally very good at exploiting poor lane positioning and poor vision control. Getting out early when there's very little vision on the map is a very good move for him, and against an Orianna burning her flash, she is so weak now to not only LeBlanc, but he's also going to be weak into another gank from Memento, so she does have to be super careful, and you can see Jizuki knows that in this situation.
Kadril having honed his skills as well in the mid lane, talked about his Korean times and said it was all about playing the lane. You didn't roam, you just stood in mid and the better player won. And this is the sort of scenario where that pays off no end. He knows that Jizuki cannot face up against him in the lane. No flash, no heal, perhaps no hope against Kadril's LeBlanc.
Mini Trupax and Ju are having a pretty decent time in this bot lane though, however. That is the lane that has been very good for Giants throughout the course of the Challenger Series. And again here doing the similar kind of thing, just trying to put as much pressure onto Upset as possible. Nilskeren has been tanking a lot of the damage here, and Tahm Kench does regenerate a fairly healthy amount.
Once again, Memento with an early-ish gank, still only level 4, and has already ganked more times than Gilius.
And is ahead in CS by quite a margin as well.
I think he took his Krugs, whereas Gilius didn't, so as much as he, like, it looks like he's a lot further ahead in farm.
Krugs give you a lot of CS, yeah.
You get 10 from taking the Krugs, and he might get another 10 here. Actually just going for another gank path down towards the bottom lane. Mini Trupax and Ju are slightly overextended. There comes the undertow onto Ju, looking for a second flash away. The hook,
great
Devour, but Upset is the one caught out in the hook this time. Mini Trupax gets shredded. And Schalke Null Fear will just retreat for the time being.
Yeah, great Devour onto Memento, who's the target there. And he did get hit Upset, but he was a little bit too far away.
I slightly disagree with that, because I think at the face of it looks great, but if you wait for the hook to land and then Devour, you don't get anyone hooked in.
True, very true.
So it would have been better to wait for half a second from Nilskeren there.
Here comes
the support main.
Comes the support main coming out. Yeah.
Also, a Thresh main, so the amount of time someone has done that to me and I have been tilted off the face of the planet. It's like, I hit my skill shot. Just give me a kill.
Smitty J taking some small CS advantages against Ruin, who's, by the way, started Cloth 5 because of how important this matchup is not to lose. Like I said, Nah...
Ninjas, straight away.
Yeah, Ninja. I mean, he has to, because Nah does not deal well with someone who can gap close so efficiently onto him. Nah is very good at exploiting the fact that he is a ranged top laner that has the ability to duel in a melee form when using Mega Nah. In Mini Nah form, Yasuo is the perfect way to put pressure onto a Nah. Can just dash through the minion waves, get on top of him, knock him up, get a couple of really big hitting auto attacks in as well.
Ju with the early gank towards mid. Kadril actually jumps back there. Ju's only level 3. The ethereal chains double up. And this will be Ju going down to Kadril. Another kill for Schalke Null Fear. As Ju trying to make the plays, just totally missed position.
Nilskeren flashed, missed his tongue lash, and then just essentially got nothing from that. He didn't even get an assist. Didn't even get an assist. But, you know, the thought was there, and that's all that counts.
Dirty Tahm Kench player. Doesn't deserve the extra assists.
Again, Schalke, laning phase has been their forte, does stop Mini Trupax from backing. That's pretty important because he would have liked an ideal back time with this wave that's now going to start to shove towards him.
I think especially mid lane, laning phase has been a forte of Kadril.
Yes.
But Jizuki, on the other hand, has actually got relatively good laning phase numbers. He's average on farm, but he's very good at denying his enemy farm as well. His positioning, especially on Orianna, his ability to harass out his enemy laner means that on average at 15 minutes, he's about 10 farm ahead. Here, already, we're only 7 minutes in the game, and he is falling behind Kadril because of those early ganks from Memento.
Yeah, and again, Kadril really good. One thing that Kadril has been very good at is punishing an advantage when he has it. Kadril is so good at pressing those numbers and saying, okay, let's put pressure onto the Orianna. I have no idea.
When you press your numbers and
look, Aaron,
sometimes there's a control ward on 4, sometimes you put that down.
Sometimes when you're a caster, you just say the wrong thing and go with it, you know?
Well, Yasuo's going to jump in, last breath used, Ruin getting harassed down, the wind wall used as well as Smitty J perhaps not quite going to land that final Steel Tempest, but continually harassing on to Ruin, as you said, the mini Nah form, the bane of any Nah player's existence when you're playing into a Yasuo.
And he's starting to press his advantage. You're seeing the trades being so hard for Ruin to contend with. Already the Zeal is there for Smitty J, which gives him excellent critical strike. Obviously, doing so well with the Yasuo passive, doubling the critical strike while dealing a little bit less with those critical strike hits. Gilius is on. This is a really intelligent move. They knew that the dive was potentially taking place here, and now with Mini Trupax very good at securing neutral objectives with the Rend, Gilius is now going to be able to get a very important Drake. They are collapsing in on it though, Medic.
There was a ward on it as Gilius started it up. Mini Trupax will get away. Fate's call into Lantern, the flash away from Gilius, but all they've done is leash the Infernal Drake here for Schalke 04. If they want it, they'll pull it out and say thank you very much. Taking half its health, and we will take the Drake. Infernal falls for Schalke 04. Oh, it was 7! Oh,
7 HP, so close.
Mini Trupax almost landed it with the Pierce.
Damn, that was, I mean, look. Oh, Jizuki, I think actually he could be dead.
Will flash away, Cadril flashes in, Shatter Orb to the face, and Jizuki once again dies.
This is just rubbing.
Silence is all you
Yeah,
can really give
I think silence is where you're at right now. This is just rubbing salt in the wounds of Giants. And you talked about Schalke potentially being the Jack and the Beanstalk level of Giant killer. Well, they are Jack and the Beanstalk in a tank, and that tank is named the Schalke tank because they are running through
it's
Giants.
It's an all-terrain vehicle because it has to get up the Beanstalk. Can't just be a normal tank. Although caterpillars do live on beanstalks, and they have caterpillar tracks, don't they? So,
hey, so the Schalke caterpillar. That doesn't sound
caterpillar tank.
That doesn't quite sound quite as impending, does it? The Schalke caterpillar.
Watch out, guys! We're going to metamorphise anytime now.
Watch out! Going to nibble those leaves.
Butterfly comes out. Schalke are just flapping their way across Summoner's Rift.
Oh dear! The
that went.
Someone make a Schalke
quickly.
caterpillar meme, please, because that would make my day.
Let's have a quick recap of how the game stands at the moment. 10 minutes in, Schalke already 3 kills up, 3,000 gold ahead. And they're starting to get first items as well. Cadril's on his way to a Hextech Gunblade. Already talked about the Zeal on Smithy J. Looks like it's going to be a Blade of the Ruin King for upset you would have to expect. Schalke are in a dominant position already, and they have the 1-3-1 comp. We talked about this earlier on. If a 1-3-1 gets ahead, that is where they can have a great effect and actually just snowball the game away from Giants.
Really good move by Giants there to rotate the spot lane up. Again, they want to pull Smitty J out of that good matchup with Ruin. They may end up giving them this bot lane tier 1 tower over, but the capitalization and the collapse from Giants is a lot more damage going on to this top lane tier 1. So this is going to be a race for first tower blood. I feel like Schalke's got it though.
Yeah, so do I. Because they've put more damage down on the tower X-Counter.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been close.
Also, like, the Callisto isn't great at taking towers.
No.
Ruin's not staying around to help out. Only has Ninja Tabis as well, so it doesn't have a huge amount of damage. Eventually, they will take that tower. We saw this same lane swap at the same time in the last game as well. 10 to 11 minutes in is when they do it. Cadril is going to spot out Gilius here. Once again, taking a neutral objective. It's been the bane of his game thus far.
Oh!
Holy! Holy hell, that was burst on Gilius.
That was Sigil of Malice, right?
Yeah, just the Shatter Orb coming out. The
passive, though.
Was it the passive?
It was the passive, I think. Yeah, it was just the passive.
Holy hell.
Which, by the way, wasn't incorrect. I think it is called Sigil of Malice. Because I remember someone's like, stop saying Sigil of Malice with LeBlanc. That's her old skill name. I was like, yeah, but it's also her passive, I think.
Possibly. They just change the name so often. I have to learn all of Kane's abilities now.
How many has he got? Has he got a lot? I haven't played him yet.
Yeah, they got 3.
It's
4 if you include the ultimate and the passive, so 5.
I mean,
let's have a look at this. Is this just the passive, or is this a Q into passive?
It is a Q into passive.
No, but it's a Q on the Rift Herald, and the passive bounces.
So much damage at this point in time.
Huge. Look at Jizuki.
He's not even got that many items.
Well, he has got Sorcerer's Shoes, and he's on his way to that Hextech Gunblade. That penetration early on can do a lot of work. Phantom Dancer for Smithy and a Rift Herald to join him up. Just in case Ruin wasn't having a bad enough time in the top lane, now he has to deal with a Creature of the Void. And the Rift Herald to go alongside it.
I mean, that's going to be a lot of pressure going down. Actually, Smitty J backs off, but he did have a bit of time to get some work done onto that turret if he so wished. The 1-3-1 has now started to come to life. Teleport from Cadril down to that bot lane. He's going to push up with that Sigil of Malice passive, shoving those waves so quickly. This is a very dominating game from Schalke again, and they are making Giants look half the team that we felt that they were in the previous few weeks. Is this just Schalke having improved, or is this Giants maybe having a few nerves going into almost the perfect record? I think it could be a combination of both.
I definitely agree with you. I think there's a degree where also Giants can take their foot off the accelerator. They don't need to be as good.
Exactly. They don't need to win because they're already first, but they would have liked the perfect record.
Definitely.
I mean, Schalke are happy because as an organisation, they now retain their perfect records, record.
Their perfect record. And Paris Saint-Germain don't have a perfect record of their own. Would that be an imperfect record?
It would be an imperfect, maybe. I don't know. It's the perfect 0 record.
The perfect 0.
But regardless, I mean, they'll be happy with getting at least 2 wins there. It won't be hugely impactful, but I mean, like you said, they don't get the title of having only, or they don't have the title of 1-0 across the series of challenges. So
that is true. Wind and Rain probably shaking in their boots at the moment as they see Schalke. It won't be Wind and Rain actually. It will probably be Team RB who are going to face up against Schalke. They face Origin later on, and they do have 2 weeks before playoffs, of course, to try and solidify their game, to try and work on these weaknesses. It feels like Schalke have just found out Giants today, but 2 weeks is a long time in esports, and a lot can change in that time period. Chain of Corruption going to land onto Ju. Harassed down, Fate's call comes out as Memento is joining the fray with his Ghost.
I really want to touch on something that we've seen across Challenger Series. There have been so many good mid laners in this. I mean, it's a bit cliche to say EU mids, man, but there has been some really, really good EU mid lane talent. Jizuki has been good, although he might get poor pressured here.
Abyssal Voyage is going to come in from Norskeren as well. Jizuki tries to heal, flashes the wall. Kick back on Upset. Gilius not able to connect with the Sonic Wave because Upset is eaten up. Schalke 04 just going to back away, won't be able to take the tower, and all of the tier 2s still stand here for Giants. It's felt like the game has been snowballing away from them, but they have stalled it out just a little bit.
But, you know, that Smitty J matchup's getting worse and worse. He's picked up the Phantom Dance and now the BF Sword there too. He has actually struggled a little bit. As you can see, he took a bit of damage and some trades with Ruin, who is now sitting on, actually not very much. He's just got a Jarm's Fist and a Ruby Crystal.
And a Ninja Hobby.
Oh, a Ninja.
Which is vital against the Yastra.
Yes, he's had those for a bit though, to be fair.
Yeah. Another Infernal Drake. Gilius going to jump onto it. Immediate pings coming out from Schalke 04. They had a ward in that jungle, as you can see. Gilius realizes it and just jumps his way away. Once again, the leash has begun. Only 1,000 damage on it this time from Gilius, but Schalke 04 will take all the help they can get. And they can get another Infernal for themselves. 2 Infernal Dragons to none. And a 4,000 gold lead for Schalke.
What a position to be in against the top team in the Challenger Series. I mean, Schalke really look like the real deal going into these playoffs now. A team that is so well-rounded, like you said. They've learned and adapted to their mistakes. This could be better than the Schalke roster that we saw in the previous split. And they have been tested, and they have responded to those tests and have come out stronger. And every single member of Schalke you don't feel has, you know, a huge amount of weaknesses in their play. I mean, Kadral especially, I was just touching on the EU mid laners. Kadral has been a standout talent. Larson has been a standout talent. Jizuki, even though despite this series has been struggling, has been a standout talent in the mid lane.
He was my player to watch before it. Like, high damage percentage, is where first blood is a lot of the time, has the highest solo kills.
They call him the Italian powerhouse.
The Italian god is what he used to call himself. So I think we can give him that name, although this game has looked more like the Italian damp squib.
The damp squib. I was going to say sort of house dog type thing, you know, like a...
I don't like calling people dogs.
No, a pet, you know what I'm trying to say? I'm just trying to say like a little bit subdued.
He's looked like he's been on a leash, because Kadral keeps landing those ethereal chains.
There you go, I like the tie, I like the tie. But, you know, there has been so much mid lane talent to celebrate from this. I mean, so many gems that we have seen in national leagues finally coming into their own in terms of professional play. You know, I fully expect Kadral to be a big feature in the coming months of Professional League of Legends. I think Jizuki will find a position somewhere. And, you know, I think Larson, even if Wind and Rain don't make the playoffs, I mean, it's looking like they could do. It's a good chance that they will do it as long as RB perform, but he could be a standout talent in the mid lane for the future of Professional League of Legends. It's really good to celebrate this as a fight breaks out.
Ragnarok in from Memento alongside the Ghost, looking for mini true packs. Ju steps forward, and Memento steps back. Schalke have actually really struggled to break into the second line.
They have.
The defense is holding from Giants. They haven't even got that much chip damage on this mid or bottom tower. I think top has taken a little bit more. We'll have a look at that in a second. Chain of Corruption is going to land onto Ju. Here's Memento once again, but the Fate's Call brings him back. Gilius rooted up. There's the Lantern. And this is all that Giants have to do. However, it may seem like Schalke are losing out. They're not. They are still able to take Drakes. They're getting Infernal Shot.
Oh, the
Not going to connect from Jizuki as Kadral jumps all the way back to his shadow.
Smitty J has been a bit subdued, you feel, against Ruin so far. Now that the Frozen Mallet has been picked up, he's got the ability to just keep tracks of Smitty J, keep him slowed. portion.
It's a lack of warding in that blue
Yeah.
side as well. Like, if you look at where Smitty J is at the moment, there's no vision for him. So as soon as he gets to the tower and he sees someone missing, he's kind of like, I can't go any further forward because I don't know if they're all collapsing on me. And yes, I'm strong, but I'm not strong enough to take on 3 members of Giants.
I think he's waiting for the power spike of his Infinity Edge. Then he gets that. That'll be a big thing for him. He'll have a huge amount of critical strike damage coming out. There it is. Infinity Edge completed. He suddenly becomes a dueling monster at this point. But I agree. I think the point that he made was really, really valid. A lot of priority has been put on red side jungle vision here for Schalke, and that plays into Kadrel's favor. You can see Kadrel has been diving the tier 2 turret, knowing that he's very safe to do so. What I do want to see is the same respect given and the same warding level given for Smitty J, because he has got that potential to run away with things. He is quicker at taking turrets, you feel, at this point in time than the LeBlanc. So I would like to see Smitty J have the same level of warding given to him on that blue side jungle, so he can be a bit more aggressive against Ruin, because at the time it stands right now, they're basically giving Ruin free time to farm up into a sort of split push build, which is that Frozen Mallet and Black Cleaver.
Look at the control wards in the inventories of both of these teams at the moment, though. You've got 4 control wards across Giants. You've got, is that 6? 6 control wards, and 1 was just placed by Smitty J. He did have a control ward in his inventory, so 5 sitting in inventories for Schalke Null Fear. This is what we see from the highest echelon of competition. Teams being willing to spend that extra 75, 150 gold just to get the wards out. Ethereal Chains lands onto Jizuki once again. Has used the heal and is going to struggle. There's the route onto Ruin up towards the top side. Schalke Null Fear realizing this is the tower they want to take. Come up as a 3-man.
Orianna is not a side lane champion. She will not function well against the LeBlanc, who is 3-0-0 as Kadrel pushes on to this bot lane tier 2 tower. They crack through that tier 2 ring. The first one being that top lane taken down. And it is a small and slow process for Schalke, but they have got a huge advantage, and they are going to go straight for the Baron here. There is wards for Giants. They are aware that this is taking place.
And those wards from Schalke aren't actually spotting out the big ward. Once again, Kadrel dodges Schalke back. Those are the mechanics of a Korean EU mid laner. Kadrel's going to get faced off here by Ruin. Does go down to the Hyper. Here's Smitty J joining the fray. Cannot get onto Ruin, doesn't quite get the knock of the Gnar back, the wallop. Here come the rest of Giants, and 2 members of Schalke are going to fall.
Oh, they should have committed.
Did not commit to the Baron straight away. They won't be able to get it. They'll lose 2 in the bot lane, and perhaps Giants have a sliver of hope.
When you saw Ruin go down to try and take on Kadrel, you just should have committed to the Baron straight away, forcing Ruin to make the decision of chasing the LeBlanc or going to help his team at Baron, but Schalke were indecisive, and they lost both of their split pushers in that one moment. And that might now allow Giants to at least get something on the board in terms of another turret, and they're going for this mid lane tier 1. Also, that bot lane tier 1 should be able to see a teleport coming out from one of the members of Schalke soon enough. It might even be Kadrel.
It would have to be Kadrel, because Smitty J doesn't have teleport. There's the Mimic behind Ruin. Let's see if he thinks this is the real one.
He did.
Well, yeah, I think you can understand that.
Yeah.
Decides to back away now as he turns into Mega Gnar. Giants have a tiny glimpse of hope, a tiny morsel, a snack of hope at the time being, a raisin, a peanut. But they are looking for a lot more. They want the full chocolate bar of hope.
Not a Sultana?
Not a Sultana.
No, I didn't think so either.
Maybe a grape of hope? The grapes of wrath and the grapes
That's
of
Schalke
hope.
right now, my friend.
They have no fear as they push into that blue side jungle. They're going to start Baron once again. Are Giants going to react? Down to 4,000 HP already. Giants on their way. Here comes the TP from Kadrel. Ju jumps in.
Get it.
Lands. They get the Baron, and now they're looking for the Shockwave as well. Schalke Null Fear have secured the objective, but they want much more than that. They want the kills as well. Memento falls. Mini Trupax with a kill of his own. The hook lands onto Upset. That's another one for Giants. 4-5. Baron still remains on 3 members of Schalke.
That was a little bit of a collapse in a teamfight scenario. Remember, this is not a composition built to teamfight. If they get locked into a 5v5, that's not where they want to be. They want to have the split push pressure. So essentially, Giants forced that teamfight there, knowing they're going to get a catch onto Kadrel.
Onto Kadrel. What are you doing there?
Why is he there? That is a really good question, Medic. Why are you there, Kadrel? And now that's going to allow a lot of pressure and a loss of a massive Baron buff member.
It's a split push Baron buff member as well.
Exactly. You needed that in a side lane because that's the best way to utilize Baron, to get it across multiple lanes. Let's take a look at this again in a little bit more detail. Julius goes down, and they do get the Baron, so that's a good start, but the Shockwave does put a little bit of pressure on early on, and look at both Memento and Svenskeren. North Scarin. Look at them tank the. Look at them tank those spears from the Callista. They try to chase after Callista, who is kiting so readily, and they get punished for it. And Cadril was not in a position to get to the backline to blow her up. I think they should have just retreated after the Baron went down, not to commit too hard because they don't have a teamfight composition. They may end up losing this.
Is this the third dragon in a row that Giants have pulled?
Yeah.
For Schalke 04. It is. The leash got it all the way down to 400, and Smitty J says, thank you very much. I'll take the mountain off your hands. 4,000 gold in the lead, 2 Infernals and a mountain, and a Baron still on Smitty J and one other member. I think it's North Scarin. There we are. Sven Scarin, as you would call him.
Yeah, just saw the Scarin, and I just thought of Sven Scarin for some reason. Anyway, I think it's important that you stick to your guns when you have a team composition. You stick to what your win conditions are. The win conditions of Schalke have been their solo laners, and their solo laners have performed so admirably up until this point. The problem in that last team fight for Schalke is they try to play like a team fight composition. They're not a team fight composition. They get kited really easily by this composition from Giants, and you saw it from Mini Trupax there. A wonderful piece of kiting from him. They need to stick to the fact that they draw Giants into these solo lanes and then rip apart what makes the Giants composition so good, which is their ability to function in a 5v5. I want to see Schalke stick to their win conditions and hopefully, prove to Giants that they do have some things to work on heading into the playoffs.
I think Giants will know from the last game and this game there's definitely areas of weakness. I think Ruin, at times over the last 2 games, hasn't looked his powerful self that he was last week. Smitty J will be able to get this tower. Baron buff still sitting on him, makes it a lot easier, and the Abyssal Voyage coming in to bring the rest of Schalke along. There was a bit of a split here from Schalke, and if they'd overextended, Giants would have been able to capitalize. Mini Trupax is trying to do that. Ragnarok used, but Memento will get himself away.
It's a red buff.
It's a 6,000 gold lead at the moment for Schalke after they take that bot lane tower. About 5 minutes ago, it was 4,000. Up until that last tower got taken down in the Baron, it was still only 4,000. Schalke have definitely slowed down in their ability to snowball the game. It's stalled.
Yeah.
Giants did a very good job of stalling it out in the mid-game.
I agree, completely agree. This has been a very slow-paced game from Schalke, and Giants will be happy with that because the slower it gets, the more opportunities they have to exploit some mistakes from Schalke. They can look for team fights, they can look for engages, they could even look for catches using that Thresh. They seem to be faring okay in split push. Smitty J and Cadril seem to be a little bit reserved in their potential to find 1v1s versus the Gnar, who is at his split push build now, although I say that, Smitty J takes a little bit of a cheeky dive in. He's going for his own Frozen Mallet now. That is the classic Yasuo split push build, by the way. You do include a Frozen Mallet in there.
Getting that chase potential even higher.
Well, it basically negates the Frozen Mallet from Ruin, right? Because if you can stick to the Gnar, you're both really slow. So if you're just fighting in a really slow format, and that's fine. As long as Yasuo can stick to his target, he's fine with that. And remember, your Q counts as a non-hit, so.
The Schalke team looking a lot more like the team that went undefeated last split. Still 2 members of that squad remaining, of course. Smitty J and Upset were there a couple of months ago as they lost in playoffs to Misfits Academy, and I'm sure they will be aiming to not repeat that scenario. We're going to see Smitty J jump onto Ruin. Last breath used. There is the Steel Tempest as well. Ruin trying to get himself away. The knockup does not connect, but the Chain of Corruption does as Ruin turns straight back into the chains from Upset. Sonic Wave isn't going to hit from Gileas as they do look for the engage in the mid lane. Mini Trupax just about surviving for the time being. Gets himself away. Gileas just trying to react as much as he can. The hook on to Memento. The kick across the wall. Gileas
he's still alive!
So the Ignite eventually will take him down. Ju was not letting that Olaf get away. 3-man Shockwave, but it's too little, too late. Jizuki will fall as well. Schalke null fear get 3 kills and only lose Memento.
And they have huge pressure in the mid lane now. They can barrel this down for the tier 2 turret and potentially even the inhibitor turret. Cadril may be searching for a stray. Well, he is searching for a stray Mini Trupax.
That's not the real one, Mini.
Just has to be careful because remember, Mini Trupax does a lot of damage on this Callista if he can build up those stacks.
Sitting on 3 items as well. Last Whisper Blade, the Ruin King and the Runans can definitely help you out, but Schalke just want the mid lane inhibitor tower for the time being. Not even going to push for the inhib. Gileas. That's something at least in a solo queue game would do. It's just like, oh, I've hit a Q, I'm going to jump in, but before it connects, I'm going to jump back just to show you how good I am, just to show you that I'm the god Gilius.
Just to show.
I'm the god of the jungle. I'm the king of the swingers, and I can jump in and out on this Lee Sin. Look at me.
I wish people could see the dance that you're doing right now, because it just looks beautiful.
I could have had a part in Jungle Book, I'm just saying. I could have been King Louis.
I think he very well could have. Let's take a look at that. The Gilius kick again, essentially saving Noskarin and actually pulling, you imagine, Thresh to his death. Because Thresh caught out here, unfortunately, and that was Gilius essentially doing it for him.
And they do get the kill onto the Olaf because of the Ignite.
Yes.
So, support for jungler, probably worth it.
I mean, they trade their mid laner as well, so.
That gold lead has extended in the last 4 minutes to about 8,000 or so. Schalke Null Fear will quite easily push down towards this mid lane inhibitor. No Baron buff on them. It is up in 30 seconds. Another Dragon spawning as well. Would be the 4th of the game, only 28 minutes in.
That's been some incredible dragon taking potential from these two teams.
We could have a full 5 Drake on one of the teams. Well, only on Schalke because Giants can't get 5 Dragons now. But if Schalke get this one immediately, they could then get another one before the Elder Drake spawns.
That is very true.
However, I don't think they want the game to go on that long. I think they're looking to end it in the next couple of minutes or so, especially with that Baron coming up soon.
It depends what the next Drake is as well. I mean, we can have a look at it in a second, but it's actually a pretty good one. That's
second
a
mountain would
Drake.
be great.
Also, in split push potential, you've got the Hextech Gunblade, you've got Yasuo. They do like having extra damage to those neutral objectives like turrets, so it wouldn't be a bad one to prioritize. But with Baron up, you obviously don't want to let that go too easily, and by going for Drake, you might give an opportunity for Giants to rush that Baron. Very good with the Kalista, obviously.
And now we see this 1-3-1 really take effect from Schalke Null Fear. They've got a LeBlanc who's ahead, they've got Smitty J who's ahead on the Yasuo as well. He can push in bot, LeBlanc can push in top, and actually Schalke are going to go for the Mountain Drake. Hook. That one does not connect. Delayed reactions from Cadron. He's still playing on green ping. It's okay. It's to be expected.
Oh, they aren't aware that Baron is not being
happening.
Yeah, exactly. So they have to back off from that Mountain
Smitty
Drake.
J could probably just do it by himself.
I think he is. I think Smitty J is just doing it by himself.
Well, with a Vampiric Scepter, Phantom Dancer, Frozen Mallet, Infinity Edge, and the Ninja Tabi.
They didn't quite take it in time.
No,
so
it was too late. It was as soon as it hit, even when they were doing it with just Memento.
Yeah,
it was
29 minutes is the cutoff.
And it is.
After 29 minutes, you get the Elder Dragon spawn.
Although I'm pretty sure they'll be happy with that one as well. Double Infernal, double Mountain, and an Elder Drake just to buff those up.
You couldn't ask for a more balanced OP combination of dragons. Maybe one more Infernal.
Triple Infernal, single Mountain. Maybe I'd go for that.
Yeah, I can see that.
You're just picking 4. Actually, triple Cloud. There is the Shockwave coming out of the chains of Corruption Land onto Jizuki. He's going to flash the wall. Gilius with the kick back, but here comes Cadril as well. And Gilius is stuck between a rock and an ethereal chain. Smitty J getting chased out here by Giants. It's going to be a 1-for-1 for the time being. Giants perhaps looking for a little bit more, but can they face the 4 Dragon Might that is Schalke Null Fear? They are eyeing up towards the Baron. They've got Cadril, they've got Upset, they've got Memento, and they've got Noskarin, and they have a hope that this Baron falls quickly. Jew gets a warding, control ward. That's not going to get controlled by the other control wards in the pit. Upset there as well. The hook does not connect. Jew with the play. Cadril joins the fray. Mini Trueback's forced back. Ruin there as well. Hops his way away. And Giants have to disengage for the time being. Schalke Null Fear, will they start it up once again? There's a Honey Fruit Memento. It's a sliver of honey for him to go alongside all of the beers he's been chugging on the Brolaf. A honey beer. Have you ever had a honey beer?
I have.
They're quite nice.
I think
it's actually called mead.
Mead, yes. Yeah. Although if you've been watching American Gods, apparently mead is awful. So
I have been watching American Gods. Actually, I've seen season 1. All of season 1.
There is only season 1 right now, so yeah.
So then I have. Oh, Minnie! He's been watching American Gods.
Well, I'll tell you what, Cadril is the European
sacrifice.
god right now. Cadril's the European god right now because he is 7-2-1 on this LeBlanc. Easy startup on the Baron here. This will be up to God Gilius, the self-proclaimed, to be able to smite steal this away.
I like Godlius more.
Godlius.
I understand he calls himself God Gilius, but I like Godlius more because I like it condensed into a single word if you're going to do that.
Yeah, you
wasn't able to steal it away, unsurprisingly.
He went for a stray Q, but didn't quite land the in time, unfortunately.
He's either not omnipotent or omniscient. He's one of the two. So either he knows everything, but he can't enact it.
He certainly wasn't omnipresent this game.
In fact, Memento's been omnipresent early on. He was the one making the early plays on a jungler that takes a while to really make the plays, which was surprising and shows perhaps his level of knowledge as to some of these matchups. He knew where he needed to be. He knew he could really shut down Jizuki in that mid lane. And in Picks and Bans, we were talking about how strong Jizuki's Orianna is. Well, he has been totally removed from the equation early on in this game. 0-4-6 has now got some items under his belt, but until the 25-30 minute mark, he was doing nothing.
It was all started because of that Memento gank, though. Memento got Kadril ahead, and that allowed Kadril to snowball. And like we talked about the strength of Kadril is so good at running with a lead and making absolutely perfect use of it. And again, Memento set that up so nicely and has allowed his solo laners to facilitate this 1-3-1. It's been a slow process.
It's a very slow process, and I was about to say that, Excandral. Is it too slow? Kadril is going to land the Shatter Orb into the
it's not too slow. And look,
I mean, it's easy to say it's not too slow when he kills Jizuki like that.
1-3-1s often come down to a slow war of attrition because you don't often get solo, especially at a professional level of the Challenger Series, you don't often get too many solo kills happening. So that people can clear waves and sit in the turret for so long, but eventually it tears a teamfight composition apart because they don't have the option to teamfight because they have to stick to their side lanes to clear. And when the solo laners are ahead, it becomes very hard for Giants to function as a team when they are supposed to find teamfights.
2 inhibitors down, Schalke 04 look for the final blow. The killing arrow that goes straight through the heart of Giants and their hopes to have an undefeated challenger split. They lost the first game, it looks like they're going to lose the series as well. Last breath is all it will take as Giants breathe their last. So does Kadril, 1 to fall for Schalke 04, but the Nexus Towers will be destroyed, and Schalke show us they are still the kings of Challenger.
Excellent performance from Schalke as the Nexus explodes, and we have a 2-0 for them against Giants. Giants take the 8-2 record. Schalke just 1 point off their total, now sitting at 11, I believe, to Giants 12. 2 giants of the Challenger Series, literally. And you know, they're going to be sitting.
Let the play-by-plays do the puns.
They're going to be sitting pretty at the top of the Challenger Series board. You know, this is the first and second seed, untouched at this point. I don't believe anybody can chase them now, and they're going to look pretty solid.
Do you think if you're Giants, if you're Wind and Rain, actually, you have a bit of hope now? Because you've seen Giants lose to a strong team. Yes, Schalke are a very good team and have looked better than Wind and Rain. But now you have something you can look at and say, this is how Giants lost. Do we just try and play this Schalke style?
Well, let's think about why Giants lost.
I'm going to let Jaws think about why
sure.
Giants lost.
Because I've already done a lot of thinking.
You have. Yeah.
So Giants, they played a very comfortable composition for them. There's not too many surprises that came out from their lineup in draft, but Schalke showed they can be extremely flexible in the way they play around lanes. I mean, Memento first off, getting Smitty J ahead, and then making sure Kadril, and you can see it's the Kadril show this whole game, honestly. Yeah. And you could show, it showed that Orianna does have counter matchups when you get an early first blood.
I think I'd argue that you're right there, but I want to go a bit further and say this was the Memento series. I think this is a series won by Memento's pressure. He pressured top lane in the first game to get Fiora ahead. He pressured mid lane in this game to keep Jizuki on this Orianna down. This series has been Memento all over. It may not show it in his score, but he has been one of the stand-up performers for me.
And I want to come back to that because Memento decided to come down to Challenger Series. He was replaced by Pridestalker in Rockout, and I'm sure after his performance at the end of last split, at the end of Spring Split, where they went on that massive winning spree for Rockout, I'm sure he had offers from other LCS teams, and he chose Schalke, or even high CS teams. He chose Schalke as the team that he wanted to develop with, and I think we really see why he decided to go with Schalke in this series. He really popped off, and the way his team played around his ability early on and his ganks early on helped them snowball it into this win against Giants.
Absolutely agree. I think also you've got to take into account that, you know, this is a team that notoriously Schalke has been shown that they are fully committed to developing an esports team with a great backing team behind them. I know I've had limited interactions with the Schalke guys. I remember doing the Schalke tryout trials with UMedic about last year sometime, and they had plans for fitness, they had plans for nutrition, they had the whole kazoo going on behind the works in this esports team. And I think, you know, it's a good team to play for and a good environment to play for potentially, and I think that's maybe why he looked to go there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised whatsoever. I mean, each one of their lanes has carry potential, and that's aids to their flexibility. Memento, perfect addition, in all honesty. And playing the Olaf, something we don't see in LCS at the moment, is very, very kind of a bright light for them because they have got they've got a deep champion pool even. And I really liked the idea that Kadril popped off in this game because, again, it does show that the multiple different lanes that he can play around.
And I think something that we should really touch on with Kadril before we move on from this series is that we built this profile for Kadril, the almost the hyperbolic time chamber mid laner who went to Korea to train to become a better mid laner, to learn on his laning phase, to be a good 1v1 player. And he came into this series, he's come into the Challenger Series as an incredible 1v1 duelist.
Well, he went to Korea as a caterpillar and then he metamorphosed, joined the Schalke tank and was able to take down Giants. They take Giants 2-0 in the final series for both of those teams in the Challenger Series this split. They will not be involved in any ties, so they're done until they get through to playoffs in just a couple of weeks' times. We would like to give thanks to Zotac, our sponsor for the Challenger Series this split. You can follow them on Twitter at Zotac_UK. They've been a great help, and they have allowed us to bring you all of the action here from the ESL UK studios. We'll be right back, though, with Team RB taking on Origin after these messages. Hello and welcome back to the Challenger Series Summer Split. My name is Aaron Medic Chamberlain. Why are you laughing?
You still got food in your mouth.
No, I haven't. I haven't got any food in my mouth. I don't know what you're talking about. It's Skin Scoundrel Low. That's Jack Jaws right. And we are into our final series of the Challenger Series, possibly. Might be one more tiebreaker depending on the results. If RB do not beat Origin, then actually if it's a draw, it's still no tiebreaker. If Origin beat RB, we have a tiebreaker at the end of the day. If not, no tiebreakers, and RB secure their spot in the playoffs alongside WinR and Rain, Schalke and Giants. Guys, hit me up. What do you think? 2-0 RB? Is that what? I think that's what everyone's expecting. Is that your analysis as well?
I think that's the general consensus on this one. Origin haven't been a shining star. They were the old WinR and Rain roster, and they proved themselves in CSQ, but against the big boys in CS, they've struggled a bit.
I mean, the roster's entirely different now as well because they brought in Neon and Illusionist and 7 Army. We do have an up-to-date table just to show exactly what we're talking about. Giants secured top spot, not undefeated, sadly, as Schalke took them down in the last game. Schalke in second. RB are looking to secure that third spot, which means they fight against Schalke in the playoffs. And WinR and Rain are hoping RB can win at least one game to secure that fourth spot.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is the tiebreaker that we would have. We were expecting at the start of the day that we'd have tiebreakers between our already secured four places. If Origin win this 2-0, it's a tiebreaker for that fourth spot, which would mean that either RB or WinR and Rain don't make it through to the...
If Origin win this... Oh yeah, RB and WinR and Rain would tie, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's...
I didn't even see that.
That's the awkward one. We could we could even see RB going out of the Challenger Series in some world if they lose to Origin here. So... And, you know, there's a lot of tough things to look at, and if in a best of one, RB could essentially maybe even lose their spot in the Challenger Series after being hyped up so much as this powerhouse team who haven't really lived up to the hype, if I'm honest.
At times they look amazing,
yeah,
and then at times they look really bad. Like, if it gets past 25 minutes, they look like they're going to lose at any given moment. But if it's before 25 minutes, it's like, yeah, this seems great, they're the best. It's like PSG. And it's kind of fitting as well, because Yellow Star, a support main, started PSG, or is the head of esports, and then Kasing, a support main, started Team RB, and they both have a very similar, oh, we win early, and then we tend to lose later on.
But to rein back to your previous point of, do you think this is going to be a 2-0 for RB? It should be a 2-0 for RB.
Can I ask you a favour?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a track record of getting predictions entirely the opposite of what they're going to be. You predicted the Giants would be bottom of the table, right? They're top.
Yeah.
You then, earlier today, you predicted that PSG would lose 2-0. They just won 2-0. So can you predict Origin to win?
Okay, all right. Okay. It should be an Origin 2-0.
Okay, cool. There we go. And now we can say it's wrong either way. So we are in two picks and bans. Origin on the blue, RB on the red. Jaws, what are your expectations coming into this series?
Well, Origin, they're going to have a tough time banning out RB because both Kasing and Magifelix shown that can play pretty much everything. Kasing is actually, Magifelix has played 8 different champions thus far, 1 each a time, and we're not going to see Heimerdinger again, or at least I hope not.
One thing I do know, unless OG have shored things up, we're going to see Dan on a split push champion. So that's one thing I can tell you about this series.
It's actually Zani playing in jungle for them as well, so they brought him back. It was 7 Army last week. I don't know if that was just a sub because Zani was away or he couldn't play. He's going to be back, so we know there's some synergy between Scarlet, Zani, and Dan that was there in CSQ. Perhaps they can play around that.
It is Neon and Illusionist, though. Yeah. The one bot lane that OG did get a win with in the Challenger Series has come back. Darkside and Quickseth have been cast to the side as subs for the moment.
That was against PSG.
That was, yes. And so, but, you know, Neon and Illusionist have shown that they have prowess on certain matchups and certain heroes. Illusionist on his Rakan is something pretty special to watch sometimes, so... You know, I think there are some scenarios where this bot lane could be strong.
Same for Kasing. I think that pick specifically is going to be very crucial to this draft. We see already the casting banned away from Scarlet. No massive surprise there, as well as the Zac.
Yep, no surprises at all. He tends to play Castin or Vladimir. Sometimes Cassiopeia, depending on what's being banned.
Or scaling.
Anything that scales into the late game. And I think that's where RB will find their strength here. They're a very strong mechanical team. They tend to get first tower really quickly, first blood really quickly. Early on in any game, they're very strong. So I really want to see them use that early game prowess and that early game advantage they will probably gain over OG to actually close out the game, rather than in mid-game doing nothing, letting it stagnate and letting OG scale up.
It is kind of crazy because they have the highest first tower rate in CS right now, yet...
Almost 90% first tower.
84.
87.5.
87.5? Well,
that's not including games of today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the Caitlyn ban was the final ban. It made a lot of sense given that she was still up and available, and that means OG can't first pick it for Neon. But just as we talked about, Illusionist has been so good on Rakan.
Gotta be.
It is the first pick Rakan for him, and denies it from Kasing.
Exactly. Kasing plays a lot of Rakan as well. However, Thresh is an okay matchup into it, and you can go Thresh Kalista here. It's not the best matchup into a Rakan because he can dodge around a lot, but you can flay him back when he jumps in, you can hook him up when he jumps in, and alongside a Kalista, that is an incredibly powerful matchup to have.
I think with Kasing being such a playmaking support as well, it would make sense. You don't need to pick it now, though. That's the beauty of the fact that the Rakan has been locked in on the opposition. You don't need to lock in the Thresh now. You can lock in something that you want to secure for the jungle. You can lock in, whatever else that you so choose.
Lee Sin would make a lot of sense for Mugen here as well. It fits into his playstyle. Even an Olaf, something we've seen him play a couple of times. So he's got... The thing about RB is you look across their entire roster, they have so much strength.
Jace is open for Thal.
Yeah.
That's also very true. Something that's banned away from him more often than not, but the Gragas will be the lock-in instead. Honestly, I really want to see Mugen on Lee Sin because that's where they honestly excel, and you can tell by just looking at their stats. The early game is just so good. Mugen playing around the top side more often than not, gets Thal ahead, and then is able to just pressure mid lane as well. Magifelix, not a mid laner that needs a whole lot of pressure because can normally sustain against the enemy mid laner fairly decently. But Varus being locked in here for Neon, I mean, that's a pretty devastating lane down the bottom side. But, I mean, a Thresh would make a lot of sense, but I've also got a Braum to think about as well.
Braum would be an okay pick for me here. I think Braum or Thresh, but I know that Kasing likes to be the one that makes the plays. He likes to set up teamfights. He likes to shot cool from it. So, Thresh plays into that naturally. I would really love to see Thal, now that he's got the opportunity to, lock in a Jace. I mean, I know there are some matchups that you might want to ban away in the next ban phase, but you could pick it up here and ban a couple of bad matchups away, and Thal gets the champion that he has the best win rate on in solo queue specifically, and it has been banned away against him consistently. Now is your time if you have the opportunity to show it here for RB.
He has tended to be behind in lane, though. As much as we talk about, he's a solo queue superstar, he's a very good Jason solo queue. In CS, at 15 minutes, he's usually 9 farm behind, and he's got a negative damage percentage. He has the least damage of any top laner in the league. He tends to be behind in experience against enemy top laners. He's a strong player. RB just haven't been playing around him. Instead, they've been playing around Cedric and Metafelix.
That's really interesting because Mugen and Thal, the combo of Mugen and Thal has...
In CSQ, that was what they played around.
Exactly. It's so interesting to see that. They are going to start to limit Scarlet's champion pool here. You imagine Vladimir might even be the next ban. I know it's a bit of an odd one, but it does put Scarlet onto something that he might feel less comfortable on.
Has played Syndra as well.
Yes,
he's played Syndra.
One of the only non-scaling champs that he's actually played.
I think Syndra scales pretty well.
She scales right.
Yeah, she scales
just not in the same way as like Cassia.
Yeah, Rod of Ages kind of thing, yeah. Shen's going to be the next banner here for Origin. Makes a lot of sense. Coming up against Thal.
The problem with Jace is he does kind of put you into a pigeonholes your composition sometimes, a bit like a Fiora does. It kind of pigeonholes you into having either a split push pressure or maybe trying to move it into a more siege-orientated composition. So Jace might be a situation where you say, okay, this would be good into this composition, therefore we can give it to Thal.
So do you first pick Syndra here if you're RB? Because you banned out Cassiopeia and Vlad. First pick the Syndra, relatively safe mid laner. You take it away from Origin as well. Yeah,
that or Orianna, I think, are two perfectly fine mid laners to pick if you want to do so. It's a good ban from Origin here. And again, now Scarlet is kind of losing some of his champion pool. We might actually see Scarlet on something that he has never played before.
Jace has worked his way through the second ban phase as well, so it is still an option here for Team RB. They can leave it for last. Cedrian goes Orianna here, safe mid laner. It's Corki again, very similar role. And now you have last pick into Dandan, who we have only seen play Spit Puss.
Yeah, exactly. So, and again, Dandan might pick up something that is good against the Jace, for instance, knowing that Thal... RB are trying to probably bait them into finding a good Jace matchup, and I believe Origin seem to be on tune with that because they haven't really locked in anything that would be super obvious for Jace to be good into. So I think that's maybe where they're playing. And I would love to see Thal say, okay, this is a good matchup for my Jace, because we have hyped it up over the course of maybe about 2.5 months now. We have talked about Thal's Jace. It has always been banned. This is a game where it is open and has the opportunity for a final pick if necessary.
I really like the Corki here from RB, by the way, because they've taken the Cassiopeia already. We've seen that match already come out today, and Corki more or less just ends up behind because the amount of consistent damage that Cassiopeia can output. Taking the Ori was kind of a blind choice, and Okay, not a blind choice, sorry. It's a safer choice for sure in the mid lane, but we're going to see our second Yasuo of the game, and Dan's actually playing it this time.
It's interesting because Yasuo's good into Jace, right? The same reason for that Yasuo is good into Gnar. You just get on top of the Jace and he finds it very difficult to cope with those kind of champions. So I think OG have played into the game plan of, we expect Thal to want to play Jace here. We're going to pick something into Jace, and then he just locks in Renekton.
Thal doesn't care if he plays Jace. I totally agree, it's a very good champion for him. But why would he care if he plays his Jace in competitive? Like, you don't need to.
No, but the thing is, they have built this whole storyline behind Thal's Jace. I mean, they've almost done it for us. Every time it's been banned against him, it has never been a game of RB where they haven't had Jace banned against them, even in the first ban phase. So it's like, you know, like those fairy tales that you tell kids about the monsters. It's like Thal's Jace is one of those fairy tales that you just don't let happen because the superstition behind it. It's been left open now, and OG, I think, with that top lane pick of Yasuo, played directly into stopping RB picking up Jace, and he's gone, all right, I'll just pick Renekton.
Well, yeah, Renekton is great into the Yasuo.
Exactly,
like, very high bully in the lane, and OG, you can say, oh, they played really well around the Jace. It's like, yeah, but you're picking Yasuo blind into an enemy team.
I'm not complimenting OG for picking the Yasuo. I'm just saying that was probably their tactic.
I think it was actually more of a double bait, in all honesty, because you take the Yasuo there because their Gnar is still left open. You go, okay, so we've got Yasuo. If you want to pick Gnar, big counter matchup there. And in fact, taking Renekton, because I'm on completely the same book with you, I don't think he cares if he plays Jace or not. You can kind of make a comparison over in Korea to Samsung. You could say, okay, Crown, oh, his Victor's insane, probably one of the best Victors in the world. Not sure he cares all too much if he plays Victor all the time. It's a very strong pick for him, but when there are other massive potential all-in champions like a Renekton to come up against Yasuo, I think he's more than happy just to kind of win the lane from there.
I'm glad to see the lack of idea behind, like, I'm glad to see that he doesn't have an ego in that sense. He's not like, I have to play Jace because I'm good at Jace. Because we have seen top laners especially, I'm speaking about Huni mostly, who have said, I'm not going to play tanks, I'm not going to play for the team, and that has cost them when they've come into these changing metas and the adaptability. And now you can see Huni in LCK actually struggling with some of these top lane tanks, still only winning when he's playing split pushers. So I'm glad to see Tal is not the sort of player who says, I'm playing for me. Instead, he says, I'm playing for the team, and I will pick what you want me to pick.
That's a really good mindset to have, especially when you're going on the Huni point. Like, you know, he spent a couple of years in the West, which is dangerous for his champion pool. One of the only games he's won over in Korea at the moment more handily is playing Lucian and playing Cassiopeia, and they're very much, I'm going to carry, I'm a laner, I'm going to win. But, you know, he was playing tanks in the earlier stages of, in the early season of LCK, and I'm glad Thal is actually quite like that and going, okay, I'm just going to play for the team, and I think Renekton is a fantastic pick to for their all-round composition, because coming up against Yasuo, he's not going to have a problem at all. He just runs into Yasuo, Yasuo sits there, Tempest just tries to take him down. But it's just not going to happen.
This whole premise of Thal's Jace has played into RB's favour because OG drafted into potentially them baiting the Jace pick out and saying, you know, we expect you to pick Jace.
Absolutely.
We don't have to pick Jace, we just pick Renekton.
Just look back at last split with Pride Stalker's Rengar. It was banned out against him every single game. He got it once. Was awful. Like, he went like 0-8 on the Rengar just because it wasn't the meta for it and it wasn't suiting him.
So free ban.
And then people stop banning it afterwards. I wonder if there's a point at which, you know, Tal gets his Jace and actually just doesn't do too well on it. And then people are like, okay, we don't need to ban out the Jace anymore. I think we've talked a lot about this Renekton Yasuo top lane. Let's talk a little bit about compositionally what these teams are trying to do. One of the players is restarting their computer, so we have a little bit of time here.
Sure.
Origin. So you've got Rakan and you've got Varus in the bottom lane. You've got Orianna mid, Yasuo top, and Kha'Zix in your jungle. What's your aim as a team? What are your win conditions? How do you just beat RB?
You gonna go?
No. Look, I think the Yasuo speaks for itself, right? That's mainly going to be split push. Now, you can, with an Orianna, function in a teamfight capacity.
And a Rakan.
With a Shockwave and a Rakan. So there is the potential for a big wombo combo there, but you have to have your Yasuo ahead for that to be effective. You have to find the right scenarios. It has to be multi-man, perfectly set up wombo combos.
It's a lot easier to do on Rakan.
Yes.
As in, I've done that on Rakan, so it must be a lot easier to do. And we've seen Kasing do it in the past as well. A charm into a knockup, into a shockwave can get that set up for you.
Yes, it can.
The one massive problem with the composition, though, I'm looking down and going, okay, where's the tank? Oh, there isn't one. And if Origin play around that ability to all-in engage on one target, it's going to be very, very tough for them.
And we are Going to get onto the Summoner's Rift in just a second, but there will be another pause just straight away. So I apologize for that. Still a client issue. We'll be back onto it as soon as possible. Team RB, ex-Scoundrel. I stopped you from getting up. I stopped you from leaving, getting yourself some more food.
I thought I'd like
yeah.
put the light in front of your eyes or something. And you're like,
no,
take your hands down. Take your hands down, ex-Scoundrel. I was like, okay.
Let's talk about this RB lineup. You've got Thresh, Kalista bottom lane, Gragas in the jungle, Renekton top, Corki mid. It seems very much like a general Team RB composition that works well in lane and then has good team fights.
It's a win laning phase. You get good shove. You can then dive towers very easily. This is a composition that realistically you feel has to win from the laning phase, snowball from the mid game, because if it gets to the late game, you are going up against the potential for a wombo combo. Yasuo, if you leave him long enough, will scale. Now, we talk about the Renekton Yasuo matchup a lot. Late game, Yasuo does beat a lot of those side laners. He will be able to duel against Renekton, because Renekton just won't have the damage to contend with the lifesteal and the critical strike and the armor penetration that Yasuo brings to the table. So they need to snowball from the laning phase, I feel. And that's something that we know that RB do, because they, like you said, the statistic that you brought up was they had the earliest towers, or the most first tower percentages out of any team in the Challenger Series. And what that generally tends to indicate is they have incredibly good dominant laning phases, not necessarily running away with kills, but the ability to set up for tower pushes is so strong from them. They need to do that this game. They need to snowball from it.
Yeah, no, I do completely agree. That early game Renekton's going to be very important. If you can pressure the Yasuo enough, Muujin, we know he's an early game juggler. You know he likes to make early game plays. And on someone like a Gragas, it's going to be fairly easy for him, you could imagine. But if that Yasuo does get ahead, like you alluded to, the wombo combos can be quite devastating with the Orianna mixed into the competition as well. But I'm going to touch on the point I mentioned a second ago. Where is the tank? There isn't one. And if Gragas and Renekton, and we've seen a lot of Renektons today go gargoyles, and he just ends up running into the team, popping gargoyles, and then he's almost impossible to kill.
You don't need a tank if you never want a team fight, and Dan has pretty much illustrated through most of his professional CSQ and CS career that he doesn't like team fighting. I also want to hark back. I think we saw Dan play Yasuo in the CSQ, and I'm pretty sure he absolutely stomped with it.
It's quite possible. However, all I remember from Dan in CSQ is him sitting in a lane for the entirety of game. Like, I remember one game when he played Kennen, and they were like 15 kills down at the 30-minute mark, and he just won them the game. Like, he just kept split pushing. So for me, the problem with Origin is not whether Dan will join the team. I think it's a much more core problem than that. It's that they, as a team, they don't seem to be coordinated. They always seem to have Dan split pushing, and then the rest of the team is just trying to do stuff as a team. Whereas they don't have this full 5-man cohesive unit.
One of the major issues that I have with the Origin lineup is that because of Dan being a very individual, I'll put it in quotation marks, an individual style top laner, he draws resources naturally. Like, he draws jungle pressure naturally because he needs them. You saw Smitty J on Fiora naturally draw resources. Dan does the same.
I think the risk as well is that when you've got a player who fits into a very singular play style, you tend to lose out a lot in draft, because the enemy team knows that you're gonna play something that will split push. They know that you're gonna play something that can rely less on the team. And so RB say, okay, if you're gonna play something that's split push, we'll play something that beats you in lane and deny that split push, which is what they've done with the Renekton here. Origin with their substitutes, Neon and Illusionist in the bottom lane, come up from their Spanish team once again. It's actually, I guess it's weird to call them substitutes considering they played more than Darkside and Quickseth, who were the players that came across from the Wind and Rain roster that won CSQ.
The OG bottom lane from OG.
Well, yeah, it's the OG bottom lane. Well, wouldn't that be Sven and Mithy then?
Oh,
I guess hark back to the good old days. Origin need a 2-0 here to secure themselves that playoff spot, to try and make their way back in to the LCS, and actually to try and keep their way in the Challenger Series. If they lose, even if they draw, they are out of Challenger. They've gone from Challenger to the World Championships, back into Challenger, and then down to nothing.
It's extremely vivid timeline, with ups and downs, highs and lows, but
incredible highs.
Yeah,
monumental highs.
Semi-finals
of Worlds.
With a completely different roster, though. That's the kind of thing to hark on to. And I like your method of thinking, your way of thinking there, looking at OG. They are a very bottleneck team. You know Dan's going to be split pushing the whole game. or at least for most of the game. He's going to want to be able to influence the team fights with the ultimate, using Scala and Illusionist as catalysts. But the main problem for their team is they're not as flexible as they should be able to.
We do have another pause coming out. I wonder if Scoundrel is going to make... Oh, pause is resumed. So hopefully we'll be back on into the action straight away. Which we are. Don't need a Duick Scoundrel. Off you toff, go get some food. He comes back like a lost puppy. Like one of the 101 Dalmatians, just teetering his way back.
The runt of the litter.
Yeah, at the moment, RB are trying to be Cruella de Vil as they reject Origin's hopes of staying in the Challenger Series or even making their way back to LCS. Mujin, a jungler known for his early aggression, has the Gragas who can do a lot of work early on and is looking to see if he can spot out Zani. Zani's cleared his jungle. Mujin will now realize there's no red buff there.
I like Mujin's way of thinking here, but Illusionist got his head on straight, is going to pop a ward down in that Krug's bush, so we'll be able to spot out Mujin. He's actually wandering towards Krug's now. Hello, Mujin.
Looks for the knockup, can't get it. Kasing there as well. And who will stop the Krugs. Nothing taken by Mujin with that invade. And Zani is invading up towards the top side and will steal away the Krugs for himself.
What's quite interesting about that specific play is Kasing and Cedrian, because they're so far pushed up, means Illusionist cannot ward Tribrush because it's a very, very easy place for Kasing to get hooked. So the only other place he can ward is that Krug spot. So maybe Mujin, you know, falling for that a little bit.
Zani's seen junglers die. I can't think junglers die to Krugs before.
Oh, man.
Insects can't eat through rock. Good hook on towards Neon. Ignite goes down as well. The heal into the double shield from Illusionist just about keeps Neon alive. Another pause. I assume it's another client-based issue. Across the board as well, relatively even between these two teams to start us off. Tal actually slightly behind Dan in the top lane. Has to play a bit safer because they know Kha'Zix was up towards that top side of the map. Makes it a lot more difficult for him to be aggressive in that lane. And has actually gotten Doran's shield first as well. We are going to get back into the action. He looks so sad. Every time he comes across, it's like,
hang on. Rend! Oh, Ren wasn't available apparently, and Cedrian doesn't manage to secure the kill. Blows that flash as well. That's absolutely massive. Clearster, a very mobile champion, does have Kasing's Lantern to save him for any upcoming ganks from Zani, but still flashing rather aggressively.
You do force Neon back. Neon's now got Doran's boots and a dagger, which is not really what you want to have on Varus earlier on. And will lose a lot of CS to the tower. Probably 2 waves or so there. Mujin's actually going to come across just to try and force them back once again. This is intelligent play. They know that the Kha'Zix was on the top side relatively recently, so they can try and force Neon away from the tower. And he's going to probably be about 15 to 20 CS down as Cedrian and Kasing back away.
So we look at this top lane then. So we've got Dan against Thal. They haven't hit that level 6 mark just yet, and Thal hasn't actually blown the potion because he does have that Doran shield, and has got the heal from Kardamik as well. Now Dan just pressuring him time and time again. He's going to give Zani a lot of time now to roam through Mujin's jungle and try and seal away a couple of these camps. Mujin is going to spot him out though. It's going to be hard to contest a lot of those smaller raptors to Mujin, but the smite away actually, Zani steals it. So just pressuring Mujin, doing what Mujin does best and pressure early. Zani's doing that perfectly right now. And we know Zani for a more supportive jungle role. He plays a lot of Ivan, favors that champion quite heavily. But on this Kha'Zix now, a pick that has really had mixed success in CS. And I want to see how he does up against Mujin, who is a very, very competent jungler, has even gone Moby Boots first item to make sure he can get his lanes ahead.
It's the Mujin special. Does it on Elise, does it on Gragas, does it on any jungler he plays. He just wants to be ganking as much as possible, and him and Kasing are pushing forward to get some vision control over this red side jungle.
Look at that double control ward coming out from RB. They're going to spot Illusionist here. Kasing might want to look for a hook, but Illusionist not posturing towards the top side of that brush will make them back off. But you got to think to yourself, if you're an Illusionist, that can only be one control ward, right? Because Mujin was probably the only one to go in for this
He's
invade.
actually spotted the second one.
Oh, okay. So taking both those out is going to be really nice for him. He's actually popping his own control ward there because he knows Mujin has been in this bottom side jungle a lot. Definitely knows that now. And with the first Drake being Infernal as well, it's going to be important to look towards this mid lane because, yes, Orianna doesn't have that many counter matchups, or none, according to Dopa, but still, against this Corki, it's going to be hard of her to push in the waves, especially if Corki just, you know, wants to push in with the Phosphorus Bomb and the Gatling Gun. But with the Lost Chapters, it's going to be very hard for him. Just giving Mugen a lot of time to maneuver is going to be extremely important for RB's win condition, especially in early.
So let's come back to sort of lane priority. We said RB want to win out early game. They want to win out the lanes. They have done that in the bottom side of the map. 30 farm up, and they're continually harassing onto Neon and Illusionist. They know Neon doesn't have his flash for another little while. They're even looking for first tower with a Kalista lane, which is almost unheard of. Illusionist jumps back. I'm just trying to push them away. Mugen comes down towards the bottom side. I don't know if he was spotted. There was a ward in that second bush, which will get cleared by RB. And now you have OG wondering, you know, did they clear the ward just because they wanted to clear the ward? Did they clear the ward because there's a jungler there? Why are they using so many control wards around this bottom side? Well, it's because Mugen wants to get a gank off. He is 6, as are only Cedrian. Kasing's not quite hit that level 6, but Illusionist has the charm, the quickness. I'll need some sprightly feet to get away from RB if it's a 3-man gank.
You gotta know that Mugen's down the bot side. He's already been down there once, twice before to plant those 2 control wards and to get the small gank early. Illusionist very, very calm there and patient as well, not wanting to ward that brush as soon as the wall goes down. Now Zani coming down to the bottom lane is actually just going to pop up the little recall there, so RB don't go anywhere near aggressive. But now they've got control of this lane, and like you said a second ago, Kalista taking first turret, especially someone against like a Varus, it's a little bit unheard of, but they are actually just going to make the way to the mid lane.
Fate's call. Scarlet flashes away, but Kasing predicts the hook comes down as well, and Scarlet is a dead man. First blood RB. Scarlet just not able to react to Team RB grouping up in mid lane.
Oh man, and now Mugen's here as well for the added punishment. That's going to be Infernal Drake for RB, no doubt. At first blood as well, going over to Cedrian. You could have given it to Magifelix, yes, but I think it's more important you give it over to Cedrian to demolish this lane even further. Magifelix can now push in this wave, push in the next one. Is actually going to recall because Zani actually making more intelligent path and clearing out that mid wave to make sure Magifelix couldn't get the extra on. But still getting that Sheen, the added trade potential against Scarlet's going to be pretty big. They didn't actually rotate towards the Drake there, which is a little bit surprising, but not wanting to make any too aggressive plays early on is something that they've kind of alluded to at the moment in the way they want to play the early game. But again, we did say they want to get ahead early, but making sure they're not and put all the fuel in the tank before they ended up running out during the mid is very important.
Mugen down towards the bottom side. It actually looks like all of RB are coming down here. I think Magifelix has the package as well, so they will be able to force them back off first tower. RB continuing to extend that first tower percentage they have, up around the 90% mark now. Zani's trying to make a play on the other side of the map, get the Rift Tower for himself, maybe be able to eke out something, but they will lose an Infernal, they'll lose first tower for it as well. And this is RB showing us just how much they can take off winning only one lane on the map.
Cedrian doing a little bit of Tokyo Drift there. Does take the lantern over the wall, and that'll be an Infernal Drake going over, but that is equaled out with Origin at taking that Rift Herald. Very smart pathing again from Zani. You've got to put that to his name at the moment. His pathing has been fairly good up against the likes of Mugen already.
Tal's
He's got
really
55 CS over 33.
Sorry, Tal's really struggled in this top lane. Rifto's going to come down, and this will be tower answered. Tal is 30 CS down on Dan, and it may be that we've misread the matchup, and actually Yasuo has a better matchup into Renekton than we thought. It's not the bruiser bully matchup that perhaps it could have been. But Dan showing us that his Yasuo can be incredibly powerful and is getting towards that split push roll very quickly.
Yeah, with Thal though now picking up Tiamat, Dan's going to have to answer those waves more readily, but that's not going to be a problem for him because, again, his playstyle was very much, I'm going to sit in the lane, I'm a push, and that's all you're really going to see from me for at least the first 20 minutes of the game. But with that first turret going down for RB, and that being on the bottom side as well, they now have to make a decision. Do they keep Cedrian here and have Thal on the top side, which is exactly what they are doing, or do they flip those around? It doesn't make sense anymore to flip them because Rift Herald has gone and been used. So now prioritizing the bottom side because of the Drake is they're seemingly their game plan right now. And we got now look at Mujin's pathing. Does he want to pressure Dan and force him to get killed from an overextension, which he has been known to do, or does he want to just supply Magifelix and Cedrian his resources instead?
RBC will struggle to push into OG, especially in mid and bot, because of the wave clear coming out from Orianna, coming out from Varus as well. However, if they can make a pick, it's a turret basically guaranteed. No completed items, but parts of them, recipe parts, have been added into the inventories of the RB members. Trinity Force expected on Magifelix relatively soon. Blade of the Ruin King for Cedrian. RB looking up towards the top side. Kasing. We thought he was going to flash the wall there for a second, the way he put that lantern back. Doesn't do it. And it looks like RB will move 4 members up towards the top side of the map.
Okay, so now pressuring that tier 1. Now Dan, you got to put it to him. He's very good in these situations. These split push situations. If his tower does get pressured, that's fine. He kind of knows what to do. He will probably end up going towards the bottom lane now and swapping with Illusionist and Neon. RB making a good call though. They are going to send 4 members up to the top, and that tier 1 will be down now. Making sure Thal doesn't get any further behind. He's actually going to teleport bottom lane, so already coordinating and saying, yes, Dan's going to end up bottom lane, so I'm just going to go here, catch the wave, catch the XP and CS, which is now evened up. It was 20 to 30, I believe, down earlier, and now close to even.
And it's about the amount of time it takes OG to react. Because RB take that first tower and push in the wave, Neon spends a long time counter-pushing that. And by the time he's managed to get it up to the tower, RB have already taken top tower, and they can teleport Tile back down. So out of the play, RB get a lot, OG get basically nothing. RB shrink the gap in the top lane, extend the gap in the bot lane, and this is where we need to see them continuing to make these plays. They're 1,500 gold ahead at the moment. That needs to grow over the next 5 to 10 minutes, at least 2 to 3-fold.
Now Thal consistently pushing in. And I'll quickly allude to what we said in Champion Select, that all the OG members are very squishy. Dan isn't going to go Frozen Mallet straight up. He's actually gone for Phantom Dancer for the dueling potential on the Renekton. I would be curious to see when he does pick it up. He has got Ruby Crystal, which could lead into Durham's Fist, into the Frozen Mallet. So we'll have to see what he does actually want to build that into. Could also lead to a Titanic Hydra, a more tanky version of the Yasuo build. Not something we do commonly see, but it is a possibility for him. But now, what does Dan do? Dan is now stuck in this lane against Thal, who's going to be able to counter push against him, and because Thal has that turret to back up onto, and it's very hard to dive Renekton with that Dominus, it's now all up to Zani to make a proactive play towards the bottom side. Even Illusionist can do that on this Rakan.
And I look at the Origin lineup and I wonder to myself, where's the shot calling coming from? Where's the experienced head who at this moment says, okay, we're leaking in the bottom lane, we're leaking a little bit in top, they're out-rotating us, this is what we need to do. Because the only high-level experience you have is Neon and Illusionist, who are the subs who've come into this roster. They played in the LVP for the Origin España lineup. I know Dan, Zani, and Scarlet, I think, played in the second division, the LOL Segundo, LVP Segundo in Spain as well. So they haven't got the experienced heads that you see on Team RB. You haven't got people who played in the Korean Challenger scene. You haven't got Kasing, who played at IEMs. He played for TSM. You know, he played for big name teams at international stages, and you can see that level of macro understanding and experience really paying off when they do have a lane that goes behind. Compare Tal 3 minutes ago to Tal now. From 30 CS behind, he's now 10, and he's got to finish Titanic Hydra, and he can continue to push in these side waves. RB just seem to have much more experienced mindset about the game, and OG don't seem to know how to react.
And what comes from that experience and that maybe more maturity as a team and some of the players is their vision control. And you can see Mujin accompanying Kasing most of the time, clearing out the vision, putting more control wards, just putting normal wards down inside OD's jungle. You can see when they're being spotted out, Illusionist and Zani now trying to clear out this wave, trying to supplement. Magifelix, though, has got package.
It's another Inferno going on. Magifelix jumps his package onto Illusionist. The charm comes down. Quickness, Magi will use the Valkyrie away. Cedrian trying to get onto Dan. Can't quite connect with the Rend slow, but all of this is over vision for the second Infernal of the game. Tal starts it up. Can Zani make a miracle? Steal the Starlight Express from the Thresh. And they'll just pull out the Infernal Drake. Don't expect them to stop it yet. You've got Cedric in there. Zani jumps in a little bit early, but he's going to smite it away. RB did not have the stacks they thought they did, and OG get an Infernal Dragon of Hope.
They want revenge.
Flash in, the Shockwave comes out. Here's Muujin knocked back. Scarlet will get Kasing, but he'll fall for the favor. 1-for-1 trade in the red side jungle of OG.
Okay, that's really good for OG. At least they secured that Dragon and trade 1-for-1, but their wave clear is going to be a little less so right now with Scarlet. Neon's the only one that can wave clear against the RB lineup, but I honestly just give up this turret. It's already half HP. If Neon steps forward, he's going to find Thal on top of his face, just like that.
Slice in, flash away. Illusionist with the knockup. Here comes Dan. Jumps away himself, has to use the flash. Head in your hands over there, Jaws.
Yeah.
Perhaps slightly frustrated with Dan's engage.
I mean, coming over the wall, fantastic, and then just doing the Yasuo thing of just like, oh, I'm going in, and then just instantly sliding and flashing away at the same time. So Dan not trying to, maybe not trying to find the, not finding the entrances he hopes in these fights. And again, it does allude to his playstyle as Dan as a whole. He's very, very much in the boat. I'm going to split push. When the team fights happen at around 25 minutes, then is the time I can impact them. But right now, I mean, blowing that flash isn't too big on a Yasuo, but I mean, I honestly believe the Yasuo is a mistake in pick and ban. I think you pick something else, but we'll see if he does make it work. Here's the steal. You can see Zani. The isolation damage was even there. That's the thing.
Yeah,
you had
it was just an early smite.
Muujin, yeah, I think Muujin came away and it landed on about, what, sub 100 HP and popped away by Zani.
You got to threaten for it. You got to contest.
I thought you jumped in too early, in all honesty.
So did I.
Was
He
like,
jumped in
hang
at
on a
2000.
minute. Yeah, I was
but
like,
then it kind of semi-resets.
Yeah.
It was a bit odd.
Bit weird. They got it anyway. So it's still a Dragon for OG, which is going to supplement them for sure, but how well that will supplement them, I don't know, because realistically, RB, you look at their composition, you go, okay, so again, Muujin is getting to the point now where when he picks up this first item, he's going to be so tanky that Illusionist is going to be the only semi-tank on the lineup of OG that can do any meaningful work in the front line. But again, this just alludes to their very squishy lineup. They've got a lot of zone control, which is something extremely important to look at. Scarlet and Neon both having a lot of wave clear as well. It's just how they use it, because RB, I think their experience is going to win them this game, in all honesty. Just judging on by their ward control at the moment and their ability to rotate.
I think if you look at RB, though, we talked about in Picks and Bans how we wanted them to win early, how we wanted them to play the laning phase incredibly well, and it's been strong from them, but it hasn't been outstanding. You compare this performance against OG to the performance that Giants had just a couple of weeks ago. Giants perfect gamed Origin in their first game and then decimated them in the second game. Like, there was not a chance that OG were going to win those games. Whereas I look at this, I say 20 minutes in, 1 kill to 2, 3,000 gold between the two teams, an Infernal each. This game is nowhere near over by this point. Whereas when Giants played up against Origin, the game was actually over at the 24-minute mark. In fact, I think one of the games, we almost had our fastest game of the year. It's just, RB are playing a lot lower than some of the expectations we set for them. And I think Origin are playing relatively well this game as well, so you have to give them credit where it's due. RB now trying to set up around the blue buff, steal away what they can. Baron up and live as well. They have got better vision. They have got control of this river. They just need to make the plays with it.
It really does come down to the team fights, and that seems very... Obviously, it comes down to the team fights at some point in the game, but you look at the amount of lockdown OG have. This Varus-Orianna combo, which a lot of teams are drafting as of late, is extremely proficient at isolating and just deleting one target. You throw chains out, it gets one person guaranteed lockdown, and then you follow up with a shockwave. If it does lock other people down from RB, fantastic. But again, RB do have a lot of mobility. Kalista, Corki, Gragas, they've all got some sort of dash, and Kalista inherently is very, very good at dodging out the way. But just locking down one key target is going to be the entrance way that OG need to look for into these fights and actually winning the fights. And Scarlet playing a Orianna, again, a very heavy scaling champion, not as much as a Cassiopeia or a Kassadin, or even a Vladimir, but Orianna, when she gets to late, she will be able to just delete Cedric, and she will be able to delete Magic Felix if he's not careful. So some early itemization into some magic resist wouldn't go amiss either for Magic Felix or Sejurin. Zani's been found out though, but he will be able to get away. Got a couple of spears in him though.
Mugen's so quick with that Righteous Glory, like just runs straight at people. So very, very scary. You're seeing a lot more of that item this patch.
Oh, trying to make him pick him, maybe.
Just vision control once again. There are some wards in the river for Origin, trying to get that spot in the playoffs. Of course, if they don't beat RB 2-0, they are out of Challenger Series. They have to play in the qualification tournament. Something Origin did 2 years ago, before they got to Worlds. Oh, this is sneaky. Is Magic Felix spotted by that? There are some pings coming out. I think Origin have noticed this is going on. Yes, they do. They definitely know it's happening, but look at how low the Baron is. The teleport's going to come in, and OG have made RB disengage from the Baron. They try to be sneaky. OG say not today.
I do blow Dandan's flash there as well. blow Dandan's flash as well. Not flash, sorry. It's teleport as well. So that's actually a really big tool that OG need to be able to use. Whoa, Ujin almost finds himself little whirlwind. RB do rotate back to the mid lane though, just to make sure OG cannot capitalize on their mispositioning. But now they've blown Dandan's flash, it's inherently going to be easier for Thal to actually push into him, and he can take these more risky duels against him because he knows that he can just back and then teleport into a fight. Dandan will have to back and then walk up to a potential fight that RB want to force. They're actually trying to just take the Ocean Drake here. We'll go over to them. There's no vision at all for OG over this Drake, but again, it won't matter too much. Ocean Drake, not the highest prized Drake there is. It was very sneaky from RB. It was a bit unfortunate that it did go spotted by OG's ward, but happens.
If you're an Origin fan, it was very fortunate that you managed to spot them out. Illusionist once again, setting up a few wards around the pit.
Something that Illusionist actually has been very good at, which I've noticed, is his vision control as well. Not as experienced as Kasing, and he's very good at mid-game vision, I'd argue, where Kasing is also very good at that, and Kasing's advantage definitely was in early game vision, just pushing in with Mugen. Illusionist hasn't got that synergy with Zani, and you could kind of put that on their ability to actually play together. Illusionist coming into the roster a bit later on. But his mid-game vision control is actually really stellar, and it's something that I've really enjoyed seeing from Illusionist in all honesty.
Actually, he's managed to sneak a ward in around the Baron pit that RB do not know is there. It's just up towards the top side of the pit, and the control wards aren't spotting it out. If we just move up a little bit on the camera angle, we can see it just a little bit. Observers aren't listening to me as Dandan jumps onto Tal with the last breath. Tal trying to get himself away. We'll use the flash, has the curl as well to try and get some health back, but it's not enough. Dandan gets the kill in the 1v1. And Thal had no way of responding.
He finds that solo kill. Now, RB, you can see them now just trying to set up for a pick because they know Dandan hasn't got that teleport. Will they be able to find anything? Zani's going to face check, gets the hook.
That's a hook to the face. And RB are able to capitalize on the fact that they had gained vision control around the Baron. Fate's Call comes out, chuck in, Scarlet flashes away, the flash play, the hook, and that is a dead Orianna. You have no place to go. You might sombrero yourself, but at the moment you're just going on a holiday to the fountain.
Oh man, that's the second time he's actually pressed R, the shockwave, and it's not actually going to cool down because it didn't actually go off. Fantastically orchestrated pick off there. Zani, though, being a little bit over-aggressive, face checking that brush with no vision. RB now, they're going to be able to secure the strike. The Ren, the smite from Mugen is going to be, that's going to be long gone before Zani actually spawns.
This is the problem that I find with Origin, though, and great play by RB. You know, they make the picks, they gain vision control. They did a superb job of playing around the fact they'd lost the man in the bottom lane. But after Dandan kills Tal, he has to know that RB are going to try and make a play on the other side of the map. And maybe it's the team not calling it, maybe it's the inexperience we've been talking about, but as soon as you get that solo kill, you should be roaming up because you haven't got teleport, RB know you haven't got teleport, so they know that they can force a 4v4 on the other side of the map.
Thing is, it was warded, it wasn't warded even for Zani, it was warded by RB. Zani, I can imagine what was going through his head was like, they might be doing Baron. I'm going to quickly walk in here, get a ward down on the pixel brush, and then walk out. But RB just going, we're just going to sit in this bush because we know you're going to face check Baron. So yeah, maybe a bit of a miscoordination there, miscommunication, which alludes to the point you touched on earlier, who is actually the shot caller for OG. And now RB find themselves in a little bit of a better scenario with that Baron. And now they can just siege up these turrets because they have got Muujin running in with Righteous Glory. They've got Muujin, they've got Magifelix. He's doing a whole heap of damage to turrets. Kalist's not the greatest at taking towers, but hey, guess who is? Magifelix with a Sheen proc on the Trinity Force. And now Thal is even just pushing this lane.
Exactly, Thal can just split push as well. Dan still no teleport on him, cannot respond to this. This will be 2 towers going over to RB. Puts them about 9,000 gold or so ahead, 8,000. 30 minutes in. Now, Thal, Chain of Corruption comes out, Illusionist jumps in with the knock-up. Will look for the charm afterwards. Hasn't quite used it yet. Zani's going to try and get in on the action as well. Tal will eventually fall to Neon. What are RB doing? Well, they're sieging up mid with 4 men. They will sacrifice Tal once again for the mid lane tower. And this is the reason that I think not picking the Jace is a good idea, because RB don't really care about Tal. He's kind of the Divus of the Team RB squad. However many times he dies, they are much more likely to win with every single one.
Sad Tal, but yeah, he is. You just leave him out. It is a sacrifice at the end of the day. You sacrifice your top laner for those innate advantages in mid and in top lane, taking 2 turrets for the price, no, 3 turrets even, for the price of 1 death.
Yeah, you take that every time.
Take that every single day, especially as they are all mid. I mean, they're all tier 2s as well. So again, it alludes to Kasing and Muujin now pushing their vision line up, getting that solid vision and being able to make pickoffs. Their composition, very good at making picks. Muujin, will kind of ignore Thal in this little scenario, but Muujin, Kasing, Cedric, they've all got ways to engage and all got ways to find a pick off on 1 key target, which again is a lot of OG. You take one of them out of the mix, their composition doesn't necessarily fall apart, but because they don't have any innately tanky members, they're gonna struggle a little bit. Now Dan has got the Blade of the Ruin King, and now he's working towards that Frozen Mallet. He is going to be a little bit harder to take out, but you just ignore him.
The thing is, RB don't care about kills.
Yeah.
I think like the fact they've only got 4 at the 30-minute mark shows they don't care about kills. All they want to do is find a way to hit a pressure point. And if that pressure point is forcing someone to back, or forcing them to play on the wrong side of the map, or forcing you to face check into a Baron, that is exactly what they'll do. The thing I actually like from RB this game, and it pains me to say it as a play-by-play caster because I want to see as much action as possible, is the fact they haven't needed a lot of kills to get a 9,000 gold lead. All they've needed is opportune moments and good vision, and they are actually, as a macro team, playing very well at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's all fun and dandy, seeing a lot of fights, and that's great when it happens. Fights are fun, but playing more proactive League of Legends and playing slower and more methodical League of Legends is exactly what RB are doing, and that plays to some of their strengths, like through and through. Thal, we know him as this carry top laner, yes, but not being that in this game, not showing up, not being, I'm the shining star of this team, it's worked so well for them. Now RB, look at the amount of vision they have in that bottom jungle. They're all sitting on that brush because they know it's unwarded. They're waiting for Zani to maybe face check it. Their Drake's going to go over to RB quite handily. They don't even need Muujin to smite it away again because OG are now struggling to actually step outside their base, which is something that they need to be able to do because Dan likes to do that. He likes to split push. But that, again, is their greatest asset to their team, but is also the biggest crutch as well.
It's their Achilles heel indeed. Origin trying to work out a way back into this game because although the scoreline does not reflect it, and it's looking pretty bleak for them. Let's quickly go across items for these two teams. Muujin finished the Righteous Glory and the Locket of the Iron Solari. Even has an Elixir of Iron just to make the Fat Man a little bit fatter. In the top lane, Tal has finished his Gargoyles. Looks like he's got a Warden's Mail as well. If this was next patch, I'd say he was building up towards the Thorn Mail, Bramble Vest and Warden's Mail, but it's not. Still patch 7.13, so probably a Randuin's Omen. Cedrian's at 4 completed items as well, with the 3 if you don't include the QSS, 4 if you include the QSS. I guess it's only half completed technically. Yeah. It's a very, very strong Team RB.
On the small topic of the next patch, can you wait for Cho'Gath to run at you in competitive at 1 billion miles an hour?
As a support main, I hate assassins, is all I can say. Because I'd love to be able to save my AD carry, and it's just that you can't. You cannot save your AD carry.
Not from Cho'Gath one-shotting them.
Exactly, or from
Kasing.
Duskblade. You cannot save your AD carry from Kasing. Neon tries to get away, but he's knocked back as his Illusionist. Look at the damage on towards that Rakan. No escape whatsoever. RB engage from the corner and just run straight at their opposition.
Man, 2 Righteous Glories. They don't want to find kills, yes, but when they're that easy to set up because you've got the amount of speed ups that RB do have, it's so easy for you. Muji now is just going to walk forward. He's popped the Elixir of Iron. That is one chunky fat man. Going to be able to siege this turret.
Oh, it's DC'd. Oh, it's a shame. You know what's even more annoying? The call cue sound in my head. So yeah, it looks like Illusionist DC'd there. Unfortunately, Magic Felix had just killed him before he DC'd. And like, the thing is there, you don't know that he's DC'd. It was basically one Sheen proc into a Gatling gun, so you can't really blame Magic Felix. We will get it sorted out and make sure we know exactly what's going to happen with that pause.
Yeah. There's
Scoundrel-shaped hole.
yeah, he's gone. Unlucky. But let's go back and look at the overall game at the moment. What is there to be had from OG right now? And I think the answer there is absolutely nothing. And I think they look towards game number 2. I don't necessarily think they lost it in the pick and ban either. I think they could have drafted a little better, just putting a tankier top laner maybe, or even just a tankier jungler. I don't think Zani has had the impact he wanted to. And being a more supportive jungler, which is what we've seen him thus far, I think I kind of want to see him back on that supportive role. Even maybe pick up, I know Sejuani isn't fully in the meta just yet, although we have seen the ban today. I think maybe someone like that would be very, very key to maybe stemming the bleeding, especially in this kind of game.
I can understand that. I think I agree with you. I'm not surprised by RB's playstyle coming into this match, but I'm slightly surprised by how well they've played without feeling like they're doing a lot. Are you trying to come onto camera while we're talking to the camera? Come on, just come across. You might as well now. Like, you've messed it up anyway.
Ruined it.
No one told me. I was just...
Where were you?
It's actually in production and no one told me to come back.
You're not watching the game?
I was, and I looked at it.
Okay, you're not on.
I was, and I looked at it and I said, oh, there's a pause. And no one in production told me to go back to the desk. So I was just sitting there going...
It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. So tell us about how you feel this game's gone. Is it just RB doing RB things?
I don't think it's been at the same style that we've seen RB play in previous. RB have generally been far more dominant than this. It's kind of been, and when I say dominant, I mean like dominant in terms of picking kills, getting that through lane pressure. It's just been really good macro from RB this time around. It's been slow and methodical. It has come from the laning pressure that they've generated, but it's been very tempered. And I think that's good for RB because I think that's what they need to succeed against teams that arguably play better than them on a macro level. And I like to see this from RB. I think it's necessary for their recipe to success.
And if they win this, which even just this game, which it looks like they're going to do, they face up against Schalke 04 in their playoffs, which is a tough opposition, especially since Schalke just beat Giants. We are going to get back into the game, so we'll watch that as we go along. Yeah, how do you feel they will play into Schalke? Do you think this is a good sign for them? It's been such a slow game at Scoundrel.
I think it is, and I think they needed this.
Good point. Okay, we're going to shush.
Okay.
That's the inhibitors going down. RB will secure it in the middle lane. Jaws, how do you feel it shows them up against Schalke 04?
Debated. Well, I mean, it shows that again they can play multiple styles, which a lot of teams are now proving to us and proving to the world, right? Schalke proving that they can topple Giants, which is not only fantastic, it also shows them that not only can we win during the laning phase, but we can win heavy macro games as well. RB now setting up for this Baron. It has just spawned, and Magic Felix even with this package. What perfect timing to just start this one up.
Yeah, easy enough for them. Be their second Baron of the game. Don't even need to do it if they don't want to. They've got mid pushing in. Can you hear a weird buzzing in the background?
Yeah, it's Magic Felix with a package.
Oh, that is annoying as all.
That is annoying. Oh, that's
Scarlet manages to flash away. Illusionist in with the charm, but here comes the engage from Kasing. He is charmed up. They're getting onto this Origin backline. There is the kill already. We've seen the Scarlet fall, the Orianna, and now they'll chase on towards Illusionist as well.
That was a 750 damage crit.
And once again,
extremely painful.
One kill for RB. And they immediately go towards, well, immediately, they kind of immediately go towards the objective. They chase for a little bit, but they will get the Baron. And this just means the end for OG. I don't see a way that they come back from this.
Absolutely not. Neon hasn't got Chains of Corruption, Loses hasn't got Quickness. Scarlet's dead. Hasn't really got a Shockwave off this entire game. Baron's gone over to RB.
I can't remember a Shockwave actually connecting this entire game.
He has channeled it
twice,
because it
died both times.
Doesn't go fully off. Yeah, he just died. You can see him kind of on the floor there.
That's a shame.
It is a shame, in all honesty. But Scarlet has proved himself, I think, quite handily a very good mid laner. I think the problem is he is so locked into a certain play style in these scaling champions, it can be very easy to ban him out. On the flip of the coin, Mad Felix has played 8 different champions across the weeks, and it's been almost impossible to ban out.
I mean, can we take away Lissandra and Heimerdinger from that list, though, because they were both not great for them?
They weren't.
Yes, they will go for this top lane inhibitor. This will be the second inhib of the game, and perhaps will spell the end for OG. With this a loss, they will be out of the Challenger Series. They will be out of contention for playoffs, and they will be out of ways back to the LCS, at least for this year. Illusion is trying to hold on. There's the shockwave, only hits Muujin. The Fate's Call comes out. They're going to knock him back, and Zani's low. OG trying to have one last bit of hope, but it's swiped away by Tal in the front line and sniped away by Cedrian. Another hook connects, another kill comes down. Team RB will take the win, they'll take the Nexus, and they will take away all hope from Origin.
What a fantastically well-played game from RB. Slow, methodical, paced out, play to their win condition. And OG just crumbling in front of your very eyes. Game number 2 is going to be a tall order, I think, from them.
You guys can hear me. I think on sort of the
You're kicking things under the desk again.
I may have knocked something with my knee. I don't know. I always do this. I think on the grand scheme of things, this game means huge waves for the Challenger Series in general. Now, off the back of a single RB win, we have no tiebreaker potentials. We have War in a 4th spot confirmed, and OG relegated, and for some reason I can't remember the
Paris
Saint-Germain relegated. So obviously they are going to have to re-qualify now through the Challenger Series qualifiers. This is below the level Origin has ever been. They started in the Challenger Series. They didn't even go through the Challenger Series qualifiers, I believe. They started in the Challenger Series, went to LCS. They have gone below the level now that they have ever existed at.
Technically, it's also below the level Paris Saint-Germain have ever existed.
Yeah, but Paris Saint-Germain have never been in LCS either, so it's always
or at Worlds, or MSI.
I mean, they went Challenger Series to Worlds, and now they're Challenger Series qualifier team.
And I think you have to compare it to the comparison you always have when you talk about Origin is with Gamers 2 or G2 that they are now. The Expeke versus Ocelot comparison. Look at how far G2 have gone. Yes, they're not having the best of splits at the moment, but Origin have just fallen flat in front of them. And this, time and time again, it's just RB making a singular pick, and then snowballing.
And what a monster Kasing was this game with those hooks as well. I mean, you expect that from Kasing. He's a playmaking sort of god on his team, but he was really, really good, especially towards the later stages of this game. I mean, RB looked fantastic, and to build on that point that you touched on, Medic, this is good for RB because this is something different from what we've seen from them previously, and it is good to see an RB team that can play a slow game. It's not supposed to be sort of based on snowballing off kills, and it was very clean in terms of macro.
I agree with you, but I want to make a quick comparison point.
Sure.
They played a slow macro game against Origin, who weren't very good at taking advantages on the other side of the map.
Okay.
If they do this against Giants, or against Schalke, or against Wind and Rain even, do they get the same lead? Are they able to get to 30 minutes with only 4 kills and have a 9,000 gold lead? Or is that only 2,000 or 3,000?
I think that's an extremely good point, and Giants will punish them for that, and I think OG don't have maybe the level of communication is something we talked about to punish RB for that, but I mean, you've got to imagine Giants and Schalke especially are going to be able to take advantage of those scenarios that they lead themselves in. But if they do play it clean and concise like they did today, with, again, not putting Thal on this amazing hyper carry, I think they're going to do fairly well. Yeah, I think they've just started to find their groove and niche as a team and coming into this one. And they've got a large champion pool.
I would actually argue the other side of the coin. While I was impressed with the way that they played the macro game, it was clean. It wasn't a super dominating win until the end. It didn't really feel like they'd got major advantages until sort of the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they will do okay, but I just think Giants and Schalke look a lot cleaner, a lot more polished, and I think RB will struggle.
I think especially Schalke's early game, because we saw how strong they are. Compare that to RB, who, yes, have got a lot of early towers, but here at the 18-minute mark, they're only 3k up against Origin, who have looked like one of the weakest teams in Challenger. In fact, I think you might even be able to argue the weakest team in Challenger with PSG winning today against Wind and Main. We'll find out more about how RB are able to play up after this break. We'll be right back with the final game of Challenger Series Summer Split. Welcome back to the Challenger Series Summer Split. I am Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and I am joined by Kieran Scoundrel Low and Jack Jaws Right. And our production monitor has gone, so I'm just going to assume that we are still on the 3-shot. So let's talk a little bit about the last game, because RB facing up against Origin for this next match, the final series of the Challenger Series Summer Split. We know who's going to place where. We know it's going to be Giants in first, Schalke in second, RB in third, and War in last place. What do you do if you're RB here? Do you try hard? Do you try and beat Origin? Or do you say, Heimerdinger mid, lads, let's go?
I've got a feeling Magic Felix is going to pull out something left field.
Okay.
You've got to be honest.
Going to be Heimerdinger mid? Better not be Heimerdinger
Yeah,
mid.
better not be, but it might be. Maybe he just wants to keep up the run of choosing different champs, so maybe the 9th different champ.
Yes, who do you play, though? Yasuo mid, because Perks promised it to us.
Yeah, could do.
What do you think?
If I were RB, I'd just treat this as a normal game.
Why?
Treat it very seriously, because why would you not treat it seriously? It's good practice against a Challenger Series level team. You could have the ability to test out tactics that you would have wanted to test out. Your coach has probably brought things to the table that he'd like to enact in a game of this level.
But do you want to show those things when you're going to play up against Schalke, who have shown that they can exploit you more than Origin could exploit you?
I mean, look, it really depends. Like, let's be completely frank about this concept of showing things. How different have most of the compositions been that we've seen throughout the Challenger Series?
I think RB's playstyle has been very different in certain scenarios. They played heavy lane, then they played heavy macro. This last game was incredibly slow with heavy macro.
I think the things that they have shown that have been odd have not worked. You know, I'm just saying, I don't know why you wouldn't treat it seriously. I don't like this concept of, well, it doesn't matter now, so let's not care. I like the concept of this is a professional level tournament. I'd like the player to think that it deserves the respect that it commands. The Challenger Series, just treat it with respect.
I don't think either of us are saying they treat it with disrespect. I don't think either of us are saying, oh, we'll play 5 junglers and just see what happens.
No,
I think
know,
what we're saying is maybe you say to the players, okay, as long as we've got a coherent composition, you can pick what you want.
Okay, let me say to this: if the coach says, if there's anything you wanted me to test in competitive play, now would be a good time to test a composition in competitive play. Then yes, I agree with that concept.
Okay.
I would definitely be on the same boat, though, and say, on your side, Aaron, and saying, you know what, we don't want to show anything more. Let's just play something we're used to playing, but not too out of left field, unless it, again, is something like Heimerdinger, which you're probably not going to play against Giants or Schalke. And going, okay, so we're just going to play the same game as game number 1, but maybe a couple of different champs here and there. You don't not take it seriously, but at the same time, you show anything here that's just more fuel. And
I mean, you could just play stuff that you want to play that like you could get Lock in the Zillion for Kasing. He's played that already, so it's not like it's showing anything new. People know about Kasing's Zillion. Yeah. You could just lock in things that you think that you'd like to test out in a competitive format. You know that the result of this game doesn't really have an impact in terms of the overall standings because everything is locked in place. You know that you're already facing Schalke, so yeah, I mean, I think if that's the case, then yes, definitely lock in something that you or your coach has said, okay, well, we have a theory about how a composition we want to work. We haven't had a chance to test it in scrims yet. Let's enact this, see what happens, or just play the same game plan. Play the same game plan, change the champions up a little bit. Try and just enact the same thing you did in the first game to, again, like you said, limit what you're showing to the opposition.
I see them playing a lot more aggressive this game. I think that last game, just the way that RB plays tends to be seat of your pants. Let's mechanically outplay the opposition, and that last game was very slow for them. Yeah. So I think they're just going to be like, okay, guys, let's just win lane win game. Let's just do it. Let's 20-minute try and win this game. See if we can get the shortest game. Exactly.
Let's go.
We are going to get into picks and bans. Casting ban once again from Team RB. No surprises there against Scarlet, and Origin will have to look towards that Zac ban as expected.
Yeah, they don't not ban Zac. They don't not ban Caitlyn. They have to ban Zac Caitlyn at least. That's or Thresh even as well.
Yeah.
This is interesting because there's so many things that you need to target for RB. Like Rakan would likely be a ban here for Origin. I like to lean forward when I'm looking at champions.
Fine, mate. That's all right. Jack's ban.
Jack's ban for Dan. That didn't come out in the previous series, I don't think. But
so I think it's because Origin have last pick here. So you ban it away. You make sure you can't get the counter pick out, and it just removes that option from Dan.
Well, Team RB should be able to get their hands on the Caitlyn or the Rakan. You imagine Caitlyn would be the ban for Origin, which means Rakan is up for grabs for RB. But what you might see here is RB ban something like the Thresh on their side, so you don't get the trade-off. Nope, they'll just ban the Vladimir.
I don't think they minded playing Thresh into Rakan.
No, exactly. Well, I think in this case, if you leave open the Thresh and Rakan, you might just give Thresh back over to Kasing, and then he's happy to give Rakan over to Illusionist.
I would completely agree, but the one thing that Origin do have is that bottom lane synergy from Neon and Illusionist, in all honesty. So I think prioritizing that lane is going to be pinnacle to their composition. But banning away that Thresh does leave open the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine they're not going to lock it in. It's such a power pick right now, easily one of the most broken ADs.
Yeah, definitely incredibly strong right now. We did see War manage to lose with it earlier, but they did have a potential to come back. They just kind of threw that away. And Caitlyn is a pretty solid lock-in here for Cedric. Doesn't really have too many bad lane matchups. He's very lane dominant. OG, we didn't talk about...
OG could just mess around as well.
We didn't talk about the fact that it means nothing to OG now, so,
The pride of the organisation.
Yeah, that's true.
Still there to some degree, although it has fallen from grace to a massive scale across the last couple of years. It's going to be the Gragas lock, probably going towards the jungle, but is a flexible pick. Could go towards top.
Do you see Dan as a Gragas player?
Strangely enough, I don't.
Do you see him as a Lee Sin top player?
No.
Yes.
No, he doesn't split. Lee Sin has to join the team. Has to snowball.
You just 1v1 Lee Sin the entire time. Rakan does get locked in for Illusionist here, so they are going to make sure that you can't have that duo in the bot lane here for Kasing and Cedrian. And you imagine Zanny will be taking the Gragas as he's favoured Gragas so heavily in most of his previous matches, so that makes a lot of sense.
Caitlyn Brom here for Team RB. Pick up your jungler alongside it, makes it relatively safe lane, really easy to play as well as the Caitlyn Brom, quite abusive. You can get a lot of damage down with the concussive blows as well.
I like the Caitlyn Brom lane. It's pretty solid, like you said. Lots of options open for the bot lane still, though. We've seen Caitlyn Lulu, we've seen loads and loads of different options that you can see enacted. But I think, Kasing does like playmaking, support plays. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him bring out his Zillion for a bit of fun here.
Caitlyn Zyra.
Caitlyn Zyra, yes.
Play a lot of Zyra as well.
Absolutely. I just don't think you miss up on the Braum. You definitely lock it in. Even though maybe you're having a little bit of fun, but do you know what is really fun? Just winning your lane and smashing it. So
do you know what is fun? Winning games.
Winning games, exactly. So Braum makes a lot of sense in that respect, but does leave the Kalista open.
Yeah, it's going to be Kalista alongside the Rakan. A matchup that's kind of contesting with the Kalista Thresh as the strongest support AD carry matchup with that Fate's Call, because you can chuck people in, and then he can quickness straight away, and then he can get the knock-up. It makes it a lot more easy for the Rakan. He doesn't have to set himself up. Second ban phase is going to come out, and once again, Origin get rid of the Syndra.
And you imagine RB are likely going to cut out some of the mid lane picks for Scarlet that haven't already been limited. I think there's one more pick that we were saying that he does like to touch on. We've got the Syndra, the Cassiopeia. Yeah, maybe they ban out that, and then they might limit something for Dan.
Next, what do you think RB are going to get rid of apart from the Cassiopeia? What's the second ban? Do you look towards Dan? Do you get rid of, I don't know, Kennen, Fiora?
There's too many other.
Nah.
Just naming all the champions.
Too many picks open. Too many picks open for Dan for you to limit that. I think you just say maybe ban something that Thal doesn't want to play into. If there was a game for Thal to pick his Jace, by the way, just why not just bring it out this game when it doesn't matter as much?
You were the one who said they should play normal style, which means that Thal has to lose lane. That's the way it works for Team RB.
Lose lane, win game.
Yeah, I think it was actually negative KDA at the end of that game as well. It's just doesn't need to be with the team.
Just a Thal thing.
Just Thal things, yeah. Absolutely. Magifelix could go back to his old faithful in the Rise, something we haven't seen a lot of as of late, but maybe something he wants to pull out now would be very interesting to see that. But that's actually, I was joking, but that's actually a Yasuo
actually a Yasuo ban.
RB obviously respecting what made them struggle last game. Origin now probably going to pick their mid laner, or what are we looking at here? Orianna? Basically the only option.
It's basically the only thing that Scarlet likes to pick up, and if he doesn't pick that now, you potentially give it away to Magifelix.
I would also say Talia would be another big pick. It's another safe mid laner, so they do have.
Okay.
Now this was picked in NALCS. Huhi picked the Vel'Koz, and they beat FlyQuest with it. FlyQuest not the toughest opponents for CLG at the moment, who are riding high, but Vel'Koz very powerful, very solo Q-esque, incredibly strong.
Yeah.
It also puts a question mark in Magifelix's head and says, I've never played against Vel'Koz, or at least a lot of Vel'Koz, so it can lead to a little bit of disrespect to that champion. So that's another reason why it's kind of picked up. Huhi, though, he does pick Aurelion Soul a lot of the time as well, so kind of coming out of left field.
A bit more of an interesting pickup there for... Now, this Galio could be mid or top at the moment. You don't know, because we've seen Galio make a lot of moves towards the mid lane, especially over in Korea. You do feel there'll be a lack of damage, and there we go. The game that we wanted to see, Thal pick his Jace up in. He picks it up, and that's going to be Magifelix taking the Galio mid to be the tank. And it's going to be Neon going up against Galio in the lane on the Vel'Koz.
Here's the problem I have with the Team RB composition. It's really slow. Like, I think it can work late game, but if Origin get ahead at all, the scaling from RB is very late game. They need to get to like 25, 30 minutes to actually be doing any damage at all. Whereas Origin have this composition. Kalista Rakan's really good. They've got Zed top
It might
into
be
the
mid,
J.
you never know.
No, you don't play Vel'Koz top
You
into a
could do,
J6 Scandal. Come on.
Why not?
That's a ludicrous matchup. I thought you were an analyst.
Well, I just put Zed against the Galio, I suppose.
I'm teasing.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's just as powerful as the Zed top, but it's going to be.
I think you're saying either of them are very powerful.
I have no idea, in all honesty. There's no Duskblade, of course. Well, there is. It exists, but it's not as good as it is on 714. It's going to be Zed top into the Jace. It's the matchup we've seen more in the mid lane than in the top lane.
Yeah.
It is poor for Jace, especially post 6. Depends on what Jace picks up, but this is going to be very interesting, this top lane matchup. I think, again, you are getting the indication that this is going to be split push focus from Dan. As per usual, you've got great wave clear with Scarlet.
Well, when Zed gets ahead in mid lane, what do? You put him into a side lane and split push because he can assassinate anyone.
Oh, wait, guys, I'm already here. Don't worry.
I'm glad they haven't put him mid, because imagine a Zed into a Galio.
Oh.
It's just like you jump in, immediately taunted, immediately knocked back.
Yeah.
How are you ever going to kill him?
Double teleport coming out from RB as well, by the way. So
I have no idea what to make of this game now.
No. I mean, we did kind of say, are either of these teams going to go, you know what, let's just play fun champions.
I think Dandan's just annoyed at the Runan's nerf to Kennan's. It's like, guys, come on, I can't play Kennen anymore. What can I play now?
Zed,
only Zed.
Clearly in his arsenal. That's going to be an interesting matchup. Not something we've seen as of late.
I realized we didn't do predictions before the last game, so literally last game of the summer split. What are our predictions, guys? Jaws?
I think RB 2-0.
Okay.
Yes.
I would be surprised if any other results were RB2.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys are so boring.
I want to trust me. I want to see Zed.
No, wait. No, Aaron made me promise OG. So OG.
Yes, you said OG 2-0, didn't you?
Ah.
Yeah. Oh, so we did do predictions. I've just totally forgotten them.
I know. I said RB 2-0, and you said, oh no, Excoundrel, you always get it wrong.
I asked for predictions,
yes.
and then I kept bugging Excoundrel about being wrong. So
Okay.
I'm going to go OG 1-0 in this final game.
Why not? You got a Z top. Just do it.
Might as well call it. And I don't think anyone will look down on me for getting it wrong.
I tell you what, gentlemen, you will have fun with this game. As the last game of the Challenger Series split, this is going to be quite explosive. We've got some interesting picks coming through. Dan, obviously, the camera, as always, would panned onto him on the OG lineup. He kind of does draw that natural attention to him when he picks these kind of top laners. I think you'll have a lot of fun with this game. I think it might be a bit clowny, but you're going to have a lot of fun.
And we are going to get onto the Summoners Rift for the final game of the European Challenger Series Summer Split. Thank you very much for your assistance, Excoundrel. We'll see you back in about 25 to 30 minutes or so as we look to see what RB are going to start off with. They want to catch Dan. They're pinging. They want him. Dan has got flash. He's made his way all into... Are they going to check the bushes? No, they're invading completely. They have pinged for the full invade. Oh, Dan. You could have been awful.
Lucky sod is
lucky man in the top lane.
Is the correct word I think you're looking for there.
Is the Galio going to get away? They're sneaking their way around. Team RB, hide in bush. And as we see the RB stalk its prey.
I wonder who laughed
in the savannah, in the jungle. Zani, the zebra, waiting in the next bush. Unseen by this pride of bulls. However, he's now going to get spotted, and they lay in wait, ready to strike, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Can they jump onto this Gragas, the fat man? Alcohol content of about 1% for the time being, as RB look to sup on some delicious wine from that keg. He lays it down. Hop it goes, RB waiting for the perfect moment to the sky. Wind of war, Zani flashes the wall and escapes.
Oh no, RB. They take away the camp, which is the most important thing, but that couldn't have been a better start, in all honesty, waiting for the Gragas. He does buy the flash, which is extremely pinnacle for his early game, but...
Here's the thing as well, Dan didn't like force push the wave or anything, so he's actually on equal CS with Tal. For a moment there, he hadn't got any of the CS, and Tal will be able to just farm up the wave as it pushes in. He might lose 1 or 2, but Dan doesn't get a huge advantage in the top lane. Magic Felix struggling a little bit as Scarlet does get the harass down with that level 2. He's gone Corrupting Potion. I think a lot of the action is going to be focused around the bottom and the top lanes. Don't expect too much from mid.
No, I don't even want to look at mid. Not going to be any kills early on, although Illusionist is going to get stunned up. It's going to be about it, but it's all going to be about the top lane. Let's be honest with ourselves.
We hope.
Yeah, we hope, right? That's the key word.
All in him, Tal. You can do it, I believe.
Just want to see them all in each other, in all honesty. We'll have to wait and see. I want to know how many games DanDan's actually played on the Z.
Look up his OPGG. That's what I'm going to do it right now, mate. It's fine, we'll find out. I would have liked to see him take Ignite just for the true top lane potential. Scarlet has gone to Barrier instead of the Teleport, so trying to keep himself a little bit safer in that lane. Dan getting all in by Tal. This is why you fear the Jace. He has to flash away as Tal forces him back. This is the thing with the Jace. Like, although maybe you'd lose out if it was a pure melee, Jace can just pop that hammer form, go to Mercury Cannon, and say, okay, I'll just harass you from range. I'd like to see what you can do with those Razor Shurikens from there.
I mean, that's the disadvantage of having the melee into the ranged matchup of the Jace. Already ahead on CS.
This is a dive.
Oh, Muujin, leave the poor boy alone.
Here we go. Dan no flash. Has a shadow, though. We'll try and use it. Muujin not taking tower yet. Dan. And look at the moves. Look at the plays. Dan on the top lane escaping for Muujin and Tal.
Don't think that was quite the most epic spectacle, but Zani is actually going to meet Thal. Hasn't got flash, though.
Zani, body slam. No, doesn't even use it.
No.
I would have used it just thinking, okay, Tal's going to have to flash here if I use this to go in. He's got no mana, no way of escaping. Might as well try. Push advantage in the bot lane for Neon and Illusionist. As RB just try and farm themselves up. It's a later game scaling composition. We talked about it a little bit in picks and bans. They want the Jace to get to a couple of items, they want the Caitlyn to get to a couple of items, and they want to get Illusionist down, but he will use that Gleaming Quill to heal himself back up.
Yeah, he's going to be nice and healthy for Neon, and this is a composite... Did you mean step in that trap, Neon?
Yep, 100% planned.
100%
Sometimes, you know, it's like 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, he needs a little bit of a cupcake, he needs a little bit of dinner, it's only 7 o'clock at night.
Very painful cupcake you stepped on, but getting rid of the traps is very important to this matchup. And let's have a look where Zani and Muujin are going to want to path it. In fact, actually, tell you where they're going to path.
Flashed away. Illusionist no flash as well. Neon is a dead man. First blood to Cedric.
Oh boy. Nice telegraphed and coordinated gank. I mean, Neon and Illusionist pushed way too far up for way too long to not be capitalized on by Muujin. Picks up the first third, and most importantly, it does go over to Cedric, with Kasing only bowling the flash and exhaust, whereas Illusionist did blow that flash earlier on, and Neon blowing that flash as well. So, yes, they kept the heal, but Zani still trying to make plays in this top lane. He wants to get Dan ahead, but right now, Thal is just not letting that happen. Already a small CS lead for him as well.
Look at the CS lead in mid as well. Magic Felix is about 15 farm ahead of Scarlet, who's really struggling on this Vel'Koz to actually farm himself up. Tectonic Disruption is not the name of that skill. Tectonic Disruption is the knockup. This Plasma Fission is the Q. I can't remember what the liney one is.
The liney one?
Yeah, not the life form disintegration rate, not the other one.
I know what you mean.
It's like Plasma Shift, Void Shift.
Void Rift.
Void Rift.
There you go. Thank you, Observer. We got it right in the end.
His name's John.
Thank you, John. Observer John. But to be fair, Vel'Koz not something we usually see. And
there's no flashes for this bot lane of OG.
Illusionist in a bit of a sticky situation. In fact,
he doesn't realise it yet.
I know.
He doesn't know that Muujin is just waiting. Magic Felix is on his way as well.
About it.
Illusionist needs to magic his way out of this one, and he doesn't quite get away. Kasing with a Winter's Bite to the face.
Man, that hot fireplace just leads to Illusionist going back to base. And now already with 2 kills under their belts. Oh, Cedric taking them one-on-one with Neon. Neon, don't want to be there, buddy, because you know there's
He hasn't got flash. He has got heal to try and jump away. Concussive blows, can't quite proc him. Cedric used the heal for the chase. Zani's on his way here as well. Do you realize it's a 3v1 if you go in, Zani? I think he's realized it now as Muujin and Kasing path up into the river. 1,500 gold lead for RB, only 7 minutes in. It's a pretty beefy gold lead for them, and a pretty beefy Galio in the mid lane as Magic Felix picks up his Spectre's cow.
Yeah, the key thing to pick up on in this matchup actually with the Vel'Koz and the Galio is going to be easier for Scarlet to punish Magifelix the later the game goes on because of the passive, the true damage after the third proc.
Organic deconstruction.
That's the one. Organic deconstruction. So it's going to be fairly easy for him to punish him. Kasing, I mean, every support seems to be overstepping their mark a little bit, but they're just going to taunt at each other and just bid adieu. But that is going to be easier for Scarlet to punish him. And in fact, Zani going for a turret dive here.
Gonna jump in. There's the hero's entrance onto Tal. The knock up. That's a dead Zani and a dead Dan and a dead OG top and the mid lane. Top and jungle, sorry. And RB now 4 kills up, 3,000 gold ahead as well. And the OG pings. It's been a questionable split for them. They might actually end up in, well, they will end up in 5th place. I was going to say last, but they beat Paris Saint-Germain, so they have the head-to-head. It will be a 5th place ahead of PSG, and both of them will be fighting off in the CSQ in the start of 2018.
Oh, Dan, he wants to make this Zed work. He only had a long sword and a cloth armor for damage. I mean, you think of Zed as this all-in carry. He can be in the mid lane. You look at this replay, flash body slam, pretty easy, and then you think, hang on a second, what's that? Oh, it's a Galio. Execute Zani because he took tower aggro, and then Dan falls to Thal. Now they just extend their early game gold lead and kill lead. 3,000 at 8 minutes. All looking too fine and dandy for RB right now. And do you think is this Zed is this all-in carry that can burst you at level 6, but when you've only got a longsword under your belt, that death mark is doing almost no damage unless he can stick to you until the death mark actually pops. Now Mujin, look at the small invade here.
Doesn't quite manage to get the steal. Starlet's there as well. Magifelix comes across just to help out his jungler. It looks like it's going to be the Phage build from Dan. Could be a Trinity Force top lane Zed, something we have seen before. Could of course be building up the, I was going to say Frozen Mana, but that doesn't build out of Phage anymore. Doom's Fist is where that comes from. It's probably going to be Trinity Force top lane.
Black Cleaver.
Black Cleaver is a possibility as well. Do you want that?
Possibly not. I mean, in an ideal world, Dan would go something like Ghostblade or Blade of the Ruined King, but at the moment he doesn't think that's a real possibility, so Trinity Force is definitely going to be the eyes-on item for him. Thal just completely ignoring him now that he's got Ninja Tab Eyes, and that's, again, the item that will counter most AD Assassins, not on 7.14. If you've not played that patch, don't.
Wait until the hotfix is just played.
Oh my goodness. Or just ban away. You've got an individual ban now, so you can just ban away.
What do you ban away?
Zed in chat.
Talon, even Lee Sin can build Dusk.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Disgusting.
Even Jin. I don't know if you've seen
that. The 4th shot Jins, where you just kill someone from 100 to 0
yep.
with just one auto attack.
It'll do 90% of Caitlyn's health. It's pretty gross.
It's especially since I think it's patch 7.15 is World's Balance patch as well. So like we've only got a patch to sort out the problems that are happening on 7.14, and RB don't even need a patch to prove that they are causing problems for Origin here. They are 4 kills ahead, 4,000 gold ahead as well, only 10 minutes in. Illusionist and Neon have come up towards the top lane. But we do see Kasing waiting in the wings, and here comes the jump in. Illusionist going to jump back, and now Kasing is going to jump straight onto Neon. Zani's waiting around the corner. Glacial Fisher, Illusionist with the charm. The taunt comes out. Tal's going to join the fray. Already they've killed Neon, and they're looking for more. Justice punch to the back. Zani been in a lot of bar brawls before, and he can knock them back with the explosive cast. Teleport's going to join the fight now as Dan tries to get in. The hero's entrance jumps onto Tal. Scarlet tries to plasma fission. Is away to a kill, cannot quite get it. And RB are just too far ahead. Organic disintegration ray is not enough. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Scarlet is split pushing. With Mujin, they will get another tower out of this. And actually, if RB can defend the top side here, they're on track for a perfect game.
I cannot believe Mujin. Oh, Illusionist. Oh, I thought he was getting turret aggro. That actually gave me a little mini heart attack, but the turret at tier 2 in the bottom lane will go down. Cannot believe Mujin and Cedrian actually managed to get that. Well, because Dan actually teleported to the top side to try and find a kill. That was the ending result. And Dan, this famous split pusher, was only ahead 10 Cedrian.
Neon has no flash and no heal.
He can just walk up to him. He's got a BF sword. Oh, Kasing.
Well, it helps when your support's on the other side as well. We were just like, oh yeah, he can just walk up to him. He'll definitely be able to chase him. Well, there's a trap. There's a headshot. There's another. And there's the kill.
She had taunted at the end there. He knew he was dead. Oh my goodness, it's all unraveling now for OG. We said they might not take it as seriously, but RB are definitely doing that. I mean, what can you really say about OG's composition? I wanted to kind of outline their win condition, but their win condition would be to win all lanes and then go from there. The Zed can be quite a monster, but even with this Galio, it would have been very hard to win. He's actually got Adaptive Helm first as well.
Yeah.
To supplement the damage reduction up against Scala. Thank you for the confirmation. And against Dan's Shurikens.
Yeah, it's against abilities. I guess the Plasma Fission is really what you're using it against mostly. Tectonic Rift as well can be spammed. So it does reduce the damage you're going to take. We do see Tao looking towards a Yumu's of his own. Dandan's on his way up towards top as well. Illusionist doing a cool Rakan animation cancel there. So if you use your grand entrance, the W, and then immediately back, you cancel the animation and gives you a little bit speedier mobility. You can also semi-cancel it with Q, but you get the knock-up if you cancel with Q, and you don't if you cancel it with your back animation. So if you're running away, press B. If you're running towards them, press Q.
Ah. See, Rakan's been out for long enough now that people are discovering these finesses of this champion, which just honestly makes them stronger, especially ability animation cancels. On someone like a Rakan, it can be quite important. Herald is going to get opened up. I believe Kasing actually took that Herald.
He did.
Oh, okay.
It kind of makes sense. Like, he's the one roaming the most at the moment. So instead of
You'll see a lot of supports do that.
You got a 5-man stack in the mid lane. RB can look for more than one tower here. It will be their 4th of the game if they can get this tier 2. And they'll have cracked the entire bottom side of the map. In fact, I was going to say they could look for even more. I don't think they will. I think they'll settle at the tier 2. They might try and just let the Herald get its final shot in here. It looks like OG are going to be able to stop it. Reduce the damage by hitting the eye at the back, which is always important. Dandan, can they get here in time? Dandan's actually going to back. Still perfect game on the cards for RB. Would be the 2nd perfect game we've had this Challenger Series split. And both of them have been against Origin.
Dandan doing what he loves best. That is split pushing.
He's about to do something else he's done a lot this
die.
Challenger Series.
Well, he's trying to get away because Sting's going to be there.
Flash away. There is a tower there. And he does escape.
Not for long, as 4 members of RB are going to rotate. But OG do sense this and are going to send Zani and Neon up towards the top side.
The thing is about this, though, OG have sent people to answer each of the last rotations. Hasn't really done much for them. They've still just lost the towers. And so RB, with a 2-man stack up towards the top side, are fighting into 3 members of OG, and the OG members have to back away.
Yeah, and the reason for that is solely on this Caitlyn. You put the traps down, it's extremely hard to wave clear, and what wave clear do they have? Zani can send out a barrel, which is great, because you can damage the front line, you can damage the back line, fantastic. But the problem is, Cedrion's going to be sitting there free hitting. Good luck setting up, because there's traps. Neon has to actually get close to get a lot of spears in to rend a lot of the minions away, so in essence, they can 2v3, and you could argue that OG don't actually want to fight these turrets. They want to be able to find pickoffs elsewhere using Dandan as a flank or even Zani as a flank. You don't want to fight them where RB are best, which is under the turrets actually sieging. So we'll see if OG want to change their game plan up at all. Caulfield's Warhammer has actually been finished for Dandan.
So it could just be the Phage was kind of a laning item. Yep. He says, I need a little bit more health in the lane, need a little bit of rage, helps me out a little bit, so now he can go towards the Yumu's Ghost Blade. Yeah,
the speed up against the Jace matchup in particular, it was actually quite pinnacle for him. To get a bit more mobility away from the Jace was quite important, so you are right in saying that it was just for the laning phase. Probably going to go for something like a Ghost Blade now with that extra longsword in his inventory. But still going to be split pushing. And I say split pushing, more defending waves. There's no real split push going on right now. Fate's Call from Neon isn't going to find anybody.
I think sometimes OG at the moment just like using skills to remember what they do because they haven't been able to actually take the fight. So it's just like, oh, so that's the animation cancel by the way on the W. Magic Feet is going to flash in, double taunt. Here come the rest of RB. Neon's dead. Tile takes him out. Illusionist flashes the wall and gets himself to safety for the time being. There's a collapse happening as Mujin's coming in from the other side. He catches onto Zani, but he needs to be careful. He could be first blood for the side of OG. He flashes Hero's Entrance, keeps him alive, just about. And that is going to be a dead Gragas as well. RB 8-0 up, 10,000 gold in the lead, 17 minutes in. Magic Felix looking for the chase. Kasing on his way as well. Magic Felix didn't read the patch notes. You can't jump over walls with the Justice Punch and tried to skim around the side of that one.
Well, he's got the Dark Seal, and that's what's important. I'm actually quite surprised he didn't go Roa this game, in all honesty. Just being a more of a, you could argue, relaxed game. Could argue a lot of things.
It's still a bit like, you can have a relaxed game, but what's the point building badly?
Yeah,
Rod of Ages is not a good build on Galio. It doesn't give you what it's meant to get, like what you want.
It's
you
true,
can
but
wave
one-shot
clear
Galio
with
as well.
Winds of War anyway, and you just want the tankiness. Like that's where your strength comes from. Your base stats are strong enough, and your percentage health damage is strong enough that you do not need to build AP on Galio to be effective.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, but still in the same regard, more AP is always fun on someone that has AP.
Well, then why didn't he just build Rod of Ages?
Exactly.
Not Rod of Ages, Rabadon's Death Cap.
Or
If you want more
Straight
AP, you might as well just build Death Cap.
Could do, yeah.
I do want to come back to the sort of picks and bans discussion we were having as to whether RB needed to play seriously. I think it's a good reflection on them that here Origin haven't picked an incredibly cohesive composition, but they also haven't played awfully. They haven't like been glaring errors that OG have made that RB have capitalized on. Instead, RB have played around vision. They've been able to make these picks in certain situations and then snowball the lead from there. It hasn't been OG gifting them the game. RB instead have wrapped it up in a bow. Kasing especially has delivered them this present.
Well, keeping up appearances, like you said, is very important. Just make sure that enemy teams know you're very serious in coming into this one.
And it's a composition that doesn't give away a lot from RB as well.
Yeah,
We saw Magic Felix on this Galio a few times in the first few weeks. Tarl's Jace everyone knows about.
Well, Cedric, I mean, any AD carry at the moment is probably worth banning. Caitlyn more so over anybody else. So again, playing that isn't too much of a surprise. And like we said, they're not going to pull out anything too left field because that would give away a lot of information to other teams. Maybe their coach said, okay, so we can play a couple of big picks we've been practicing in scrimmage, but at the end of the day, if you do, Giants and Schalke are going to look at that and go, oh, we can actually ban those away because that composition does look very strong and you've clearly practiced that a lot as well. But that comes down to scrim environments in that situation. And now let's look at the overall where RB's sitting are right now. You can see the vision line again, once more being pushed up by them over on the red side jungle of OG, because that Baron is going to come up in 19 seconds. They can leave Dan to split push all he wants, but the team fights is exactly where RB do favor. They do want to put themselves in these team fight situations.
And I think Tal can deal with the split of Dan. Has a Sheen of his own alongside a Phage, is half an item ahead or so. About 1,050 gold, you would say, with a Sheen costing about that much. In fact, exactly that much. You can't haggle at the shop, although you might be able to in the future. The Runes and Masteries changes. I think there's one way you can go into debt and then buy back later on.
Quite interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think the Meteor one that I saw on Reddit is very, very intriguing. Baron has been started by RB. I'm not. I think there's like so much happening.
Oh.
The steal doesn't quite connect from Zani. He's flashed in. He's not going to get to be able to survive this. Death Mark onto Mujin. Will he survive? Yes, he will. And here comes Tal. Dan. He's dead. Ace in the Hole is going to connect on to Scarlet. And that is another kill for him. 11-0 in favor of RB. 6 towers to 2. The TP comes in. They've got a Baron. They've got 2 dragons.
Neon.
And they've got Neon caught out. The shield of Durand into the Winds of War. That's why you don't need a Rod of Ages. You have enough damage anyway. RB are going to get the second perfect game of the split. And once again, it's going to be against Origin.
Well, they're definitely looking for it. They want to strive for it, get another check mark on that board. Just looking maybe just to end the game here. I mean, you've got Cedric pushing in the mid lane as well. They're going to at least secure 2 inhibitors off this 1 Baron buff. And just pushing in. You have 4 seconds on Scarlet, 9 seconds on Neon. So that's going to be an easy 2 inhib.
If RB are playing the way they have done the rest of the game, they back off after this inhib. And they just say, fine, okay, we'll wait, we'll push in. And that's the intelligent way to play. It's not the most fun way to play. I've played enough solo queue to know the most fun way to play is throw right here and then continue to throw until you lose the game.
That is the worst possible. It
happens all the time in solo queue.
Exactly, yeah. It's the point of the game where you're like, oh yes, okay,
Everyone
we
kind of
took it,
relaxes.
boys.
Everyone
Like,
relaxes.
It's great.
Like, oh yeah, we took
look.
it here, it's fine.
Oh, this person stepped up. Oh, maybe we can jostle with them a little bit, and then you realise it's past 20 minutes, home guards, and everybody runs at you, and there's a Galio on your face. You're like, oh, okay. Well, probably shouldn't have overstayed.
Getting a Galio on your face is always a worry. There are 10 stacks on that Dark Steel, Magic Felix. See, this is what you do if you want the AP that we were talking about, Jaws. get the Dark Steel, get it fully stacked, and then Medgiant.
Oh, yes.
Right off the top of it. That's
There
how
you
you
go.
get it. RB flying high at the moment. Not really many ways that OG can answer them. It's a game where you look at it and you say, how are they going to get back into it? And the single monosyllabic answer that comes back is no.
Yeah.
I also
agree
phrased
with
that
that,
question wrong. See, I said,
Monosyllabic.
how are they going to get back into it? And then I said no, which doesn't make any sense as an answer, which is why I really slowed down, because I was trying to work out another monosyllabic way of phrasing it.
Well, RB are just going to phrase it like this. We're going to take all your turrets, we're going to take all your inhibs, and we're going to take the game off you. Looking to be a clean game thus far. 17,000 in the lead for them.
17,000, 23 minutes in is an
Almost
absolutely
1,000.
devastating. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's almost 1,000 a minute in gold.
Pretty gross.
It is destructive, and once again the tower falls. Inhib is going to go very shortly after. OG fall out of Challenger Series, crash out of Challenger Series, not even with a bang, but with a whimper. They will be perfect gamed by Team RB, who are going to playoffs, who will face off against Schalke 04 in just a couple of weeks' time. And RB are doing what PSG were not able to do. They have a one-year plan. They're going to try and get to the LCS. OG are trying to stop them, but it's too little, too late. RB will take the Nexus. They will take the series, and they will take perhaps the last breath of hope away from any Origin fans that are left.
That left. I'm sure there's a couple still striving on, but perfect game here for RB. Can't really be said that was too much of a surprise with a Z. I mean, what did that look on from the outside there? I mean, it kind of looked pretty.
It looked exactly as you would expect it to have looked from a spectator standpoint. It was a stomp. It was just an absolute decimation. And what a way to go out on the Challenger Series, the final game of our split, Medic. I mean, it's been a really interesting 5 weeks, I think, for everybody involved. And you know, we finally got our table update. We finally see who's now at the top. We've got Giants leading the way, Schalke having taken that series off them today.
We can actually get the table up,
Let's
so
have a look at it.
while
Yeah.
you hypothesize about the positions in your mind, you can actually have a look at them on your screen. The magics of modern technology, Scoundrel.
Yeah, so Team RB and Wind and Rain, like we said, those guys now secure themselves 3rd and 4th spots. So Wind and Rain have got to prepare for Giants, who have shown that they arguably have some weaknesses that could be exploited. And it will be RB versus Schalke. Probably one of the matchups that I'm most excited to see again in terms of a rematch. I think it's going to be fantastic.
I think those will be on 7:14 as well, so that's going to be pretty exciting, especially for RB, in all honesty, because they've shown explosive fights, and they've got carries in every role. I think that could be really intriguing to watch. Although Schalke today showed us that Smitty J can carry from the top lane as well. So
That's scary.
Oh, that is going to be such a great series to watch. 2 weeks' time. Make sure that you're there. The players are on LAN as well, so they'll all be there in person. You've got the stage jitters. You've got these players that have never played on the LCS stage before. That is going to be electrifying.
I think it's going to be fantastic. And again, it's been such a journey. I think for us as well, obviously doing Challenger Series, myself and Jaws, the first time doing Challenger Series.
You're
a bit old hat now, I know, but it's been a journey, and I've really enjoyed watching the teams develop and the storylines come through, and me getting it completely wrong about Giants and them being one of the best teams that we have here. I mean, it has been wonderful to watch some sort of high-level European play, and like I said, there's been some real individual flashes of brilliance over the course of these 5 weeks. I think there are players on those rosters that are down at the bottom end of the table that will be looking for pickups in other teams. They have shown that they individually have what it takes to be some of the best in Europe. I think it's a really good illustration of European talent is the European Challenger Series.
Jaws, any last words from you before we close out for the final time?
The final time. It's been a fantastic journey for a lot of these teams. I want to just reiterate your point of the amount of players that have shown a lot of potential, not necessarily doing so well on their individual teams, but just as themselves, showing that they've got a lot to prove, not only in challenges. Maybe next time they'll get picked up by another team. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it's been a journey for us too as well. I think it's been a nice one, especially alongside you.
It's been a pleasure casting with you both across the last few weeks. I want to give a quick shout out as well to our sponsor across the Challenger Series, Zotac. You can follow them on Twitter at Zotac_UK. They've been a godsend to us, allowing us to cast and bring you all of the action of the European Challenger Series Summer Split. But for me, Aaron Medic Chamberlain from Kinnan at Scoundrel Low and Jack Jaws Right, that's it for now. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time with the playoffs. Make sure you tune in there.